Show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Sewing Street. Thank you, Jewellery Maker. Hello from Hobbymaker. We're here right the way through until 8 o'clock tonight with this gentleman. Yay. Pete, how are you?
I'm good, mate. I'm
good to see you.
Yeah, good to be here.
I tell you what, this show, actually the whole day is looking pretty amazing, shaping up very nicely. We have got the winner of the prototype Dreamy's beautiful padded bag coming up in just a second. Do you want to see what's coming up though today? Do you want to see what's on the way? Because we've got some amazing guests, some amazing shows, great products. We've got the brand new to Hobbymaker, Infinite Doodles. Now, for those of you that don't know, Pete is an incredibly talented cartoonist and drawer. Get away with it, get away. He is. And he taught me how to do characters, and he's going to teach us in a minute or two as well. After that, 2 o'clock, we've got Carnation Crafts. Oh So Chic, it's a back to air with the lovely Sharon Curtis in for Carla, who's back home and getting on the mend. So that's good if she's watching, resting, and we'll see her back soon. Best-selling Visible Image back in stock. Yeah, we did sell out of lots of their fantastic stamps recently. We got them back for you this afternoon at amazing sale prices. That's at 3. Tips and tricks and inspiration with rice paper. Gill is back with personal impressions at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Then Hayley takes over. Hayley West is here at 5 with brand new Infinite Doodles, or what's left of them. 5 o'clock Carnation Crafts again, another look at Oh So Chic. Tips and tricks again with Gill at 7, and the best-selling Visible Image back at 8 o'clock. So it's a lovely day, lovely guests and great products, as I said before. Okay, let's announce the winner of the prototype bag, which I'm pleased to say has been gracing our set for the last, 2-3 months, and so many of you have been asking about it. It will be available in August, I hear, okay? One winner, you'll be the first person in the country to own this bag, and the winner from yesterday is Patricia Beer. Patricia, that bag will be in the post to you. You'll be the first person in the country to get it. So many congratulations. Now today, we've also got another special offer on our website. Now this excludes everything that's on TV, okay? But if it's on the web, you can take advantage of this. Spend £100 or more and save 25 using Festive 25. So great opportunity to stock up on all your essentials, your glues, your tapes, all that sort of thing. Or if it's been one thing that you've been wanting for a long time and you're thinking to yourself, oh, just over 100 quid, I can't really justify it. Well, if you spend over 100, you'll get £25 off it just for today. And that's on our website only, which is hobbymaker.co.uk. That's our last 12th offer of the 12 days of Christmas. Right, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Bradford.
We've known each other years, and it was only, 3-4 weeks ago we were sat together in the green room outside.
We were.
And you said to me, can you draw? And I said, well, I can draw buildings and things, but not characters.
Yeah.
And you said to me, can you draw letters? Can you write letters? And I said, yeah, and shapes. Yeah. And you drew this amazing kind of cartoon character from it.
Yeah. But I showed you how simple it was.
Yes.
And that's the key. And that's what it's all about. And that's what Infinite Doodles is all about. It's about, you know, we all do make shapes. And you're right, we all make our letters from early. Letters, numbers, you know, we all have these skills. And it's just about making shapes. So if you take it to the next stage, then Infinite Doodles is exactly what you need.
So what Pete is doing for you here, so simply, is giving you dies, and there are 59 of them in the set, that will give you shapes. And then it's up to you to put the shapes together to make characters, to make all sorts of things, to even make letters of the alphabet. You can make Santas, you can make little animals, you can make dinosaurs, you can make literally anything. So it's looking at shapes. It's almost like dissecting what you're looking at and working out how it's made up. Now, Pete has told me that there is actually a description and a page on the Sizzix website that shows you how you can give your dies numbers, and how you can use numbered dies to actually build up different shapes and images and characters and even objects. I mean, that's a chili. Who'd have thought that shape was a chili? But it is.
There you go.
Some like it hot. So you get the idea. So it's all these doodles that Pete has brilliantly drawn and then had manufactured into dies. I mean, can you show us a little bit, maybe with a drawing, what you mean by putting shapes
together? Should we do what we did at that time?
Yeah.
Just to show the folks at home exactly what we're talking about, because we need to unlock the idea that you can do this, and you can do this, because this was a way I put this die set together so that everybody can do that sort of thing. Once you start seeing the world in shapes, it starts popping out.
It makes sense, doesn't it?
Let's get a piece of paper, shall we, Dad?
Okay.
I'll go down here, and there you go. A couple of sheets, one for you, one for me. Now, this is the thing. You may not think that you have any skill as a cartoonist or creating characters or stuff like that, but we've all got it within us. It's just how we put it together, and that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to show you how to put that together. And this is something which I put together with a friend of mine. Now we're talking about writing letters, writing numbers, right? So Dave, you do this along with me. So let's write the name, let's put C-O-D. Now we can all do that. We can all do that from about the age of 3 or 4. We can start writing our letters, okay?
Yeah.
So it could be COD, it could be OCD if you're that way inclined. It could be cash on delivery if you're an accountant or something. Cash on demand, rather. Now,
Cod and chips.
Cod and chips, indeed. Let's put a rectangle around that. We can all draw a rectangle. We do that when we're doodling, when we're on the phone, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Now, there you go. That's easy enough. Anybody can follow along with that, and we'll underline it like that. So, there you go. Now, Dave, what I've just drawn is one of the most iconic characters of the 20th and 21st century. But let's put it together. So, again, I'm going to make that rectangle, okay? And then I'm going to take the O, and I put one O there and one O there, right? And I'm going very, very quick. Let's take the D, right? Let's take a C and put another C inside it, right? Then we'll take our zigzag line and put it across the top, a couple of little circles, and then we all know this guy, don't we? So there you go, and that's it. Now, putting it together like this.
Bart Simpson.
Exactly. Hey, there you go. Proof's in the pudding. But now, Dave's is very good, right?
Yours is better.
Mine's a bit better. Now, obviously, I'm used to doing this kind of thing. And when we put the pencil to paper, it's very unforgiving. With practice, anybody can get this. But with shapes that you can move about, You can get them where you want them, when you want them, how you want them, at any time. Think of fuzzy felt when we're growing up. Think of construction kits. Think of Lego, you know, all of these things. When we're kids, we just have a box of shapes and we put it together and we let our imagination run wild.
So that's what you can do with this. You can build images, characters, people, faces, objects with the shapes that Pete has given you in this collection. Now, you're going to get, if you buy this today, and you are definitely going to want to buy this today, I know for a fact you're going to absolutely fall in love with this. Kids can do it, adults can do it, grands and granddads can do it. Now, in Infinite Doodles set 1, you've got 59 dies in there. Now, look at all those shapes. These are shapes that Pete has precisely drawn, knowing that they will make something really special and make infinite, that's why it's called infinite shapes, infinite objects, infinite characters. Now, that's 59 dies. You're also going to get the background or the textured dies as well. These, you're going to get all 4 of them. Now, you can use these to create the texture on maybe an animal's back or whatever it may be. Now, you can buy these elsewhere. We're not saying that they're brand new on the market. They're brand new to us at Hobbymaker. We found them elsewhere, £44.47. They're £22 basically each, roughly. £21.99 for the 59 smaller dies, and then £22.48 for the background dies. Okay, so they are £44 and some odd pence. We're going to beat that price massively this afternoon. And when you see some of the finished cards and what you can do with them, especially if you use the Sizzix cardstock, the coloured cardstock, it's perfect to use with that. Look at some of the cards you can do with it. $39.99 is not where we're going to be. We've already beaten that price by about a £5, but we're going to do something extra special when we get to 0 on this clock, okay? Let's have a little more, look more at some of the samples and some of the bags here. We are the TV home of Sizzix. We can do these deals. We're in millions of your homes, and we thank you for that. Look, the cup of coffee, the chili pepper, the dinosaur, all made from shapes that are in these collections. They can all go through your big shop. You can go through whatever die cutting machine you've got. The Father Christmas there, the dinosaur, all made from these shapes. The coloured card we got from Sizzix in the show at a smashing price as well. $39.99, not today. You can have the whole lot for $24.99. So basically the cost of one of those, you're getting both. Wow. $24.99, and you can be making soldiers, you can be making Santas and Father Christmases. This is brilliant, and they look incredible.
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's a lot of fun, and there's been a lot of talk about mindfulness, you know, and mindful crafting, and this is the sort of thing where you can sit down, you can cut shapes, you can play around with them and see what comes. It's a great opportunity for you to work with your children, your grandchildren, nieces, nephews. It's a rainy day activity. Just keep a box of shapes, you know, and see what comes up.
Gail Harrison in County Down says, this is exactly what I love about Sizzix. You and me both, Gail. All you need to go with these dies is some card and glue. You don't have to buy more stuff. That's it. And we've got all of these amazing packs of Sizzix coloured paper. If you want that to go with your dies, because then you don't have to colour them in, you're using the cardstock to do the colouring. They're in different kind of categories. You've got neutrals, you've got various different designs and various different colours that you can see there. So they're all on the website if you want to cherry pick some of those as well. Take advantage of the 1p&p for the day of £4.95, $24.99 for the lot. Jennifer in Worcestershire says, yippee Pete, Sizzix, Hobbymaker and cappuccino, what could be better?
There you go.
Absolutely, Jennifer, absolutely right. But if I just grab a couple of these, look at this bag, the dinosaur on there. Now, some of you may already have got this. I'm not saying it's brand new. It's been out for a little while, but it's brand new to us. Look at this. Jennifer says she's had so much fun with this. This is the one, she said, I've had so much fun with it. This collection is the only one that shouted buy, buy, buy. There we go, Jennifer, fantastic. Great to know that you love it and you're obviously enjoying working with it. But you build up the shapes, and the thing is you don't stick it down until you're happy with the way it looks.
That's exactly it, and that's why it works so well. You know, these are meant to accompany other die sets as well. If you want to add something to another die set, you can use them independently or together with. But what a great set to have constantly in your stash for when you need that special little shape or that special little moment. And we talk about bespoke making. Now you buy a die, a lovely poinsettia, say, for Christmas, right? Everybody's going to have the same one. Oh, yeah, you can change it up with the colors and the techniques, but with this, it is truly unique. It is truly bespoke. It is truly something that is individual and unique to you. And remember, we do have menus for a lot of the cards and bags that you see on the Sizzix website.
Yeah.
So you can go there, you can get started by following along, maybe change it up with the colors, maybe put it in a different aspect. You know, but once you start, I guarantee shapes will start jumping in.
I know it's totally different, but I kind of take the Sanntangle analogy, doing everything one stroke at a time and looking at the smaller picture to make the bigger picture amazing. And it's the same sort of thing with this. Take each little component, add it to the next component to make a bigger picture, to make something special and something unique. Like Pete said, if you buy a die that is already formed, there's not an awful lot you can do with it. Yeah, you can change the colour of the cardstock and tweak it there and tweak it there and snip a bit here, snip a bit there. But these, you're getting all the shapes that Pete knows will make animals, will make people, will make cartoon characters, will make objects like vegetables and things like that. And if you go to the Sizzix website to actually have a little look, if you go to Inspiration at the top, you'll see there's an Infinite Doodles hub. If you click on that, it's all there for you. And what they've done is they've actually given all of those shapes numbers, so you can do like a step-by-step, building up the characters. You've got a wicked witch there. There he is. These are the products, and yeah. And, you know, you'll be paying an awful lot more elsewhere. $24.99 today for us is giving you both the textures and the background dies, which are really, really handy and useful, that will do effects like this. I mean, look, imagine how useful these are going to be as backgrounds, or you can use them in some instances on the characters.
Now, if we look at those that you're holding there, they're quite interesting because that's doubling them up. So to create a bigger background.
Right.
So that's taking it and doubling it up, cutting twice. You can also use them as stencils. So if you love mixed media, you want to make your own stencils for creating texture, that can be a stencil, or it can be a background. And there's lots more. Now, if we take a look at these, Dave, I don't know if you want to, because you've got the magic hands that holds things still. But and the camera's already there.
Sometimes.
But that one, that's a zebra.
Yeah.
Okay, straight away, that's a zebra. Now, if we look at the next one, that could be water.
Exactly. Just a different colourway.
That could be a dolphin popping out of the sea. Then
Do it in craft card, it could be bark.
It could be. It could be. Then we've got a tiger.
Yeah.
Now that could be, that could be a tiger pelt. Then the next one, this could be a texture. That could be something organic, something stone or rock or a building or a wall or something like that.
Elephant skin, maybe?
And then elephant skin,
Yeah.
exactly. And then, as you said, this one you can cut that into individual planks, and that's just one of the four.
Well, Denise in the West Midlands says, hi guys, Sizzix has no limits. Quality products, equal quality cards, absolutely, and so much more. Love, love, love Sizzix.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely love them. Now, all of the rest of the coloured cardstock, the Sizzix, classic coloured cardstock is on the website. There's packs of 60, there's packs of 80. Now, if you want the recipe card that Pete was talking about, it's on the Sizzix website on that hub. So have a little look for the Infinite Doodles hub.
There you go.
You've been hard work.
That was the one you held up, so I grabbed it from down there. Now this is just this is our first pack. This is our standard cardstock. This will cover all year round. So whether it's Valentine's, Christmas, summer, spring, autumn,
Yeah.
the whole 9 yards. But this is just part of the collection. This is just one of several, and you put them all together.
So that one, you recommended to me to go for that one and to go for the...
For the muted.
Muted?
Now,
yeah. We haven't got that in the studio, but it is on the website if you want the muted.
I've actually, if I can just dip down here, Dave.
Okay.
So there you go, ka-ching. So that's the muted. That's the top one. That's the muted. And this one is a standard cardstock.
So the combination of the two together covers you for everything that you want to do with these dies, basically. So if you want to take advantage of our Cat P&P for the whole day and get those in your basket at the same time, imagine the amount of fun and imagine the amount of characters that you can make using that cardstock as well. 10% of the big bundle has already gone in literally a couple of minutes because we talked about it for a little while. Should we get into a demo?
Yeah, let's do that. Before I show you some of the samples, actually, I just want to show you the process that kind of put these things together. So if we look at this drawing down here, okay, this is kind of recognizably a Santa, but we start with the large shapes. This is what we call the foundational shapes. So that gets the kind of character, and we know that's our basis. Then next, I would start to pencil in the detail. Okay, so over the top where I've drawn lightly, then next up, I block it in with a black marker pen, whatever I'm using, and then finally, we pop the color. So that's how I create a cartoon. Now, there you go.
There it is.
That's how he turns out in Infinite Doodles. Notice the background there created using one of the background dies. So I think we're going to start off with something really simple.
Okay.
And I think we're going to show folks some of the ideas.
All
behind
these shapes basically started life as a drawing from Pete. Then he dissected it and thought, okay, we need that shape, we need that shape, we need that shape for the leg, and so on. And that's what this collection is all about. All these different shapes. You don't need to dissect to make a Santa. These dies will make Santa. They'll make dinosaurs. They make, as we showed you earlier on, chilies. They'll make cups of cappuccino that we showed you earlier on as well. All those shapes, they can make all sorts. Yeah, they can make mountains, angels there on that bag, the soldier as well. Now, all this cardstock is, of course, available on our website, and the recipe card as to what to use, what shapes to use to make certain characters is on the website. And look, all of these are broken down into numbers. So basically, the Sizzix website will give you numbers that relate to the shape dies, and then this shows you what shape's been used to make that little elf and that little leprechaun, to make the mountain scenes, to make the Santa, to make the two snowmen as well. But obviously, you need the colour cardstock to be able to do it, rather than colour colouring it in. The coloured cardstock from Sizzix is perfect to use with this concept. It really is. And what are you going to show us first then, Pete?
What we're going to do, I saw, if you're okay with it, Dave, I'm going to keep it secret and we'll see it start to take shape, no pun intended.
You tease.
But yeah, I know, it's terrible, isn't it? But the way I've started off, now I've created one of the backgrounds. I've used this background die, and I keep all the little pieces as well. You can see I keep them in this little box because they really do come in handy. So it's about the positive and the negative. Now, I'll stick it on the yellow.
Well, first thing I'm thinking is it looks like cheese with holes, maybe.
Yes, yeah, and I want you to keep thinking of these things
Okay.
as well, because it's good that sometimes it shows that we're thinking along different lines, but it could be cheese with holes. It very well could be. In fact, you're right.
That's a guess.
There you go. My secret's out. So I'm going to put that down there. And I'm taking this now. Remember the Santa body that we saw earlier? I'm going to put that on there like so. Then I'm going to take this one. Now, this is obviously a couple of different reds. And now, if you look at, now this is a wonderful tool. This is a magnetic tool from
It's the
Stacey.
gotcha.
It's the gotcha tool, and we do have that on the show. So I'm going to use one of the dies.
Can you put all the dies from this pack onto the gotcha?
Pretty much, yeah. It gets packed, but do you know what? It's indispensable when I'm working with this to keep everything together, because you're working with a lot of dies, a lot of small dies. So to have something where you can see how it is, where it is.
You can easily get them buried or lost.
Oh,
or
very
whatever.
much so, yeah. So let's take that nice squiggle. I'm going to pop that one on there.
Yep.
Let's bring this one in, and I think we'll have that there. It's very much a work in progress. I'm trying to remember how to do it myself, to be honest with you. So there we are. We'll put that little squiggle there. Now, obviously, you know, you can cut all of these together. I'm going to sandwich it between my other cutting plate and pop it into the bed of my ever-present, ever-reliable Sizzix Big Shot machine.
Now, the Big Shot is on a really, really cracking price today. If you want a new machine, and you don't get better really than the Big Shot. It's got such a fantastic pedigree. It was one of the first die cutting machines ever to be produced and has changed very little over the years. We'll get to that a bit later on. First thing that impressed me was how little cardstock you're using. You can chop into your A4 sheets. They're going to last such a long time.
It does, yeah. And well, I tend to cut them down, and I'll show you something in a minute, actually, how I like to. And Sharon, who's on the next show, I'm a warmer pack, by the way.
You are.
She does the same as me. She likes to cut it down into A5 pieces. It makes it so much easier to work with, because with die cutting, those are the sizes that we tend to use most commonly now. There we are. We'll pop that there. I'm going to make another cut here. Then I'll take this as well.
This is definitely my type of crafting. I love this.
Yeah, and you know what? It's let your imagination run wild. It's one of those things where you don't have the die, but you have the idea. Don't go out and buy something. Dip into your Infinite Doodles and make it yourself.
Yeah.
And while we're on the subject, Dave, now, to everybody watching, this is the bit where we get interactive. Challenge Pete. Now, I said Infinite Doodles. Send something through, an idea, something you'd like to see that we haven't got. I'm going to show you some samples in a minute, so we have done quite a bit with it. But think of something that I haven't done, something that you would like to see, and I will make it between shows.
Okay.
So message in, and we'll take those messages and we'll sort of pick the best one.
And you'll work on that in between shows?
I'll work on it in between shows. So when I'm back with Hayley at 5, is it 5?
5 o'clock, yeah.
5 o'clock, we will have that ready for you. And what I will do, I'll put it on a card and I'll send it out. Do you think that would be nice?
Yeah, we could do that.
Am I asking too much?
No, we could arrange that.
Yeah,
so basically, think about what you would like Pete to create from the shapes that you're going to get in the Infinite Doodles. Email in studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, and then we'll choose one. Pete will work on it in between shows, and then you'll see what he comes up with in the 5 o'clock show this afternoon, and that person that suggested that will get the card in the post, okay, which would be lovely. Deb says, I absolutely love Infinite Doodle dies, so much fun. Pete, you're a genius and have given me hours of fun making cards with these die sets. Thank you, Deb, that's really lovely to know.
That's lovely, thank you, Deb, that's very kind. Right, okay, we're starting to go. Now, can you imagine what we're going to be doing here?
It looks like a hot dog at the moment.
There's a hot dog in here as well. Now,
it is lunchtime.
It is coming up for lunchtime. I hope I'm not making your, because you've probably got another show after this one.
I've got 4.
There you go. I might bring it in a lovely hot dog and.
Bring it in at 5. I can eat it then.
Bring it in at 5. No, I'll just eat it in front of you while you're on camera. There you go. So let's put that on the bun. And let's take this now. That could be a burger if you put it that way, you know. Okay. So, and this is what I mean about the ideas sort of popping out at you. So we'll pop that. There's
with mustard.
A bit of mustard on the top. There. This squiggle comes in so handy. Now, let's take this one, shall we? And pop that on the edge like that. So it was cheese.
Oh, it's a slice of pizza, pepperoni pizza.
And then we got the pepperoni coming in as well. So there you go.
Wow.
Have it hanging off the side.
Charlie, our director, got that right.
There you go.
I saw the cheese, Charlie saw the pizza. If
you weren't hungry before, now, that's it. Now take a look at the shape, right? The one that created the pizza. So we got a hot dog. And I'm going to show you some more food and drink in a second. We've got the hot dog. I'm just going to reach down, Dave, and grab.
You should see some of these samples we're about to show you.
This illustration. Now, this shows a few of the things that I've made, right? So the dinosaur,
from these dies.
The angel. From these dies, it's all from the Infinite Doodles. Now check out this overlay. I'm going to pop this on. And notice how this shape, so there's 2 different sizes. It forms a mountain. It's the guy's jacket. It's the ice cream cone, it's the lion's body, it's the chili pepper, it's the angel's robes, it's the dinosaur body, it's the pizza, it's the palm tree, it's the tree in the back of the truck.
Be honest, when you looked at that printed sheet, did you see that shape in all of those objects? I didn't. It's kind of in there, but discreetly, not hidden, but you don't see it. But when it's picked out to you and pointed out to you, kind of, oh yeah, I get that. And that's what art's all about, I think.
It is very much so. And once you key into this, once you start to understand this is how it works, they will start coming to you. Now, check out this next one. There's some more characters. Well, there's all sorts there. There's the teacup characters, the ice cream we just looked at. This is a classic foundational shape. It's Santa's body. It's the cat, it's the soldier's body, it's Santa's beard, it's the elf's body, it's the coffee cup, dinosaur, it's the little mountain, it is the rainbow, it's the stacked ice cream, it's the ghost, it's the bat, it's the cauldron, it's the unicorn, and on and on and on.
I didn't see that shape in each and every picture there at all. But that's what it's about. Art is basically a mixture of shapes put together. And the good thing about this is, if you do it with a pen and you do it wrong, you have to kind of throw it away and start again because a pen is permanent. With these shapes, they're just basically shapes that you can place down and just continually position them until you're happy with the way it looks, making the character that you're trying to make. When you're happy with it, then stick it down. So these are the sort of cards as well that when you see the finished cards, they're the ones that will be the most expensive. They're the ones that will be in the high-end kind of private card shops or private boutiques, and they'd probably be £7, £8, £9 each, hand-crafted cards. And that's what you could probably charge for a card like that because it is incredibly special. And we've got about 40 or 50 different cards down there.
I have. Should we drag some out? Should we
have a look at some of them?
Yeah, let's have a look at... This is what I call my little food and drink section. So, it's probably best to do them on the overhead as well, because I'm going to lay them out. Now there's our pizza. Please excuse the puns. It says exercise. I thought you said extra slice. There you go. There's one for you, Dave. Hot stuff.
Hey.
There you go. Don't worry. Be happy. So you see those backgrounds again coming in? The background there, the background for the pizza slice. This one is straight, born in the 80s. Those 80s design kind of motifs, the colours and everything. It's something that is completely unique. You can't buy that card. Chill.
I mean, I would go so far as to say that this die set is going to be one of the most versatile die sets you can ever own. It should be £45, elsewhere it is, to get both the background dies and also the main shape dies. You're getting them today for £24.99. which is a steal and a snip. And so many of you have said that you've already got these and you love kind of building up stories and building up scenes. Send in your makes. If you've made anything with them, send them in to us. We'll enter you into Share Your Makes, where you could win yourself a £100 credit. We do that on the last Saturday of every single month. So there's plenty of time to get those in. And we'd love to share what you've made. Have you taken pictures of what you've made, of the characters that you've come up with? Have you made up your own characters? Then please do feel free to share them with us and we can show everybody else what you've done with these. But it's the first time it's been on Hobby Maker. First time I've actually seen these. So to me, these are brand new. They are just brilliant. You can have so much fun with them. And you know, with the Master Pete behind it, he's made sure all the shapes that you need to create so many different scenarios, whether it's a tropical island with palm trees, whether it's a quirky Father Christmas, whether it's a slice of pizza, whether it's a cup of coffee. It's all potentially in here by using shapes. Put the shapes together to make the object, to make the character, make it come to life. And if you want to use like little speech bubbles and that sort of thing, you can do that too if you want to. But remember, Pete doesn't leave you high and dry. If you go to Sizzix's website and just basically go to the Infinite Doodles section, you'll see that there are little, there's a plan, like a recipe card, where all the shapes have been numbered, and you can number your shapes as well if you wish to, and you can make all of these cards step by step by step. I think there's even a tutorial or two on there as well. So it's giving you the basics to make you create the most incredible characters. Look at all these different characters. You've got monsters, you've got witches for the Halloween, you've got festive Father Christmas, you've got elves, you've got camels and Rudolph in there as well. You've got picking up the Christmas tree in the truck. You've got a tropical island. You've got dinosaurs in there as well. When you've got the basics, it's basically infinite. And of course, if you mix it with the Sizzix cardstock we got in the show, the beautiful coloured cardstock in the show, you don't have to colour it in because the cardstock will do it for you. APXC07 is the product code. Now, Janet in Merseyside says, "Hi Dave, I spent £200. If I spent £200, would I only get £20 off or £50 off?" No. It's a £25 limit is what you'll get back on that offer you're talking about, isn't it, on the website? Yes, it's not £25 per 100. It's if you spend over £100, you get £25 off your order. So thank you for the message, Janet, but no, it's £25. Nice try, but you asked and no. It's just £25 off any order over £100 on the website. Now, we've also got the amazing stamp sets as well. Now, I think last time I worked with Pete, we didn't actually have stock of these. I remember them selling out. We've got them back for you, and these are amazing because they are big, and they're positive, and they're amazing. And the deal that we've got for you with this is exceptional as well. I'm just looking here. Yeah, the price is going to be amazing. I've got some printed out boards here for you, and they're sort of characters, and well, not characters, but they're verses that perhaps you've not got in your stamping stash at the moment. Be the reason someone smiles today. How cool is that? Live in the moment, wishing you the happiest of birthdays. Lovely mix of fonts as well. Write your own story for someone special. That's one set. Next set is be a rainbow in someone else's cloud. Sending happiness. Thank you so very much. You are in my thoughts today. Bloom where you're planted. Then you've got sending the biggest hug ever. Thankful and grateful. It's the little things. I will always love you. Choose happy. And lastly, be kind to yourself. Wishing you joy. Positivity is a choice. Just wanted to say thank you and hello, friend. Now, they are all amazing, and they're lovely big stamps with great verses and great fonts to enjoy. £47.96 is their value and their worth. QCXC30. QCXC30. Today you can have all 4 sets. Imagine them with your fancy ink colours and your wonderful heat embossed embossing powders. You can have the lot for $24.99. And they really, Pete, are big enough to be the main focal point of a card, aren't they?
That's why they're designed, to be honest with you, Dave, because obviously we do a lot with the larger stencil format and things like that. So we wanted something that is going to, it doesn't necessarily dominate, depends the colours you do, but you don't have to, it's not, we've all got little sentiments to put on a card. It's nice to have a big one, which is good. And maybe just a little flower to accent that. Maybe a little flower made with your Infinite Doodles. So yeah, sometimes it can just be that stamp on a card.
Yeah.
That does the trick.
Yeah, and as you can see, a lot of them are separate. Some of them are joined together, but a lot of them are separate. So where you position the words on a card is very much down to you, okay? $24.99 saves you best part of over £20 off the price today, and you're going to get all of them. But that price, I've just been told by Kat's on today, you can probably tell. She's playing with me. We're going to do a special price. That is not your price. $24.99 should be the price. Yeah, that's what's on my sheet, but not today. It's at the moment £6.24 a set, and that's a lot of stamp for your money. £6.24 per set, okay? QCXC30. We are the home of Sizzix. We get the brilliant deals because of the volume that we are able to offer you at home. So many people watch Hobby Maker now, so thank you for that. We can get the deals because we can sell so many in such a short space of time. Okay, if you've checked out already, you'll all pay the final price, which is today below 20. That's £5 per set. If I just grab one, let me just grab one at random. I mean, this one, all of these are separate. All of those are separate stamps. Find your wings and fly, be the rainbow sending happiness. Oh, that was a different one to what I had on the board.
Set. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Oh, actually, so is this the right set?
No, that's from one. It's a separate item, that, I think.
That's the wrong one, beg your pardon. So these are the right ones on the boards?
Those are the right ones on the board. Sorry, Dave, apologies.
Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, so this is what you're going to be getting, sorry. That one was not included. This one is. This one is. This one is. And that one is. $19.99 gets you the lot. All 4 sets, £5 per stamp set. I mean, I would have thought one of those would have been, $2.99, £3 on its own. But to get all 1, 2, 3, 4,
it's 5 on each.
Yeah, 5 on each.
So it's just under
£1 a stamp.
Just under £1 a stamp.
Pretty amazing. And already a third of our entire stock is gone. QXCX30, we'll get that for you today. 1P&P for the whole day of $4.95. We do that every single day at Hobby Maker. But yeah, treat yourself to those. Another great deal. If you want them, just basically pop them in your basket. If you've never shopped with us before, just call the call centre. They will give you an account, or you can do that yourself on the website or the app as well. The app is free to download from your app provider. But the free phone number is free even on a mobile phone. 0800 001 4433. Say that you're brand new, you'd like to order QCXC30, and the operator and the call centre guys will sort you out, and you'll be a member of Hobby Maker. How about that? Easy as that.
Lovely.
Right, now back to the dies then. This is what is so exciting. It's basically shapes. And you look at them and you think, okay, well, what do I do with those? Well, that's for you to decide, because there is that tutorial and the tips on the website at Sizzix. Is that sizzix.co.uk?
.co.uk.
Okay. Yeah, go there and you'll find, if you search for Infinite Doodles, you'll actually come up with basically a plaque like this, but with numbers. You can actually transfer the numbers onto your dies as well if you wish to, or do a little chart. And it shows you what number die to use, in what order to make the characters, to make that object you want to make. But he's given you the basics. He's given you all the shapes that he knows you'll need to create characters, animals, vistas, scenes, mountain ranges, tropical islands. It's all in there. And when you did that brilliant thing with the acetate a few minutes ago and pointed out what shapes were used there, it seems obvious then. But when you look at it without that,
yeah, absolutely. You know, and I'm not kidding anybody. That sometimes you look at this and you think, where do I start? Where do I start? Well, you have to start. But once you do, and you said, you know, when you were looking at stuff, oh, that reminds me of, oh, that looks like, and when you were holding that up there, and I was looking at the screen, I was thinking, oh, why have I never used that like that before? Yeah. So I'm still coming up with stuff. And remember, send in your ideas. If there's something you want me to make, if you want to challenge the infinite claim.
We've got a few in.
Yeah. Oh, great. Well, we don't want anything like the Sistine Chapel ceiling, because I won't be able to do that between shows, but, you know.
Yeah, just send in any ideas that you want to see Pete make from these shapes. studio@hobbymaker.co.uk is the email address, and we will get one, select one, and then we'll do the reveal in the 5 o'clock show. But just to reiterate what you're getting die-wise, you're getting 63 dies, 59 in the shapes, and then you get the 4 background dies or texture dies as well. And they're amazing, so you can use them in all sorts of ways. And they themselves have got a value of about £25. That's what they normally would be. So you're getting those and the shapes for just £24.99. And the fun you'll have, and the family will have, putting all these shapes together, creating their own monsters, their own animals, the cats, the dogs, the characters, the people, whether they be elves, whether they be witches, whether they be Father Christmas, snowmen, whatever. The shapes are all in there for you to be able to create your own. All you need really is the Sizzix coloured cardstock, and off you go.
We're going to show this card in a second, Dave. Do you see the pizza?
Oh, the body, yes.
Yeah. So if you look at this Santa, pretty much you see the trim at the bottom. That was the crust.
Yes.
And the triangle of his body. That's your pizza.
Yeah.
It's right there.
He's not had too much pizza. He's quite a thin Santa.
He's not. Yeah, as Santas go, he is, I suppose.
He's a fit Santa.
Yeah.
$24.99 gets you the shapes. APXC07. Right, what are we making next then?
Well, we're going to make some. We are going to go festive, but before we do, I thought it might be fun to show some of the festive makes that we've made to give folks an idea of the absolute variety that we're getting here. Now, there's another Santa, and you see those little gifts. Look at the background there. That's a double background coming in there. So. Then, how about a little elf?
Fantastic.
You see this foundational shape, this body, the head, they're all foundational shapes. That's what we start with. Little truck with a tree in it. Again, 2 of the background dies. One to give the tree texture, one to give kind of like a snowy vista.
Have you ever been to a craft fair where cards like this have been available to buy, made by hand? Because I don't think I have. I've seen them, mass-produced in upmarket card shops, but handmade cards like this from scratch, I think, are very special.
Now, this is Merry Christmas, Poppy. That's my daughter. I did these for each member of the family last year,
Fantastic.
so I did it as a production line. I cut all my shapes. A couple of snowmen. Again, we're seeing these big foundational shapes, and then it's just about adding the detail. There's a Rudolph there.
So it's not just the shape that's important, it's the colour of the card as well, isn't it?
Very much so, very much so.
I love that one.
This is all Sizzix cardstock. So this guy, again, there's that triangular shape coming in, all the rectangles.
Christmas Eve last minute shopping. That's brilliant, isn't it?
Is that you?
No, I'm actually usually quite good.
I'm pretty good.
I usually start in October.
Yeah. Building scenes, I do when the kids go back to school. So I was thinking about
spread the cost.
So these scenes, there's 2 festive ones there. And again, you can see that pizza shape coming up as a mountain there.
Yeah.
There's Santa's body coming up as a mountain. We've got this one now, kids. I mean,
crocodile.
Oh boy, when I was 6 or 7, if I had this die set, unbelievable. But look at the textures as well in the background with the other dies. So we're gonna get festive.
It's like card making, art and model making all rolled into one, which is why I love this so much. I'm a keen model maker. So to me, components to make something from nothing, basically, is what kind of floats my boat. And that's what I think a lot of you are loving about this. And, rather than just getting random shapes, which could or could not work, Pete, being the artist that he is and the great cartoon artist that he is, knows the shapes that you're going to need for all those different things and make sure you've got them. So they're all in that set for under £25, plus you get the 4 background dies as well. APXC07, I'm excited to get these. So many of you have messaged in saying you've already got them and you've loved them and you use them all the time, which is brilliant. But for those like me who haven't seen these before, this is an opportunity to get something that should be £45 worth nearly for £24.99. And the fun you'll have using the coloured cardstock is infinite.
It is infinite. But you know what I love to hear is people saying that they've got them and they use them all the time. That's the important bit. It's not something like there's going to be a flash in the pan. It's something where the ideas are just going to grow and grow. Yeah. So I'm going to start off. We've got this texture die, and I've cut a background, and I put sort of cream on cream there. There's my texture. And I'll take this die. Now, to some people, this could be like, say, snow hanging off, a snowy cottage or something like that. This is so versatile. I'm going to put that there. Then we'll take this. Now, this is, again, one of those foundational dies. It could be the body. This one, somebody did a mermaid. I didn't think of a mermaid.
Oh,
and they used that as the tail.
It could be a moustache.
Yeah, well, exactly. And that's what it's going to be in this case, because we are going down the Santa route with
Now that one with the wavy top, that could be icing on the side of a cake.
Very much so, yep.
It could be clouds in the sky. It could be all sorts of things.
There you go. So we're going to run that through. And because this is double thickness, I'm going to run it through twice. I don't really need to, but it's always better to be safe than sorry.
Yep.
You don't want to do a partial cut. So
Don't forget the Sizzix Big Shot that Pete's using is in the show today at a new low price. If you just want the machine with the plates, I think it's under £120 today if you want it.
Yeah, and you know what? It's great to be an individual, and these give you individuality. It puts the creativity back in your hands. But you would be, if you were to buy a Big Shot, you would be not an individual, but one of 2 million people around the world who own these wonderful die-cutting machines. And the reason there's 2 million, because reliable, durable, you know, it just goes on, and it does exactly what you expect.
Well, I know our Sharon Curtis, who's coming up with Carnation in the next show, says that this particular size of Big Shot that we've got in the show today, which we'll talk about in a minute, is the most used machine that she has in her craft room.
Yeah, and this exactly the same for me. We have a lot of different machines. I love them all, and I use them all. But you can't go wrong with a Big Shot. No. You can't go wrong with a Big Shot. And I think because it's the machine, a lot of people bought the Plus and they bought the Switch, which is absolutely great. But because I think I started out with the Big Shot, I was actually at the launch of the Big Shot a million years ago. It was 2006, I think. I'm not sure. Anyway, we had a quiz in work. When was the launch of the Big Shot? And I put 2005, and it was actually 2006. And I was there, and I forgot. Anyway, age. So we've got all our bits and pieces going on. Let's grab a piece of white card because it makes it easier to see. Now you'll see I cut this background, right? But it's actually the little circles that I want out of that today, and then they will go into my little box of bits and pieces. Let's take some others that I've cut, because I've cut most of these beforehand, just to save a little bit of time, because once we've established how the machine works, well, the rest is, yeah, you don't need to see everything, but I wanted you to see these bits that I cut from the ivory with the texture, obviously. Now, this is going to be Santa's beard. Okay. And this is going to be his face. But he's Santa, so he's going to want some rosy cheeks. And you'll notice I put a little bit of glue on this mat, which is dried. There you go. There's me thinking I'm going to get ahead of myself, but I didn't. So let's pop a bit more, because when I'm working with small shapes, I do like to apply the glue to something. This is just my 3D foam pads, which are a lovely surface for popping this on. So I'm going to take, and again, it's a very subtly deeper shade of pink.
Right.
Which is all I want. So those are going to be his rosy cheeks. There's his beard. So he's starting to take shape. The next step, where's his mustache? There it is. Now, what I could do with this is, if I wanted, I could bulk that up with 3D foam.
Right.
But instead of that, I'm going to take my tweezers and I'm going to give it a slight curl. So we'll take a little more glue and pop that in place. So we've built that dimension in by curling that up like that. Now it's time for the eyes. And again, we're going to use, and I'm going to use 2 different sizes of circles here. And it's going to give it a kind of a quirky sort of appeal. So we'll put that, and you can see they're not exact circles either, which again gives it something a little bit left field. There you go. So yeah, but I mean, if you drank 5 billion glasses of sherries, you look a bit strange as well, you know.
I don't think I'd be awake.
This was sorry.
I don't think I'd be awake.
Oh, I think that was the first thing. My Auntie Blodwin, who used to live next door to my nan, every year we went round from about the age of 9. Have a sherry, it's Christmas. I think everybody's had an Auntie Blodwin at some point, haven't they? So,
oh yeah.
There you go. So these little things, they could be, now these shapes, this is off a die here. These could be mouths.
Yeah.
Okay, they could be eyebrows.
Ears.
They could be so many different things. And that's a really handy kind of little micro set to have. Now, I'm going to put, this is going to be his hair, which is coming
He
up.
looks a bit like Uncle Albert from Only Fools and Horses now.
He just does. During the war, son.
Very good.
Thank you very much. Don't ask for any more impressions. I think that's it. I've just topped out at Uncle Albert. There you go.
He used to live, he's not around anymore, sadly, but he used to live where I do down on the south coast, Bournemouth way. And you used to see him driving around because his big beard, you could always see it.
Yes, I suppose so.
First thing you saw in the windscreen.
Good grief. There you go. Now, remember this one here. Remember this. I'm actually going to trim this down to size. So I'm going to take my scissors, because that's another thing about these. You don't have to just take the shape that's been cut. You can mold them, manipulate them, cut them to the size that you want. There we are. So that's going to be the trim on his hat.
Yeah.
This one here is going to be the little bobble on the end, like so. And then we'll put these together now. So a bit more glue. There you go. And then we'll turn them over. Let the glue dry. That's a good idea, Pete. See, live TV, we don't let the glue dry, do we? We're just keen to move on to the next thing.
Now, if you want to see Pete create a character from these shapes, and it's your suggestion, not his, you've got literally 10 minutes to get your email in, and then Pete, in between shows, will go off and kind of put something together, and we'll give that to the person that requested that character or that object or whatever it is. So what do you want Pete to create from these shapes in the 5 o'clock show? You've got 10 minutes to get your message in, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk.
There you go, and this is it. There's your Santa. There's a couple of 3D pads on the back. And there we have it. And there's your Christmas card.
Brilliant.
All done, all set.
Well, think how many other characters and how many other cards for so many other scenes that you can make during the year. It's not just a Christmas set, this is basically shapes that are going to give you the possibility of creating all sorts of characters, all sorts of animals, all sorts of scenes as well. We've shown you churches that have been made from these shapes. We've shown you trucks that have been made, carrying Christmas trees on the back. We've shown you snowmen, Father Christmas. We've shown you all sorts. I can see over there's even more, which we'll probably see a bit later on in the next show. Yeah. Even letters of the alphabet, just to show you, this is the quirkiest font I've ever seen, but it's made from the shapes you're getting in the Infinite Doodles. Look at that.
There you go.
That's amazing.
That's it. So if I can't make it, I can write it.
Yeah.
At least we know that. Now, how about, so what we did as well when we did the display, we actually wrote the word Christmas.
I love it.
You know, so it's about getting those colours right. That's the Sizzix cardstock for you. And even Halloween, you know, to go with our Halloween cards.
I did not see, looking at these shapes, I did not see letters of the alphabet in there at all. But the truth of the matter is, they're there. It's how you use the shapes. And that's what Pete's going to kind of teach you by buying these today. And remember, you don't just get those, you are going to get the texture dies as well, which make great backgrounds, but also they make great textures for animals like zebras and giraffes, that sort of thing as well. So you're going to get those 4 dies. They're normally £24.99 on their own, but you get both sets today for £24.99. Again, we're all about making art accessible to everybody. I remember Sandra Rushton saying to me, she was told at school she wasn't an artist, she was no good at art. Now look at her. I mean, everyone I think has got art in them if you've got the right advice and the right tools, and these are the tools that will...
They are, and like we said, they're very forgiving because you can move them around till you get them where you want them. Yeah. You know, my advice actually, you know what, is to cut them all out and have a box of them and just play around with them and see what pops out at you. But I just want to show you some Halloween because we cut the word Halloween, of course. So there you go. Look at that. There's a witch. Now, because if you've been watching the whole show, you probably see some of these shapes. Her chin, that's Santa's hat, you know?
And that's the mustard, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the mustard coming down there and coming down there as well. Then we got another little witch. There you go. So there's your triangles. Yep. There's the mustard. There's the other loopy thing. Now you see a cape at the bottom. Yep. That was the Santa body, but I used that die. Remember the one we just used? Yes. I cut into it with that. So I've created that kind of effect. How about a cauldron, some pumpkins? Again, that is the Santa body, that cauldron.
Oh, the witch's cat as well.
There you go. And a pumpkin, and some candles, and a skull, and a moon. So there's the bat. Again, and you're seeing this shape coming up. time and again.
They are so distinctive. They will be so popular if you do sell your cards, and they'll be loved by people if you gift them to friends and family. Because, you know, I've not seen anything quite like them. Anything like them I have seen, they've been mass produced by big companies, and they're always the most expensive cards. But you can make yours completely unique. No two cards need ever be the same, and no two characters need ever be the same either. £24.99 gets you both of them today. Should be nearly £45, so a great saving and hours of fun for the whole family to enjoy. APXC07. Maybe that's the first thing you've ever thought of buying, and you've never really been a crafter or a card maker, but you're thinking, I like putting things together, I like making things, model making, that sort of thing. Well, that's what this is, but with cardstock. Now, I did mention we've got the Big Shot on offer today as well. Now, the Big Shot machine, this is the mid-range one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the classic. This is what we call, this is our standard. This is our standard bearer. It's, of course, everybody knows the Big Shot. It was launched in 2006. It's, you know what, it's really rugged. It's really durable.
I tell you what,
super strong.
I'm on a few forums, crafting forums, where people obviously share ideas and share inspiration and ask questions. And one question that often gets asked is, okay, I need to buy a new die cutting machine. Which one would you recommend? And this is always top of recommendations. Everyone says the same. Well, not everyone, but 99% of people that I've seen say the Big Shot, you can't go wrong with it. It's going to last you years and years and years. It's a tried and tested design. It takes the big dies as well.
Takes the big dies, the deep steel rule dies. So maybe you want to go into quilting at some point. Maybe you want to cut other types of materials. You are future-proofed with a machine like this. So you don't want to buy a machine, well, you know, each to their own, but this one will go with you on the journey, wherever that journey may take you.
Now, this should be £135.99. That's the price it should be any day of the week. Today, at Hobby Maker, you can have it for £119.99, which is amazing. And it's on 3 split payments as well. So that means that if you want to spread interest-free over 3 payments rather than paying in one, you can pay just that £39.99 today, the first payment, plus your P&P of £4.95, and it'll be on its way. And remember, it's the Sizzix brand that always prints the plate formation on the base. So you never have to worry about losing an instruction booklet or anything like that. And it's the simplest formations to follow, it really is.
Yeah, so there is, I mean, there's thinlets, there's framelets, there's 3D embossing folders, 2D embossing folders, there's all sorts of things, all sorts of different products. And if you want to know how to make up your sandwich, to cut or emboss the different things, then this is the way to go. You will not have to download a PDF, or you will not have to keep your instructions sellotaped to the bottom of your machine.
Nope.
It's always here for you to see. It's always there, so no confusion.
And probably, I reckon, for about 90 to 95% of your dies are going to fit through this. There will be some that won't. You need the A4 machine for, but the majority, and this is what I know Sharon's been saying to me, the majority of her dies that she uses on a daily basis, she uses this machine because it's portable, it's easily movable, you don't have to, negotiate the big A4 plates. Half the time you don't need them, or most of the time you don't need them, whereas this one is the one that I think most people have as their go-to machine. So if you'd like yours today, already getting lots of callers coming in for this, FV1S89 is the product code. If you've got any questions about split pay or anything like that, just call the call centre. They're there. They're upstairs in the building, just outside Birmingham. 0800 001 4433, and they will process your order for you as well. Now, we've got all the suggestions that came through, and we put them on what you sometimes see on my kind of giveaway wheel. My face isn't on this one this time, you'll be pleased to know. But okay, let's have a little spin, and someone is going to get selected, and we'll find out what their suggestion was for Pete to make in the 5 o'clock show from those shapes. Okay. Okay. Something for the sewing room, Gemma says.
That's, something for the... Challenge accepted.
Okay.
You don't scare me.
We will, or I say we, the royal we, Pete will get working on that and come up with an idea and do that for you in the 5 o'clock show. And Gemma, whatever he makes, we'll send to you as a thank you for taking part this afternoon, okay? But that's a challenge and a half.
That is a challenge and a half, yeah. And do you know what? I've got to get busy because I was going to sit down and watch Sharon Curtis, but I'm not going to have time.
Now, Gemma actually says, hi, Pete and the BTS team. I have these doodles and love them, and I've been thinking of trying some new sewing-themed images to create for my mum's sewing room. Do you think a sewing machine, cotton reel, something embroidery style would be created, Pete? You have such an eye for these things, and I'd love your input.
Yes, and you will see at 5 o'clock, because I'm going to get busy now. There's no fancy coffees for Pete, there's no breaks.
No snicking out to Mucky D's.
No, it's work, work, work. So there you go.
All right.
Come back at 5 and we'll have something for you at the top of the show, I promise.
Brilliant. Thank you for all your input today. Gemma, if you could just send your customer number and your address to us, that would be great. Just send it to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Then we can actually send out what Pete makes for you in the 5 o'clock show. Pete's back with more inspiration from the Infinite Doodles at 5. Don't forget the Sizzix cardstock. Don't forget those fantastic verse stamps as well at a brilliant price. If you've missed anything, you can watch the show back a bit later or have a look at what has been in the show at our website and on the app as well. Coming up next, another fantastic show. Carnation Crafts are back. Sharon and myself will bring you Oh So Chic. It's a back to air. Brilliant price. Lots of split pay opportunities as well and great artwork from Carnation. Cheers, Pete.
Thank you, man.
See you in a minute.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker.
Just so you know, Hobbymaker is now live every day from 1 o'clock till 9 p.m. That's more time for fun, more time for crafting, more time for demos, and more time with your favourite crafters and your favourite presenters. See you on Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, welcome back. It's getting ready for the weekend. It's a Friday. We're here right the way through until 8 o'clock at Hobbymaker. Hope you're having a lovely afternoon with us. Sharon is back. We've got a great team this afternoon.
We've got a lovely
Pete,
team, haven't
you.
we? It's nice to catch up with Pete, because
Absolutely.
normally Pete and I are here separate days, so it's
Yeah,
nice.
because you both work for Sizzix. And,
Yeah,
so.
it's nice to see Pete.
Now imagine having, a bit like Sharon, probably the most glamorous dressing table. Or maybe
Just
not.
like me.
But it's got all the wonderful glamorous things. It's got the wonderful perfume dispensers. It's got your lipstick. It's got your fantastic, beautiful brushes, that sort of thing. That's what Oh So Chic is all about. It's all about getting ready for a fantastic occasion, a special night out, a special celebration, all the kind of glamorous things about getting ready. And that's what Carnation have done with this collection today. Oh So Chic is here today at an incredible price. And the good news is with us, you get the option of split pay if you want to buy it and spread the cost. Let's start with the main collection, the main card over here, because this is always the showstopper. This is always what attracts attention first and foremost. And Carnation have done the most incredible. When I talk about like a dressing table, I look at that shape and I think the most glamorous mirror.
Yes, yes, it's exactly that. The lovely mirror with the two side pieces, very glamorous. Carnation do this so well because you don't just get the elements, you always get a showstopper. So this is your card shape that you can then put all your other elements onto. The artwork you're going to be downloading from Carnation's website.
Yep, which is carnationcrafts.co.uk.
If you go to downloads, then click on free downloads, then search for Oh So Chic. You will see all the artwork there ready for you to download. And what's beautiful about this is the colourways in this are just stunning. With the reason I'm mentioning the artwork is you've actually got two different colourways included for that mirror. So it can be a mirror. You've got the kind of blue tone for it to be a mirror, but there's also a lovely golden tone one. And that gives you the versatility to use that card shape, not just as a mirror.
Like a picture frame,
It can
maybe.
just be like a lovely frame to, just almost like mats and layers. So there's lots of versatility with this collection. You're not limited to the sort of dressing table theme. And as you can see, the artwork, this is, the artwork with Carnation is always just breathtaking.
Well, the lovely thing about Carnation as well is that you know where the artwork has come from, because very often with card collections out there on the market, you just see the artwork and have got no idea whether it's a license, whether it's been done by hand. All of Carnation's artwork is done by Nick and his fantastic team, the art team at Carnation, all hand done. So you know the pedigree of where it's come from. You know that they, with open arms, say to you, you can make and sell as much as you want for good causes or for personal profit. They're absolutely fine with that. So the idea is, and this one, it's a little bit different with us here at Hobby Maker. You buy the deal and get the deal from us, $79.99 LC9C21. You can do that either on the phones, 0800 001 4433, or you can go to our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, or tap the app. Order the deal. You get the option then either on the phones or on the website of having split pay, which means today you only have to find 26.66. 26.66 is your first split pay of 3. There'll be another payment this time next month, and then the final one in 2 months' time. But the dies will be dispatched straight away from Carnation directly to your door once you've made that first payment. Now you're going to get not only that amazing card shape, which, as Sharon quite rightly said, could be the most glamorous mirror, it could be the most amazing picture frame. You're also going to get these other dies as well, which are everything you associate with getting glamorous for a night out on the town, going out maybe to a lovely show, going out to maybe a ball or a fundraising event, anything like that. You've got your perfume bottle, you've got your brushes for your makeup, you've got the lipstick, you've got the compact there as well. If we get in a bit closer, we can see there's the beautiful floral arrangements you can see there as well, beautiful floral sprays. And the artwork, like Sharon said, is absolutely exquisite. The use of colours is incredible. Going down a bit further, you've got a daisy clutch bag there as well, taking you on that fantastic night out. You've then got the accessories, your jewellery, your earrings, your little clutch bag as well. Well, it could be a little pouch to put your jewellery in, that could be, couldn't it, as well?
Yeah.
So all of that, you're going to get the whole lot for $79.99. So order it now. Then go over to carnationcrafts.co.uk, go to their website, click on downloads and then free downloads, and then basically search for Oh So Chic. And you can search, you'll see Oh So Chic, click on that, the artwork for it will come up, and you'll get obviously the free downloads and the background papers that are there as well, of course, which back up your purchase today. So the artwork is totally free. Bearing in mind there's a team of 3 that work on the artwork continually at Carnation, it's amazing that they offer you the artwork free. Sometimes they give you different colour variants as well for an extra added price if you want to buy them. You choose whether to or not, but the actual main artwork is there for you free to complement the dies. So you don't have to have any worrying about colouring in or anything like that. That's all done for you. match the die up with the artwork, run it through your machine, and then basically job done. $79.99 LC9C21. Now, we've also got another die set in the show too, and that's this one just here, and then we'll go and look at the boards in a sec. But if you want to see these, now obviously with a glamorous night out and a fantastic dressing table full of gorgeous glamorous things, these are separate, but you've got the most drop-dead gorgeous high-heeled shoes. Oh my word.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? And we've added these because they work so well theme-wise, because these lovely killer heels are a card shape in themselves. So if you think of all the accessories you've got with your dressing table, they're going to work equally as well with the shoes. So you've got your lovely florals there, all of the sort of cosmetics, the perfume bottle would look beautiful on the shoes as well.
And to be fair, even on the other collection we talked about a few minutes ago, you could even make a card blank out of the little perfume bottle if you just wanted a dainty little card like that. A lot of the objects could actually be card blanks and card shapes in their own right. But these shoes are to die for. And, you know, we all know people who've got maybe a larger collection of shoes than maybe they would own up to. This will make a fantastic gift and a fantastic card for someone that you know like that, or maybe that's you, I don't know. That you've got all the mats and layers there as well. There are numerous mats and layers for them. You do get the die to cut out both of them, your left and right, and you get that beautiful ornate die just there. It's almost like a ceiling, what do you call it?
Yes, it is like a ceiling rose almost, isn't it? The sort
beautiful.
of, yeah.
In a ballroom or something like that.
And look at the mats and layers that you've got with that. That would work really well for your sentiment, all sorts of things as well.
And you've also got the sentiment there looking fabulous included in that.
Yes.
And if I just turn it around so you can see the size, look at what you're getting. That's a huge amount of metal. There are 17 dies in there, and that today is £44.99. And again, the artwork for that is totally free to print off from Carnation's website. Just go for Killer Heels, look for Killer Heels when you go to the download section, and the artwork for that will be there for you as well. It is JK9C21. JK9C21. $44.99. That's going to make drop-dead gorgeous cards. It really, really is. And I think we all know, I've got at least probably half a dozen people that I can think of that I could send a card like that to.
With us girls, I'm handbags and trainers.
Yeah.
But I've got a couple of friends that spend a fortune on shoes.
Yeah.
And I've got a ridiculous amount of shoes. So, yeah, we've all got some of those friends, haven't we?
Absolutely. And it's probably one of the most glamorous die sets I can remember. So really, really elegant, very sophisticated. I don't know how you walk in shoes like that, as being a guy.
I certainly couldn't walk in
I couldn't
shoes like
either.
that.
I wouldn't even attempt to try. JK9C21 is the product code if you want that today. Should we go and have a look at the boards?
Shall
Is
we?
that all right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
now the boards show you everything that's in both of these collections, okay, step by step. So firstly, the main card shape.
The main card shape. So this is the vanity mirror card shape. And you can see from this board how much you're getting here.
Yeah.
Because, and this is what I love about Carnation, you're getting your card shape. This is the sort of vanity mirror. But look at how many mats and layers you've got. And then you've got these beautiful, ornate, detailed layers as well, which can be just used independently. You know, if you look at this centerpiece here, that's perfect for popping a sentiment on and maybe just using one or two of the layers underneath it. So lots of different elements here. And then you've got your mirror, your little hand mirror, and your hair.
Now that die set on its own is $49.99. $44.99, beg your pardon. It's on the side of the screen there if you want it on its own. That's over half the price of the main bundle. So, you know, it really kind of rubber stamps the value for money you get with the main bundle.
Yeah, there's a, you know, when you think of this in terms of the amount of metal you're getting in the set. And let me just show you the artwork because that's where it really comes to life. So this is the same set, but these are your vignettes that are going to work with this. I've got here the alternative colourway. So this is what I was saying about one colourway looks like a mirror. It's got this sort of blue tone to it, so it looks very much like a reflective mirror. But when you download your artwork, you do have this alternative colourway as well, which is a lovely subtle gold. So instantly you're moving away from it being a mirror and it can be just a frame. It can just be a matte and layer. So
and that could have a verse in it, couldn't it? Not just a topper. You could have a verse or...
It could have all sorts, yeah. It's just a great sort of everyday useful die. And then, of course, you've got your different sizes. So these are for the side pieces. Then you've got these beautifully delicate hair slide and hairpin, your hand mirror. And then this is great. This is just a really useful matte and layer independently of the of the design.
And with Carnation, it's all about versatility.
It is.
Everything is snippable. If anything, like the centre of that frame is attached, you'll have little pips that hold it in place, which you can easily snip, so you can cut the middle out.
Yes, you always get that with Carnation. You can see on this one here, it's not fully attached all the way around. There are just like little pip marks, so it's very easy to snip out the centre panel if you want a lovely, beautiful, intricate frame on its own. And I love that. They think of all those little details, and that's why we love Carnation so much. So this is your perfume bottle. This is Essence of Glamour. Love this, and I love the lovely sort of filigree leaf pattern you've got going on behind it. This on its own is a showstopper. And as always with Carnation, you've got a mat to go with it, which means you can use that mat to create a card base in itself. As you said, you could make a small little card with just this. And then you've got all these the artwork is just stunning. The detail in it is beautiful. And you've got these lovely sort of daisies on the front, which would look lovely with little pearls on. You can decorate those.
And that die, by the way, is $14.99 on its own, but it's included in the bundle, obviously.
Now we've got the daisy clutch. This is the lovely handbag. Now I think this one goes beautifully with the killer heels as a combo. Put this with the shoes and you've got an instant card for those sort of girls that love their shoes and handbags. The flower on this is beautiful. You can decoupage that up, cut it out separately, because that's the beauty of having artwork that you print out yourself. It's endless. You can print out as many as you want. You can snip into them. So that's really beautiful. And again, you've got your mat and layer. So if you want to make this actually into a card in itself, you can.
Superb.
Really pretty. Then these are sort of your decorative elements. So you've got this lovely little vase. This is your dresser posies. So you've got the lovely florals, which could just be sitting on your dressing table. But equally, these are going to be really nice decorative elements. I'm always drawn to the florals in a set. It's always my favourite. And then you've got these two different little sort of vases. This can be a little vase to pop your florals in, or it can just be decorative on your dressing table. The flowers, again, are going to work really well with those killer heels, especially this one where you've got the height. It's going to work perfectly with the height of the high-heeled shoes. So that is your dresser posies. Then we've got Totally Made Up. This is your makeup. Love this. The details in these are just so beautiful. So you've got your little compact, you've got your little powder puff, you've got lipsticks, you've got brush, you've got nail varnish, and you've even got your eyeliner. And again, the way that Carnation do their vignettes and their artwork means that you've got so many different ways to use these. Because you've got mirrored vignettes, you can sort of have them facing either direction.
I mean, this card we're looking at the moment, it looks almost like a beauty hamper because they're actually kind of coming out the top of the box.
They're like coming out the top of a box.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, think of the other collections you've got. I know lots of you are huge Carnation fans, and every time a collection comes out, you're just adding to the elements that you've got to decorate things with. So, yeah, this is a beautiful collection. I love the colourway of this collection as well. It's really, really subtle.
Any Carnation collection is a great starting point because they're all self-contained, but of course they all are going to work in with previous collections that you've got. You can mix and match different elements from previous collections and bring them into here. You can bring in some of the Carnation characters into here if you wanted to.
You can, and that's the key thing, as you were saying, Dave, about the artwork being hand-drawn in-house. Yeah. Every collection from Carnation is drawn by Nick and his team.
Yes.
So the style continues through, and it does mean that you can go back, buy a Carnation collection from 3 years ago, and it's going to work with a collection today because the artwork's consistent. So, yeah, it's the attention to detail as well. So now we've got our glinting accessories. So this is your jewellery and this beautiful sort of, it's almost like a berry spray. It's really pretty. Lovely diamond earrings and a ring. And then you've got a little pouch that you could put your jewellery in or just have as a decorative element on your dressing table. This, again, is going to work really well with the shoes if you're adding in the killer heels.
Totally.
Which I would be because I think they work so well together.
Oh, yeah.
And then we've got our butterflies. So this is social butterflies. These work really beautifully with the collection. The colourways in these are going to just give that little finishing touch to your cards. And of course, butterflies. These are going to work with any collection you've got in your collection from any brand.
Absolutely.
We all love butterflies. And I love the artwork on these. I'm a particular fan of these. These are just stunning.
Now, I know what you're thinking. We want to see the artwork with the shoes. What artwork do we get if we buy the shoes? Have you got the next board that shows that?
I do.
Now, look at the shoes. These are incredible. Not only the shape of them and the height of the heel, but also the embossing detail you've got. All those lines you can see on the burgundy diagram at the top, all those white lines are embossed into the cardstock.
They are. It's absolutely stunning. And of course, you've got your mats and layers, which means that behind your shoes, first of all, you can create your card base and it can open out because obviously you've got the two shoes back to back, which means instantly you've got your card shape. You've got this lovely filigree panel. You've got your mats and layers here for sentiment. You've got your sentiment. But yeah, when you look at the shoes and you see the little the detail in them in the artwork, it's absolutely stunning.
Think about weddings maybe. It could be a lovely wedding card, someone that's into dancing, maybe ballroom dancing, or just someone who's just got a real passion for upmarket shoes and has got a massive collection. This is only $44.99. It's got a Cinderella feel about it as well.
It
If
has.
you just wanted one slipper, just one of the shoes, you could snip it.
And here's one of the vignettes. Let's put this on white actually. So
Look at the artwork of that.
It's beautiful, isn't it? So you've got all that lovely, I mean, they do look like wedding shoes,
Yeah,
don't
they do.
they? In this colourway, they're just beautiful. And of course, you've got the ability with Carnation to do double-sided, which means if you are using this as your card base, the back is going to look as beautiful as the front. And of course, you've only got to fold it down the centre there, and it's going to stand up on its own and be just a beautiful backdrop for any of your elements. You know, you can pop any of your other accessories sort of around. The florals are going to work really well with it. I've got some florals here.
And of course, just like with the main Oh So Chic collection, all you have to do to get the artwork for the shoes is visit carnationcrafts.co.uk. After you've bought the dies from us, then go to downloads, free downloads, and then put in Killer Heels in the search box, and up will pop the artwork. And that is a free thing from Carnation. You don't have to pay for that, so that's fantastic. You may have to pay for extra colorways if you want, but the initial original colorway of all the collections like that are always free. Now, to go with the collections today, the only other thing that you may well want to consider going for, I say the only other thing, already you're going for the Oh So Chic Perfect Papers. Whenever a collection is produced, Carnation go about setting about producing coloured cardstock that complements the artwork, that doesn't clash with it at all. What you've got here, this is 48 A4 300 GSM sheet, so it's cardstock rather than paper, but the colours, as you can see there, complement the artwork in the main collection. So if I just pick up a card at random, you can see there all those colourways that are in the artwork, the golds, the blues, the reds, the pinks, the so on. All of those have been duplicated in the perfect papers. So for mats and layers, you never ever have a worry about something not working, a colour not kind of going particularly well, maybe it clashing with something else. You never have that worry. And $14.99, remember, if you're buying the dies, you've paid your P&P, this is delivered without any more P&P for you. £14.99 for 48 sheets, and it's WY9C63. And while you're there on the website, printing out the artwork, which I know lots of you are doing right now, while you're there, look at also the background papers and also the inserts, which are also there. They're also going to be in the same colorways to coordinate with them, and they're also free when you bought the collection as well. So all of that is at carnationcrafts.co.uk after you've bought it from our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, to get the split pay, to get the deal. $14.99 for the perfect papers, and of course the two collections are there, already proving very, very popular this afternoon, so check out your baskets if you could. Okay, Sharon, what are you doing first?
We're going to have to look at that card shape first of all, aren't we? We're going to have to do that beautiful ornate mirror. So what I've done is I've cut the sort of outside layer of the dies from Carnation white cardstock. So this is a really good 350 GSM sturdy card. So this is great for your bases. So if you don't have any of Carnation's white cardstock, have a look on the website, because it's my go-to for making card bases, because it is so, you know, so sturdy. And you need that when you're adding a lot of decorative elements and you're going in with your gel glue. You're adding quite a lot of weight, so you want a really good base.
Also, just to remind you that today it's the last day of our 12 Days of Christmas promotion. If you go on the website, it's only web-based products today. If things on TV don't qualify for this, but if you go to the website, if you spend over £100, you'll get a 25% discount on your purchase if you use the code FESTIVE25. That's for anything on the website that's not on TV today. You've got to go and find it yourselves, though, but have a little look. Spend over £100, get £25 off. And no, you don't get £50 off if you spend £200. We did get a question on that earlier on. It's basically £25 off any spend over £100 on web-based products today.
So I've got my mats and layers, which I've cut from my perfect papers, of course. And I've gone with the pink. Now, the colours you get in your perfect papers just work so beautifully. You've got pinks and blues predominantly, and then you've got some lovely sort of cream and beige that are going to go really well. And what Carnation generally do, I won't say always because it does vary, but you generally get a sort of light and a dark shade, say, of the pink. And I tend to start with the darker shade and work in light if I'm doing mats and layers, but Carla does the opposite way from me, so everyone's different, and we all, you know, we all have our little ways, don't we? So what I'm going to do is start with this lovely dark rich pink, and that's going to be my first layer. Now I'm going to put a bit of dimension to this, so I'm going to just add some foam tape to the back. Not really chunky, this is quite a thin foam tape, but it's just going to raise it a little bit. It's quite nice to have some elements of your card raised up just so you get a little bit of shadow, and it just gives a bit of interest. But obviously the choice is yours. You've got all the options, and we all like to do things differently, don't we?
We do.
So this is going to layer perfectly on there.
And things like double-sided foam tape, they'll be on the website. Carnation, by the way, have got a brand shop on our website where you can buy things like the tiny lights that they do, the 7-day glue, all the other accessories. It's a complete kind of craft shop, isn't it?
It is, and they have a lot of really, really handy basics. I use quite a lot of Carnation things when I'm doing other things. I use the tiny lights a lot. They're great for adding details.
Glue gel?
Glue gel, and the other thing I use a lot when I'm doing Sizzix Eileen Hull, the magnets. Carnation make the best magnets for doing closures on journals and that kind of thing, because quite often when you get magnets, they add quite a lot of bulk.
Yes, these are nice and thin.
Carnation ones are tiny and thin, but strong enough to hold your closure. So I definitely have a look at all the everyday essentials that Carnation do, because they're fabulous quality, and as I say, I use them all the time, regardless of what I'm doing. So you do have a few different mats and layers. I like to keep it simple and just have one colour, and then I'm going with my beautiful vignette, and I'm going with the lovely gold tone colourway because I had the choice. You've got the choice when you download between this sort of mirror colour or the more golden tone.
And there's no limit to how many you download either and how many times you print it off. So
no, and I would say if you're popping the collection in your basket, go over this afternoon and download all your vignettes, then you've got them ready.
I hear from so many people, because I obviously represent Carnation away from Hobbymaker as well, and I hear so many people that say they get such a buzz when they've made their purchase, just going to get the free artwork and then sitting there through the afternoon just looking at it, admiring it, thinking, I've only got to wait a day or two for my dies, then I can cut it all out. But the projects you can make with Carnation are astonishing. They really, really are.
Yeah, it is exciting. I do the same, Dave. When I know I'm doing a show for Carnation and they're posting me out the stuff, I will quite often go and download the vignettes and start printing them off so that when I get the package, I'm sort of ready to go. So yeah, it's nice. Now I've got the wrong day, Dave, I'm afraid. I've got Thursday.
7-day glue's got to be the right day. Got to be a Friday.
I didn't have a Friday, so I'm a day behind. Now I'm going to pop the side panels down just with some of my everyday glue.
Now, the only reason it's got the days of the week on it is because you get 7 bottles of it.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
the
bit
only
of
reason.
fun.
The glue is exactly the same in each bottle, so you don't have to use it on a certain day.
It is, and if you are stocking up on basic essentials today, this is a fabulous glue.
Yeah.
It's got very little water content to it.
I'm just thinking, if you did want your everyday glue and you wanted to buy the tiny lights, you wanted to buy the magnets, you wanted to stock up on pro print paper, that sort of thing.
Yes.
If you do spend over £100, you will get £25 off, because none of that has been on our TV shows today. It's all things that you're going to be buying anyway over the months to come. So why not get £25 off? If you spend over 100, you can spend £101 and you'll get the £25 off. Spend 150, you'll get £25 off. So any purchase over £100 on the website, not just on Carnation, but anything at all that's just on the web today, not on TV, okay? And it'll all be covered by a 1-day P&P.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
Win-win.
Now, another essential you might want is the ball tools. These are fabulous. When Carnation create their dies, they're not just looking at the shape and the outline. They will always be putting little cut lines into the shape, into each petal, so that when you come in with your ball tool and the mat, you're not going to sort of tear your card, because what you're going to do is just roll the ball over each flower, and those little cut lines will enable you to shape the card. And it does it really quickly. If you didn't have the cut marks in, you'd have to sort of go really carefully and go through the sizes with the ball tool.
And also, without the cut lines, the cardstock would probably crease.
It would, yeah, it would, or crack.
Yeah.
And it gives you, it just elevates your card, because you've got dimension straight away. You know, I've got no foam tape or anything there, but that's got a beautiful shape to it. And you'll notice this one, it can be sort of at the bottom, sort of on your dressing table if you want, but it fits beautifully over the top there. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to pop a bit of gel glue on. And
don't forget, we do advise you, for the best quality of vignettes, to download or to purchase some of the ProPrint paper. There's various different GSMs, different weights, but the ProPrint paper is exquisite. And by the way, if you're watching us in the USA as well, you too can order from us with Carnation. Your shipping and handling now is capped at $14.95. So if you fancy this, you can buy it from us and we'll get it shipped over to you no matter where you are in the States as well.
The ProPrint is an essential.
Yeah.
I should have brought it with me actually. Somewhere I've got where I printed some vignettes on normal cardstock and the ProPrint, and there's a very visible difference.
Yeah, you get a much better quality of print.
The richness of colour, yeah. Most cardstock, printing cardstock, has got chalk in it.
Yeah.
And the more chalk, the more it's going to sort of soak up your inks. ProPrint's got quite a low content, which means that your colours are going to stay vibrant, because the ink basically sits on the cardstock rather than sinking in, and you're going to find you'll use less ink as well.
So chalky cardstock will absorb the ink and make it duller and flatter.
Yes.
So ProPrint gives you a more vibrant finish. And that's what's been used on all of the samples. So if you want to recreate exactly the same artwork that we've got here today with the same impact, ProPrint is your new best friend, basically.
It is. You know, it's funny, before I started doing shows for Carnation, I always heard Carla talking about it, and I thought, oh, I'm sure it can't make that much difference. But then
it does.
It absolutely does, quite drastically so. So I'm going to pop my perfume bottle there, and of course my kind of wings of my mirror are going to tuck in. So I'm going to keep that clear so that I've got that movement there. So I'm going to pop some of my makeup. So I've got my perfume bottle there, and I'm going to shape all these elements, give them just a little bit of a curve, and then arrange them to set the scene for my dressing table. So I think we'll have that there.
Lovely.
And I'm using a gel glue, which means I can not only give these a bit of height and shape, but also I can tuck things in easily and rearrange them, because I'm kind of making this up as I go along, as I always do.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
I think that's what most of us do at home.
Well, and this is the beauty of having the vignettes and the dies, because you can spend an afternoon literally cutting out everything, and then you'll have a massive pile of all these different elements to sort of play with, and it means you can just sort of rearrange to your heart's content till you get something you're happy with. The detail on this artwork is just stunning.
Well, I've been up there when I've been at their head office, seeing Nick and the team doing the artwork, and they spend literally days.
They do, don't they?
Honing it, getting it just right, and then they don't charge you for it. You get the artwork free.
Yeah.
Okay, some of the different colourways they do say that'd be an extra £1 for that colourway.
Yeah, but even the extra colourways are only pound.
I know.
The odd pound or two, aren't they? They're not expensive, and I'd say you probably start with what the free download, and then make as many cards as you want, and then perhaps when you want to liven it up, you can go and choose a different colour to.
Because the artwork is so good, that's what virtually guarantees you that you'll make a show-stopping card every single time. Because if you do it by hand or by pen or paint or whatever, there's always that element of, oh, is it going to go wrong? Is it going to look great? All the artwork is professional, and they let you sell what you make as well. And they're absolutely fine for you to do that.
Yeah, they have a very generous angel policy. As long as you cut it, you can sell it. So you can even sell bags of die cuts, which is probably the most generous.
Yeah.
The most generous angel policy I've ever seen, to be honest. So I've got my little nail varnish. I'll put that there.
And we've all got people in our lives that maybe love their makeup, maybe they kind of buy every type of makeup they can think of and they collect it. Everyone I know that loves their shoes would really appreciate that, that fantastic shoe card shape, which we'll come back to again in a second. But this is Oh So Chic. It's a back to air today. It's LC9C21. And it's the first time we've ever done this on a 3-way split pay. I think if we did it before, we've done it on 2 splits. So today, you've got it on 3 split pays if you want that interest-free, fee-free option as well. It's $26.66. That's all you pay today. This will be dispatched straight away from Carnation direct to your door. And they are very, very quick at getting orders out. That's one thing they do pride themselves on as well. So you're going to get the main card blank over here, the card shape, which is basically recreating that look of a very glamorous dressing table mirror, basically, is what you've got there. But equally, if you wanted to use that frame as a picture frame rather than a mirror, you can do that, of course, as well with the different colorways, the different colored vignettes. But that is available for $44.99 on our website right now. It will come with the collection if you order what's on the screen now, LC9C21. So you've got the main card shape, but you've then got the hair grip, the hair pin, and that beautiful, elegant hand mirror as well, plus all the mats and layer dies as well. So that is in there. Then you come on to your individual elements. So you've got the beautiful florals with the vases as well. Again, artwork for all of this is free to print off from carnationcrafts.co.uk. You've then got your makeup, you've got your lip gloss, your lipstick, you've got your nail polish, the compact and the brush and the mascara is in there as well. And then further down, you've then got the perfume bottle, you've got the jewelry, with that lovely little spray, and then you've got the handbag there as well, the daisy clutch. The whole die set is under £80, which for a Carnation collection is incredibly affordable. Normally I expect to see a Carnation collection around about £100, £120 on average. So to get it for £80 or $79.99, you're saving 40% off the price. It's down from $133.94 to under £80. And with 3 split payments, that means today we only ask you for $26.66. And all of these dies will be on their way. And you can print off this afternoon right now if you go to carnationcrafts.co.uk after you bought them from us on the phones or on the website. Go to their website, look for downloads, click on that, and then free downloads, click on that, and then you can put in the search box, Oh So Chic, and then all the artwork will be there for you. There's 58 dies, we think, in this collection for $79.99, and some of them are huge. You can see just how big that kind of, that wonderful dressing table mirror die will be. LC9C21. Loads of you finding your pro print paper in different GSMs, and loads of you finding your cut tidy. Also, we've got, remember, the 7-day glue, and we've also got, as well as that, the tiny lights. What else is there?
The magnets.
Pro paper, magnets as well, pro print papers there too, the magnets, Sharon's favourite. Fill up your baskets online, provided it's things that aren't on TV today, and you spend over £100, you'll get a £25 reduction. Whenever I do offers like that, whether it's here or online or whatever, I always try to buy just like £101.
Me too.
And then I get, you know, £25 off, £101 spend. That's what I try and do. Take advantage. It's for one day only today, so stock up on all those essentials, and it's not just Carnation goodies, it's any brand that we have on our website that's not on TV today, okay? So LC9C21 will get you the main collection. And don't forget, I cannot quite get my head around this, this die set. It's got to be the most glamorous card base I think they've done to date. Look at these heels. These are killer heels, that's why it's called that. You've got all the mats and layers as well. A quarter of this has now gone on its own. No surprises there. You've got the mats and layers, of course, over here, as well as the mats and layers for the shoes. If you just want the individual shoe, it is snippable. You can easily just trim them and separate them. But having them together, they make their own self-supporting card blank, which is amazing. And again, the detail in this is incredible. And you've even got the die looking fabulous as well included. But look at the amount of metal you've got, the amount of design and ingenuity and imagination you've got, and versatility too. Someone that loves their ballroom dancing, someone that's just got a thing about shoes, or maybe it's a bit of a thing in your family. It's always a tongue-in-cheek, you know, jibe that someone's got far too many shoes than they really need. We've all got certain things we love to collect, haven't we?
Yes, my mum's terrible with shoes, actually.
Yeah, yeah. Well, my thing is anything to do with Concorde or Titanic.
Yes,
I
your
just
model.
collect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything to do with those two things. Now, these haven't been on air since February, but if you fancy getting them as a treat for someone, or you're buying them for yourself, because you can just imagine how amazing the shoes are going to be made as cards on your stall, selling them. And again, the artwork for these completely free of charge to print off as well once you've bought the dies. $44.99, and that's JK9C21. JK9C21. If you fancy getting hold of that, and add your Pro Print into the equation as well. If you are printing onto that, that's the best paper to choose. And don't forget, we do have the perfect papers as well. It's all cardstock. It's 300 GSM, 48 sheets, but in colourways that complement the artwork. I'm quickly going to show you a few more cards before we go on for another demo, Sharon, if that's all right.
Yes.
Lindsay Atherton of the design team has done this one, but just look at these colours. Look at how you can make the, I likened it to like a dressing table mirror, but it becomes then just a beautiful ornament and frame that you can put all sorts in the middle of. There are 2 colorways for the frame as well, so it can look like a mirror or it can look like a frame, whichever you want it to be. This is just using the central panel as like a tent card. Barbara Treadwell's made this one.
Isn't that beautiful?
It's gorgeous.
And the depth, you know, this is what I love about Carnation with the vignettes. You can really get some depth to your card.
And the handheld mirror as well. How really beautiful is that? But remember, you know, the little perfume bottle here, that is supportive enough. It could be just a tiny little card. That can be a card blank in its own right. It's $14.99 on its own if you just want that one. This one's using predominantly the flowers that's in here. This is Sue Dalrymple from the design team that's done that, with that beautiful ring on the cushion.
Look
that
at
could
that.
be an engagement card.
That would be a lovely wedding card, wouldn't it? And I love the butterflies, give it a real beautiful finishing touch.
Absolutely. And look, just a gem or two on that ring to make it really bling. This is again using one of those elements 4 times on this card. That's Fiona Abbott's done this one. And of course, if you're making box covers and box lids,
Look at that.
It's big enough to really kind of decorate a big, big box if you want to as well.
It is, and this is the beauty of the artwork, because the artwork is so strong, you can just pick out one thing, like the perfume bottle, because on its own it's just beautiful and got tons of detail. But of course, put them all together, and you can just create show-stopping cards.
And all you need, once you've got a Carnation Crafts card collection like this, is basically a die-cutting machine and a printer.
It is, and you're going to create show-stopping type cards, and anyone can do this. These projects, I know they look really, really intricate, detailed, but Carnation can be for beginners. You don't have to be an experienced crafter for this.
And absolutely, I know I'm like a broken record when I say this, but so many people say this all the time. It's always Carnation Crafts cards that sell first. When people have got maybe different ranges of cards on their stall, Carnation is the magnet. That's what everyone gets drawn to, because they are flamboyant, they're different, they're imaginative, they're incredible quality. This is a question from Susan in Berkshire. Says, do you get the free artwork with the shoe dies? Yes, Susan, absolutely. Yeah. Just search for the shoes, you search for Killer Heels.
Yeah.
So if you go to carnationcrafts.co.uk, it's also under Oh So Chic, I believe, as well. But if you search for Killer Heels in the box, there's the artwork. Look. And you get artwork not just for the shoes, you also get artwork for the other dies in that section.
Yes, because you've got a lovely filigree panel with the shoes, which I'm going to use next, actually. So yeah, just go to the Carnation website and download them this afternoon and print them off, so when your dies arrive, you're ready to go.
As far as I know, they're the only company that do that give you free artwork. I don't know of anyone else that does.
No,
I might be wrong. But
I might be wrong, but to me, it's very much a Carnation thing. They're unique in that.
Now, there are other colourways as well if you want to pay for those, but obviously the free one is the standard colour collection that they originally issued with it. But if you do want other colourways and pinks and purples, that sort of thing, oranges, they're there for an extra small investment. I think £4 for some of them, something like that.
Yeah,
but that's for you to decide.
Once you've had a collection a while, it breathes new light into it, or you might particularly want a colour to match someone's wedding colours, or then you can go find it and for a couple of pounds add an extra colour. So yeah, it's great.
Right, Sharon, back to you.
Well, I thought we would use the lovely handbag, and I'm going to just create my own cards. And I've got a couple of nested dies with the perfect papers to do my mats and layers. So for my mats and layers this time, I've gone with that lovely dark pink and then a light cream. And I'm going to pop these just onto my card front. So this is just going to be my background, quite subtle. My kind of general card making style is quite clean and simple. And I love that with Carnation, you've got the choice, really. It doesn't matter what your style is. because you've got all the individual elements, you're putting your own spin on it.
Yeah.
So whatever style you've got, you can go with that. So I don't tend to do many mats and layers. 2 is kind of my go-to.
Okay.
I know lots of you like to do 3 or 4. And I think we'll pop this one on some foam tape.
The thing is, everyone's got their own interpretation of a style that they like to do. I mean, I know Carla
Yes.
very often does like 3 or 4 layers.
Yeah,
sometimes.
and Carla loves her really, really chunky tape, which I have to say she has got me into. I have got with me
Oh, you have?
my jumbo roll that
Yeah.
Carla...
That's the insulation tape.
Actually, I
from
think
the
Carla gave
DIY
me that
store.
one. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does give you real height, doesn't it?
She sends her love, by the way. I had a message from her earlier on. She's on the road to recovery.
She is. I spoke to her earlier. She's feeling a bit better. She's just really tired, bless her.
Yeah.
So, yes. Now, this is from the Killer Heel. This is that lovely filigree. And look at the artwork. It's just beautiful. Very delicate, but really just sets it off. And isn't that just stunning on its own? I mean, you could just pop a sentiment on there if you wanted a really clean and simple card. But I'm going to use this as the sort of background, and I'm going to bring in that fabulous handbag.
It looks like an oversized ornate buckle.
It does, doesn't it? And of course, you can use it either way. I mean, it would almost look nice. You could put a belly band around. If you were doing something like wedding invites, that would be
absolutely.
a perfect centerpiece, wouldn't it? So that, I think you're going to get a lot of use just out of that one little element from that die set. So I'm going to pop that there. I'm just going to pop a little bit of everyday glue on the back of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I've done with my glue applicators, so I'm going to have to try and be careful.
Oh, we can sort out some glue applicators for you on the website, Sharon.
Yes, they're another must-have.
Yeah. They look like cotton buds, but they're not. And the idea is that you can really be very, very, very precise and accurate where you put your everyday glue.
You can. It's a really useful thing to have. I'm just going to dot a little bit. The everyday glue, because it has got a low water content, it grabs quite quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to pop that there. And you don't need to glue all of it either. I'm only gluing sort of the central panel. I quite like having the lift. You know, it's only cardstock, it's not that heavy. Don't feel you've got to glue everything down solidly.
No.
It looks nice if you've got that little bit of movement.
Because then you get a shadow.
You do, yeah. And you can see just by lifting up the top and bottom, it has given me that little bit of shadow. So my handbag's going to go here, like so, slightly overlapping that. And then I'm going to bring in some of the florals.
Are you a handbag lady?
Handbags, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I am.
Handbags and trainers.
Handbags and trainers, yeah. I can't wear high heels. I'm quite tall, actually, so I never really wear high heels, apart from the fact I can't walk in them anyway. But being quite tall, it's just something I never really wear anyway. But yeah, trainers and handbags. So this floral spray fits perfectly on there. I am obviously going to give it a bit of a shape. And what I'm also going to do is I've die cut 2 of each because I want to sort of decoupage a little bit. Because I wanted to show you, this is another very clever thing that Carnation do. So that you can decoupage, where you've got different elements to a design, there are like little pip marks. So you haven't got to be great at fussy cutting. If I wanted to just snip out the florals, you don't actually have to cut. You almost just run your scissors around the edge.
And these are the little elements that, you know, Carnation consistently include that other brands don't even really think about very often.
No. So this leaf here, it's not a solid line there. There is just a tiny little gap, which means that I don't have to be accurate with my scissors. I almost just skim the surface with my scissors and it will pop out, because I thought it'd be quite fun to give some more depth and have these almost like decoupaged on top. So I'm just snipping away the background sort of elements here.
Well, loads of you are finding all the Carnation goodies that you need to stock up on today to take advantage of that £25 discount. It's the last day. Every day we've had, for the last 12 days, we've had a special offer on the 12 days of Christmas or Christmas event. Today, it's using the code FESTIVE25, but that only works if you're buying things on the website only. So that's obviously hobbymaker.co.uk, and it's from all of our brands, provided it's things that aren't on TV today. It's just web only. So things like the everyday glue, things like the Pro Print paper, all those things we've been talking about, they're not actually on the show today. All that's on the show today is the Perfect papers and the 2 die sets. And if it gets brought onto the show, it actually won't qualify because it will then be a show product. Because obviously we've got the great deals on the show anyway, so you're benefiting from those. But if you go to the website, you can have £25 off with that very important festive 25. That's what you need to put into the promo box. And it's on any brand, on any product, provided it's not on air today. All coming under your 1P&P as well. That works on the website as well as what's on TV.
It's fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm going to pop my first layer of florals down, just with a bit of gel glue, like so. And then that lovely little extra piece I'm going to shape with my ball tool.
Yeah.
And I quite like to do this, just pick out sort of focal points on a die and decoupage it, because it just gives you a little bit more drama. There we go. Now you can go straight over the top. You can offset it a little bit if you want to, so that you see the underneath, but it just gives a little bit more depth and puts the leaves into the background a bit more. Now my handbag is going to sit here, and I've got this lovely little posy that's going to sit here. So I'm going to give that a shape and pop that on.
Mm-hmm. Do you find that you do the double-sided vignettes mostly, or do you ever print single-sided?
I tend to just print double-sided.
Right.
Because I will generally sit and do all of my die cutting in one go without knowing what I'm going to do with it.
Right.
If I am making a specific card and I know I am going to put it straight onto the card front, then I might do just one-sided.
And do you use 120
120,
GSM
yeah, I use
Pro
120 Pro Print.
That makes it 240 when you fold it over.
That makes it 240, which is the perfect weight. That's what all of these are. It's the perfect thickness. So we've got that there.
Oh, by the way, the Killer Heel die set, I'm not surprised at this at all. 40% of the stock of that has now gone. It's huge. For the price, it's amazing. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that you'd get probably dies half that size for about 45, 50 pounds. But to get them, they're massive.
Yeah.
But what a statement card that is going to make.
It's
all that metal, all those dies, and of course the artwork for free at carnationcrafts.co.uk. We're getting to wedding season.
We are.
Perfect wedding cards. Perfect for people who love their ballroom dancing.
Now I've got a lovely little scene here with the florals in the background and my sort of handbag sat down. And I've got another one of these because I want this to sort of continue as if they're behind.
Okay.
So I'm just going to snip some of these leaves off of here, which again I can do really quickly because they're not properly attached. They're just with pip lines. And I'm just going to pop one of these just behind here, so it sort of continues that shape across the bottom of the card, kind of grounds my handbag a little bit. And then as a final touch, I am going to snip away this lovely big daisy off the front of the handbag. And again, I don't have to cut it, I can just sort of glide my scissors around. You can see I'm not actually cutting, it just pops away. And this is going to give me a 3D element to add. So I will give that a little curve.
And they really do make it easy. Everything is snippable, everything's got versatility. That's the key thing. If something that they produce hasn't got versatility, it doesn't get produced. Simple as that.
No, there we go.
I mean, you can see all of the most amazing cards that the team and Sharon have made on the table here. There we are, a standard kind of was that 5x7, that one?
Yeah, 5x7.
So a standard 5x7 card shape, but you know, that's achievable, but so are the more flamboyant, like this one here, which is using that incredible artwork from the dressing table, that incredible frame, or it could, of course, be that amazing, beautiful mirror. But the Oh So Chic is what's on the screen, and that's what we're having today back to air from a few months ago now. $79.99 is your price, 40% off the price today, which is pretty amazing. And it's on split pay, 3-way split pay for the very first time. So if you go into the bedroom, look at the dressing table, the chances are you've got your compact on there, your makeup brushes on there, your lipstick, maybe some flowers, your fantastic fancy handbag that you've got out for that special night out or that special occasion, trip to the theatre maybe. You've got your favourite perfume there as well, and you get your jewellery out for those high days and holidays. And to have the main die set there, which is that incredible selection of dies. And let me just show you, if I get this off the stand and flip it over so Charlie, our director, can get in to show you. You've got 1, 2, 3, you've got 4 mats on the outside. You've got a further 3 mats on the inside there as well, which you can, of course, use for dramatic effect and get really impressive layered design. And you've got the same on the sides as well. So they give you so much for your money. And of course, they can be used completely independently. If you just want to use, like Sharon did in that last demonstration, just one of those outline dies to make an ornate card blank that's either portrait or landscape, you can do that. That beautiful handheld mirror as well, and the hair grip too. There's 31 dies in this main card shape alone. And this on the website is $44.99 if you want that one. LC9C21 though is the Oh So Chic collection, and that's the kind of heart of it. So bearing in mind, you can get the whole collection home for $26.66, that first split payment of 3. It was only on 2 before, it's on 3 today. And you get all the other dies, and of course all the other artwork is free to print off at carnationcrafts.co.uk. So just to explain, if you are new to Hobby Maker, maybe you've just stumbled on us today, you're channel hopping, maybe you're not into sport and things like that, and you're thinking, what else is there to watch? I was like that the other day, thinking, oh,
yes,
I fell up
me
with sport.
too.
What else is there? And you found us and you're thinking, oh, I like the idea of that. This is a deal that we have got from Carnation, and you need to buy it from us at Hobby Maker. Okay, hobbymaker.co.uk, or phone the free phone number 0800 001 4433. You've got the option of split pay, or you can pay in full on a debit or a credit card, $79.99. So once you've bought that from us, Carnation get the order, they dispatch your dies to you straight from there. Then today, once you've finished on the phone with our call centre or finished on the website, just go to carnationcrafts.co.uk and then go to downloads, free downloads, and then put Oh So Chic into the search box. And then you get all the artwork that matches the dies you've just bought from us. And that you can print off absolutely free now and going forward as well. Just a normal home printer is all you need. We always recommend that you use Pro Print paper to get the best results because it gives you a much more bold printed design, and you can see the Pro Print on, or the actual designs on, the vignettes on there, that's what we call the artwork. Where you've got the black line, they are the double-sided or the mirrored vignettes. So you've got a front and a back, or you've got a left and a right if it's characters or a bouquet of flowers or whatever. So those are the double ones, the double-sided ones. You have got single-sided vignettes, they're also free to print off too. But all that artwork is for you to print off now and to sit and enjoy and admire. In the next few days, Carnation will make sure you get that knock on the door and your die set will arrive. Now the other one, which is kind of complementing the Oh So Chic, but is completely separate, is also standalone. So if you're not really into the dressing table idea of things, but you love the idea of having these incredible killer heels, the most flamboyant dress shoes you could ever possibly wear, then this collection is just brilliant value as well. $44.99, look at the size of them. And again, so many mats and layers. Now, nearly half the stock we have available has gone. We were asked whether there is artwork and whether it's free to go with the shoes. The answer is yes. That is the artwork that Nick and his team, the really talented design team at Carnation, have put together. It's all done by hand for you. You can print that off as many times as you like. You're guaranteed to have shoes that look just as gorgeous as this. Print it onto your Pro Print paper, cut it out with your dies, and that's what you're going to be looking at. And of course, if I just fold it in half, you've got a freestanding card blank. Isn't that just beautiful?
It's fabulous, isn't it? Because of course you've got your mats and layers, so you can cut the first layer from white card and it's going to give you a really solid freestanding pair of shoes.
Absolutely. Then you've got the looking fabulous sentiment there as well. That's also a couple of dies for you. $44.99, and it's JK9C21. JK9C21. $44.99. Yvette in the Rhondda says, hello all, I love Carnation and it's my birthday today, so I have birthday money to spend. Yvette, happy birthday.
Happy
Lots
birthday,
of love from us.
Yvette.
And what a great treat, a birthday treat.
What a nice treat.
Yeah. Yeah, actually Daniel, our director, coming up later, he's back on at 5. It's his birthday today as well, so yeah, he'll get the bumps later probably.
July birthdays.
Absolutely.
It was my birthday last week, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Did you have a good time?
I did.
Good.
Yes.
Good. The only other thing you might want to add into your order though is the perfect papers, which of course is cardstock. 300 GSM, but the colorways, again, if I just pick up a card, pick up this one this time, you can see that the colorways you get in the perfect papers are designed to matte and layer beautifully and enhance the artwork. It works with the artwork rather than fighting against it. So if you went through your craft room and tried to get color matches that worked with it, you might be lucky, but you may not be. And you may find that your card looks ruined because you put too bright a pink or too dark a blue on it and it's dominating. All these colorways have been perfectly selected to complement the artwork of the Oh So Chic and also the Killer Heels as well. WY9C63. WY9C63, a quarter of the stock of the perfect papers has gone as well. So maybe you bought this first time around and you're running out of it because it is a consumable. You will eventually run out of it. Stock up today while we have the stock of it available for you. Now this is going to be back on at 6 p.m. this evening with Hayley and Sharon. We've got still loads more great shows to look forward to. We've got Visible Image, one of my favourite stamp collections coming up. Love Visible Image because it's quirky, it's a bit different and it's really imaginative. And then we've also got some rice papers with Gill and Personal Impressions. And that's a collection that Sharon actually launched a couple of days ago.
Yes.
But we've got the rice papers this time and that's going to be at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Still to come, and then Hayley takes over at 5. Don't go away.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Just so you know, Hobbymaker is now live every day from 1 o'clock till 9 p.m. That's more time for fun, more time for crafting, more time for demos, and more time with your favourite crafters and your favourite presenters. See you on Hobby Maker.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Hobby Maker on this Friday afternoon. We're all looking forward to the weekend. It's going to be a fantastic weekend here. Stay with us for as much of it as you possibly can. Mark's back. Hello, mate.
Hiya.
Good to see you.
Yeah, good, brother.
Visible Image. I love Visible Image. Mark and Helen do fantastic jobs at coming up with wonderful stamps, wonderful characters, but also wonderful verses and sayings as well. I know you're kind of in charge of the images, aren't you? And Helen takes care of the words.
She does take care of all the words.
All the words. And what we've got for you today are lots of back in stocks that have sold out previously at amazing, amazing reductions. To give you an idea, the first collection that we're about to show you, it's definitions of relatives, definitions of the words for relatives, like father, brother. Have a little look here. The first time we had this on air, it sold out in 4 minutes. Mother, sister, daughter, son. So it gives you the word, then it gives you the definition underneath, which is great. Now, last time, as I say, it sold out very, very quickly. We've been able to get more stock of it back. But the deal on this, it's not 10% off or 25% off. We've worked it out to be over 40%.
Wow.
When you see where the price is going to be, $35.94 should be your price. Let me show you what you're going to get and what you can do with it. For example, this one, daughter, definition, adorable, determined, challenging, beautiful. She lights up your world, a little girl who grows up to be your best friend. Look at that. How cool is that? I mean, any daughter that received that from mum or dad or from gran or granddad or friend or whatever would be just made up about that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, these have become ever so popular. I mean, don't forget, if you wish to just use the word daughter, just mask it off and then use it individually.
Yeah. Mother, selfless, loves unconditionally, creator of precious memories, aren't they? Multitasker, a shoulder to cry on. She makes everything okay. So it's the definition of mother, of brother as well. Often annoying, can be noisy, tells embarrassing stories, always has your back, part-time superhero, and a friend for life.
Yeah, I mean, these are so heartfelt, aren't they? They mean so much to a lot of people. So
absolutely.
I think Helen really did hit the nail on the head with these.
Okay, let's get that price. Let's hit the nail on that head. Let's show you what you can get all 6 of these for. $35 nothing. It is $19.99 for all 6 stamps. And they're so right. I mean, everyone who's got a brother, sister, son, mother, father can relate to the kind of breakdown of the definition. This is working out to how much per stamp set? $3.33 per stamp set.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
They should be $5.99 each. Father, protector, provider, taxi driver, giver of great hugs, DIY expert, spider catcher, teller of bad jokes, unique dancer, and hero.
You know, aren't they fantastic? Absolutely amazing. And every time we bring these, they just sell, sell, sell.
Absolutely. Well, we've got them back for you today. They can be on a separate little topper if you wanted them to be, or they can be on gift tags. They can be on, you can use them in whichever way you want. It's entirely up to you. We have a limited of these available, and when it's gone, they are going to go back to $5.99 each. If you want them individually, you can find them on the website at $5.99 each. But if you buy them as the bundle, and if you want one, why not have all 6? You get them all for $19.99. Son, mischievous, fearless, adventurer, can be messy, brave, funny, loyal, handsome, charming, protective, always there for you. Now, it doesn't matter who you're making the card for. Whoever receives it, there'll be traits in there that they'll relate to. That's me.
Almost definitely, you know, and don't forget, even if you wanted to maybe, you know, change some of the words, you can obviously snip them out and put them into other definitions as well. So it's entirely up to you how you use it.
Absolutely.
This is so, I absolutely love these because they make your own cards personalised. You can personalise them for anybody.
I mean, it's a verse like no other. I mean, I can't think of any other verses or sentiments that are as unique and as individual as these. They really are special. And now, how much has gone? 15% of our stock has gone. Well done, Belinda in Surrey, Joanne, Margaret, Julie, Janet. Hello to Victoria in West Midlands. Pop on it in a basket. Lydia, Jackie, Zara, Deborah. New crafters coming through as well. They're all individually packaged, but you know, you can actually offer it as like a personalisation service as well to your, your customers.
Yeah, it definitely. If you've got a small business, that would work perfectly. If you've got like a market stall, we've got an age policy where you can use them to make whatever you want, as long as they are hand stamped.
Yeah.
But I can see them being used as maybe book tags as well.
Yeah, definitely. I love them, absolutely love them to bits. I love the mother one. Selfless, loves unconditionally, creator of precious memories, multitasker, a shoulder to cry on. She makes everything okay. That's their definition. This is Helen's definition of these relatives, but she's hit the nail on the head so well. Sister, she knows your story, keeper of secrets, a good listener, gives great advice, personal stylist, forever friend. Over 20% now gone. that makes me laugh. I think most people who've got a brother will go, yeah, that's right. Often annoying, can be noisy, tells embarrassing stories. Yeah, par for the course, isn't it? But part-time superhero, yeah. And then father, taxi driver. My dad was a taxi driver, but yeah, taxi driver to the kids, protector, provider, giver of great hugs. DIY expert, question mark, I'd maybe put after that, possibly. Spider catcher, teller of bad jokes, unique dancer, and hero. Yeah. 30% of the stock is now gone. It's absolutely flying again. Every time, we haven't had these in since April, we're now in July, so you know they've been a long time in the coming, and these two take a while to manufacture, don't they?
Yeah, I mean obviously they're all made in the UK, but even so, you know there is a waiting list for them, so hence we only just managed to get them back now.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to show you, to give you some ideas, just again some finished cards here, how well they look and how fantastic they look. And that's that little bit of a difference. That's that point of difference that maybe you've not seen maybe on cards before. We've all seen daughter, son, dad, mum cards, yes, but with a definition that most of those people would relate to.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget you can use them on the inside of your card as well. You don't necessarily have to use them on the front of your cards.
Exactly. I mean, Mother's Day. Imagine a mum receiving that on Mother's Day. Selfless, loves unconditionally. There'll be tears in the eyes. 35% of the stock now gone, I think. Brother. There we go. B-R-U-T-H-E-R. Is that another spelling of it?
It's like a phonetical, the way, you know, in a dictionary definition, they normally have like a phonetical how to pronounce it.
Okay. There's father. And that could be, And then we've got brother. So they could be actually part of the actual card itself and stamped onto the main part of the card, or it could be a separate tag. You could use them on labels, put them on congratulations cards. It can go on anything, really.
Yeah. That's a gorgeous card, isn't it?
Isn't it beautiful? Mm-hmm. She knows your story, keeper of secrets. And then this is another lovely one. Please check your baskets out. Lots of you got it in your baskets but haven't checked out yet. If you don't check out, that does mean you run the risk of possibly missing out. Someone can leapfrog and get your product before you check yours out. So DJ XC52, $19.99, great saving of what, £15 off the price, just over, and just 1 P&P. It's a 44% reduction off what these should be. And to be fair, with stamps like this that have got a track record of selling out virtually every time they're on air, there's no real reason to give you a 40% discount. We could put it on at £35 and it would still fly. Mm-hmm. But we don't work like that.
No, of course we don't.
We don't work like that. We want to give you more reasons to come back and shop with Hobbymaker, more deals, more reasons to tell your friends about us as well. You're getting them for $3.33 each, and I think they will go down so well if you make cards for friends, make cards as commissions for people, go to craft fairs, and just, before you actually stamp them on the card, give people the option. Do you want to personalise it for father, brother, sister, mother, daughter, or son? You choose, and I can stamp it for you right here, right now. Thank you very much. Job done. Purchase made. Okay, $19.99. You could charge an extra £1 for that service, actually, on the price of the card.
That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Cards are actually quite expensive these days.
Yeah, they are. Fortune. I sometimes go into card shops just to see what's kind of fashionable and what's going on. And I picked one up the other day. It was in the supermarket, actually. It was £8.
Oh, it's crazy. Sometimes if you've got like family or friends that you've got birthdays all kind of close together, and you have to go in and buy 3 or 4 cards. Yeah. And it's like £20. It's like, what?
I know.
What did I buy?
I know. Half stock gone. Half stock gone, and you've got every relation, well, not every relation, but most of the relations you could ever want in a family. So DJXC52. Now, before we get into a demo with Mark in a minute, we've got another bundle for you, which is again going to be an amazing price. We've got 2 stamp sets with 2 very popular themes. You've got your unicorn, and you've got your butterfly, but you don't get just the 2 stamp sets.
That's a fairy.
I beg your pardon.
Fairy.
Fairy.
Yeah, enchanted fairy.
Fairy.
You said butterfly.
So I did, didn't I? Yeah. I saw wings and thought butterfly. It's the fairy and the unicorn. So the enchanted fairy and the beautiful unicorn, and you get 2 stencils as well. Now these stencils are magic. You've got your Stardust stencil and you've got your Orbs stencil as well, and both would work with the main stamp sets brilliantly, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and interchangeable. No matter which one you use with which set, they will work fantastically.
Let me show you the stamps you're going to get. Look at these. Oh, they're down in front of me. I didn't see them there, sorry. There we go. Now look at these. They've not been in stock since May. Look how beautiful that unicorn is. Look how magical that fairy with the fairy's wings. We can offer them to you individually, but the bundle is where you're going to get the best value with the 2 stencils as well. You've got happy birthday, the word magical, make a wish, have a magical birthday, have a magical happy birthday. So you can make your own verse. Make more of your own magic is another verse on there. You've got the little bubbles and the stamps for the little stars as well, and the word enchanted. So both of those stamp sets and the stencils together. Let's show you some finished cards quickly. We've got 20 seconds before the price comes down. Pop those back there for a second. Let me show you this. These are your stencils. So again, they're going to be really brilliantly effective, making, of course, the decoration around the unicorn. We're going to go to the lowest ever price today for all 4 of these elements. Brand new lowest ever price. Where are we going to go? Under £20 for the lot. £19.99.
That is an amazing saving.
47% off, Mark.
Wow, that's 47. That's nearly 50%.
Half price. Yeah, nearly
Wow.
half price. Look at the enchanted fairy, and then look how those stencils work so magically well with it. You are saving. Actually, if you buy both of the bundles today, you can get both of them for under £40, which I think a lot of you may well want to do. There's your unicorn look. You get the profile, and then you get the actual silhouette of the unicorn as well, which is really striking. But again, those stencils work so well with it.
Yeah, I mean, what's nice about these particular sets is that they're great for children, but they're great for adults as well.
Absolutely.
They span the generations.
Yeah.
You know, no matter how old you are, you can relate to these, and they don't look like childlike. They look like, you know, there's something that an adult would have as well.
Okay, now, if you want the bundle, it's £19.99, which lots of you are coming in for. Pauline's in, Crafter in Lancashire, Margaret, Linda, Sybil, 47% saving, but we have got them on their own. So if you just want the unicorn, if you just want the enchanted fairy, which one first, unicorn? Okay, unicorn first. If you just want that one on its own, it is available as an individual item. £12.99, it's only ever been £12.99. Today, it's going to be not £12.99. It's going to be, for the first time ever, under a tenner, £9.99 if you just want the unicorn, that's all you're interested in, for 5 stamps.
The thing is, even if you bought them both individually on that special offer, that'd be £20, but you don't get the stencils.
No.
So you're getting 2 stencils as well.
Yeah, so if you bought that and you buy the enchanted fairy as well, you'll be paying the same price as the bundle that gave you the 2 stencils. So in effect, you'll be getting the 2 stencils for nothing. So if you just want that on its own, that's all you're interested in, you don't want to spend £20, just want to spend £9.99, that's fine. That's your enchanted fairy, CA2320. But if you buy them both together in the bundle with the 2 stencils, you get those free. If you compare that price, it's $37.96 down today to $19.99 for all 4 elements. And bearing in mind how well they work with the main images, I mean, both of them work beautifully well, don't they, with both?
Yes. I mean, obviously they were designed at the same time, so we've got, you know, we've got the same fonts in each set, so they are interchangeable. You can use them, you know, together, separately, whatever you want to do with them.
Absolutely. Well, we're busy for both. We're busy for all of our bundles. Please check your baskets out if you could. How to use them? Mark, it's over to you. What are you going to do first?
Okay, I'm going to use the enchanted fairy.
Okay.
So the first thing I'm going to do is I've got the stencil, the Stardust stencil, And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a card a little bit different. So I'm going to kind of do, I call it a reverse card. So basically the main focus is on the inside, and then you get a nice sentiment on the outside. So this is how I would do it. I've got some sparkly glitter paste, and I'm going to just put this through the stencil.
Yep.
Again, you know, there's lots of brands out there. You know, just choose whichever one you've got there. I know there's loads on the Hobby Maker website. So this is a nice kind of bright, sparkly one. You may already have that. So I'm just going to paste that through the stencil. Again, very easy to do. Just take your time. Just follow the stencil shape so that you're going to get this gorgeous image. Sometimes if you go back and forth, what will happen is it'll bleed underneath the stencil, and you don't really want that to happen. So maybe try and stay in one direction.
Okay.
Just like the band.
Yes.
So I'll just put this back on, and then we'll do a reveal. So what I do is, I've already taped this down, so I would recommend taping down your stencil if you're using it for the first time. Or
Stops it slipping.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let me just lift this off you.
Oh, wow. Look at that on black. That's amazing. It's like someone's made a spell or a wish.
Exactly. Absolutely gorgeous. Let me just wipe that up for you and move that out of the way. Now, I also have one that I'm going to put this to one side, but I'm going to let this one dry. This one will be for later on. And I've actually got one that is already dried. And then you can see how gorgeous that is. Isn't that gorgeous when it's dry?
Absolutely.
Stunning. So I'm going to put that to one side for a minute. And we're going to do some stamping. So I'm going to just move that to one side. And I'm going to get my stamping platform. And I've got my fairy already on there. And I'm just going to ink it up.
Makes you wonder what that wish would be. A positive one.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Right.
A happy one.
So we get some black Versamark. This is a nice black ink. And again, it's quite a large stamp. So I would always recommend, if you've got a stamping platform, I know that, again, there are lots of brands out there. So just take your time. Now, sometimes, you know, when you're stamping, or maybe you didn't ink it up enough, it's fine. Or maybe your ink is slightly, you know, starting to dry out a bit. Don't worry, because the stamping platform is there to assist you. So if I lift this off now, maybe I got a little bit, it's a little bit pale. It's not as dark as I want it, because I want to clear emboss it.
Okay.
So I'm going to go back in there with my ink. Just a nice
Clearing
little
and
tap.
embossing it will make it shiny.
Yes.
It's one of my favourite techniques.
And then we just place that back down. Again, it's not wrong what happens here. It's just sometimes that's the way, you know, it could be a combination of your ink drying out, or maybe you just mis-inked it up, or maybe there was something wrong with your paper. It could be a lot of combination of different things. So once you work out which one it is, then you're going to get this gorgeous image.
Can be the temperature of the room as well.
Oh, definitely. Sometimes your ink pad is dry. So let me just place this to one side. Now I'm going to clear emboss this.
Okay. And do that before it dries.
Yeah. I mean, it does. The inks do have some drying time, so you are good to go.
Okay.
And I found that sometimes, even if you've missed a little bit with the ink, that's fine, because you're clear embossing it. It does cover a multitude of sins. It kind of merges the colours together a bit, so it kind of like fills in some of the gap that you missed.
How much clear embossing powder did you get through a week or a month?
Oh, do you know, I use a lot of embossing powder.
I know.
A lot. But I must say that embossing powder does last a long time. You get yourself a nice big tub.
Yeah, like you've got.
Like I've got. It is going down though now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, and then I'm just going to clear emboss this. Again, if you're new to embossing, the embossing powder is a powder that will stick to the ink.
And don't forget, if you are going on our website today, anything that's not on TV but on our website, if you spend over £100, you get an extra 25% discount, or £25 off, sorry, £25. So yeah, if you spend £101, you get £25 off your bill, only on things that aren't on TV today, on air, okay?
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
So go and have a little look for embossing powders that you may want. It doesn't matter what brand they are, provided we supply them. They're on our website, you can order them. You'll even qualify for your 1 P&P of £4.95 per day, remember, as well, that's capped. But £25 discount if you spend over 100. You don't get £50 off if you spend over 200. It's just literally £25 off. We did get that question earlier on. If you spend over £100, you get £25 off with festive 25.
So, I mean, you could buy yourself a heat tool if you wanted as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, go for it. Okay, so we've got this gorgeous... Let me just show that to the camera. Ah, there we go, look. So you're going to get... That's what you get when you emboss your...
Oh, wow. Isn't that
lovely
great?
and shiny.
It looks wet, but it's not.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just put this one to one side. I've got one that I slightly did earlier on, and I've only done one different thing. All I've done was that on a couple of the circles, I've actually put some gloss. I've coloured them in with a paintbrush with some ink, And then I've just also put some glossy accents on top of there, which
Very
is
nice.
a clear liquid, which basically is like embossing, but actually you can put it where you want to put it. So that's gorgeous. So let's make a card, shall we? So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, what I think I'll do first is what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my card blank, and I'm going to stick my background that I created earlier on to this. So we'll just stick this down. Again, just make sure you got it the right way up. Oh, nearly, Dave, nearly. Yeah, it is definitely the right way up this time. Okay, and hopefully that's by eye. So we've got, now again, you could have easily maybe embossed this around the fairy if you wanted to, but I'm doing something a little bit different. So that's my front of my card. I will have a sentiment, and I've already taken one of the definitions. So I'm going to have sister on the front there, like that. But first of all, I'm going to do the inside. So we'll come back to our fairy, and this is absolutely gorgeous. I just want to add a little bit of colour to her. So
I mean, it might be someone that you've got in your life that feels like a sister, even if she's not. But to tell her that you view her in that way would be a lovely thing, wouldn't it?
Oh, definitely, definitely. So I'm taking my Himi brushes, and I'm just basically going over some of the area now. Now, why I'm wetting it first of all with my brush before I add any ink or colour. So, and the reason I do this is so that when I add the ink, it bleeds across the paper, and you get this gorgeous kind of watercolour effect from it. So I'm just going to add a little bit of water here and there, and then we'll go in with some colour.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I've got some fossilised amber, and these are distress inks. These are water-based inks, but obviously if you've got watercolour inks like the Himi paints, they're just as good.
Okay.
This is, I'm improvising at the moment, so, and then I just go in with the colour there, and I'm kind of wanting to create this kind of like mystical like glow around.
So the fact you put water down first makes it travel easier, yeah?
Yes, it'll just flow around it, and because we've embossed, it'll go around the embossing, so it won't actually affect it. So we're just going to create that kind of glow that we're after, just around the fairy. And I think fairies I would think they would glow, don't you?
They'd have a halo, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or some kind of mystical kind of, aura around them, I think. So I'm just going to...
15% of this bundle is done, where you're going to get the fantastic enchanted fairy, the magical unicorn, and the 2 stencils as well. One that's got the bubbles, the other that's got the stars, which is what we're using in this one.
So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to quickly just go around. Actually, no, I'll leave that. I don't need to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this card inside, and we'll put some. I've got some wings as well. So let me just do that. All fingers and thumbs today, I must admit.
Hey?
Yeah, I don't know why. Some days that you go, you plan something and it never works the way that you want it to. So, but you just have to improvise. So it's good.
Mark with the biggest gun in the business.
Big guns. Right, okay. Right, so we've got this, and we'll just place this down over the centre of our card here. Just find where you want to place it. Okay. Oh, no, I'm going inside. Mark, you're losing it. I told you I was losing it.
I thought you covered up the stars.
No, I don't want to do that. That's right. Now we're back to where we should be. Somebody's probably shouting at the screen, telling me, I must have heard it
I was thinking, shall I say
in the background. No. Yeah, you should have done.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, right. So what I'm going to do next is just quickly, I'm just going to put I've got some 3D glue.
Yep.
And I'm going to put enchanted on the inside of my card, because I like that.
Yep. And that's in with the enchanted fairy. That's one of the words you get in there, together with make your own magic.
Okay. Now that's the enchanted.
Yeah.
And then I've already stamped the fairy again, but then I just cut out the wings and I've just coloured them in.
Oh, nice.
So we're going to add to that as well. So just give it that kind of like that 3-dimensional look and that wow factor as well. And you know, if you're going to create a card, especially for a sister, then you want something a little bit special. So.
And it's bright, it's cheerful, it's positive. And that could be just a just because sort of card, couldn't it?
Definitely. There doesn't have to be an occasion where you have to give your sister a card.
They're sometimes the best ones that you least expect, yeah, I think.
So that's the outside of the card. Sorry, the inside of the card, which is absolutely gorgeous. You've got this gorgeous fairy on the inside, and then on the outside, all we need to do is...
It's almost like a little storybook, isn't it, really?
Exactly, you know, and I thought to myself, let's create a different kind of card, because quite often you can do it one way, and maybe you want to do it totally different. So I'm going to have that sister in the centre there, and, you know, if your sister gets this, she'll go, wow, that's gorgeous, isn't it?
I love the fact you've got the definition. I think that is just so special.
And then you open that up there, and we get that inside. She's going to absolutely adore that. That's like having two cards in one,
It is, yeah. It's almost telling a story, isn't it? It really is. And just means that, you know, that person appreciates that person so much. That's what that card says to me. Yeah. Okay, now, what we're going to do is what we call 5 in 5 minutes. We've got about 2, 4, 6, 8, there's about 10 or 11 individual stamps that we've got 10. And they're going to be at a crazy price. We're going to give 5 of you, or we're going to give 5 stamps an airing in 5 minutes, 1 a minute, but the prices are going to drop massively and you've got to get in quick, okay? Now, Kat, my producer, is going to follow me, which is probably not a good idea, but anyway. Dragonfly Reflection. Dragonfly Reflection, first things first. Now, we love our flying butterflies and dragonflies. Always they prove popular. This, though, has got the visible image difference in that you've got different wings. So you can choose the body, you can choose the wing style that you want. You've also got the words evolve and resilience and reflection there, positivity. There's loads of stamps. Now, to show you, 5 in 5 minutes. So this is number 1. Look at these. Aren't they beautiful? Again, where do you find a word like resilience? But that is probably so apt for someone that you know. And evolve as well. £18.99. Nope. You can have it today for £9.99. Virtually half price. IL2317, if that's the one that you'd like, we'll do 5 in 5. This is the first opportunity in the first minute to see these stamps with your dragonflies. £9.99 down from £18.99, but please be quick. We only have a limited quantity of all of these. That's a 47% reduction to build your own dragonflies. We've got 15 left. Next 15 of you to check out. Good luck. 3, 2, 1. That's our first one, IL2317. Still available, but check out your baskets. Okay, Where Flowers Bloom is the next one. Where Flowers Bloom, obviously florals, but this again has got a very much a visible image twist. You've got that kind of grungy sort of distressed look that you do so well, that otherwise would be virtually impossible to achieve ourselves, but the stamp gives it to you perfectly every time.
Yeah, and you can layer those up if you want to as well. They're designed that you could layer them up if you wanted to, or if you want to maybe make a smaller card. Again, you can put as much definition into this or as little as you possibly want. Look at absolutely gorgeous.
Look at this black and gold one. Look at that. Everyone just went, sharp intake of breath in my ear. Okay, let's crash the price. £18.99 today. Nope, you get the lot for £9.99. You're loving this one. OH2369. They're big stamps, but you can make amazing designs with them. You really can. Okay, we've got 15 seconds before we move on, but remember, these will still be available on the website at that drop price, but you've got to check your baskets out quickly. None of these have got masses of stock. Yvonne's in, Julie, Margaret, Christine, Crafter, Jackie, Anne in Cumbria coming through for this one. 3, 2, 1. The visible image spin and twist and quality, but at a fraction of the price. Okay, next we've got Dare to Swim. Dare to Swim. Now this is really cool and quirky. Look. You've got your jellyfish. And the words, beauty goes far deeper than most people dare to swim. This is what you've got. You've got the jellyfish. You've got the school of fish. You've got your underwater foliage and so on. Beauty goes far deeper than most people dare to swim. Love it. So profound. Now, should be £12.99. £12.99 today? Nope. £7.99. £7.99, first time ever it's been under £8 and really different. If you love everything kind of aquatic and under the sea, the jellyfish is fab. Loads of you loving. I mean, using that school of fish multiple times, using them as a background, that would look really, really good.
Oh, definitely. You know, I absolutely love the sentiment that goes with that. And, you know, kind of jellyfish, I know they're a little bit scary, but most of them are actually tame. But these, they look absolutely amazing. Any colours you want, especially anything shiny or anything with mica in it, it looks absolutely stunning.
Well, there's the one with a bit of mica going on. Look at that shimmering, that jellyfish, as they often do. Okay, we've got 2 more to go of our 5 in 5. Right, Life is Beautiful. Sounds good. Oh, look at this. I remember this one. Love it. Now, I remember it being $12.99, definitely. Is this a hummingbird?
It is a hummingbird, yeah. But we've got this like lovely little bit of inkiness coming off the back of the wings there, just to kind of add that little extra element to it. We have the sentiments there, life is beautiful, individual words, so you can place them wherever you want. Again, and then you've got this lovely extra like element in this stamp set.
You could put beautiful life or...
Yes. You could actually, yeah, you could put like beautiful life. That's great. I like that one.
Yeah, why not? Or just the word beautiful. Look at those colours, aren't they amazing? So there's your hummingbird, and I love that extra element.
Yes,
only $7.99 today for this one. XB2326, down by a £5, so that's more than taking care of your P&P. We've knocked a £5 note off the price. You're all filling up your baskets right now. Pauline, Julie, and Dorothy. Hillier in Somerset says, I have this stamp, it's brilliant. I don't know which one you mean, probably this one, Hillier. I saw your name on this one, so this is the one I think you're going for. Anyway, but thank you for that, brilliant. So that one is called Life is Beautiful. One more of our 5 in 5, Live in the Moment. And then we'll do another 5 in 5 before the end of the show as well. Live in the Moment is another dragonfly one, but this time the wings are already attached. Live in the Moment, you've got the smaller ones, the larger ones, and those kind of grungy elements there as well.
Yeah. I mean, they could be like puddles in the water, couldn't they?
Yeah, they could be. Yeah, when they hit the water and just a ripple. Absolutely. And that shows it there to you brilliantly. They just skim along the surface of the river and then just dive in and leave a little ripple behind. $12.99. And you've got the smaller ones, so it creates that kind of perspective.
Yes, yes.
Larger closer, smaller further away.
Isn't that absolutely gorgeous, Kath? So thank you, Jane.
Yeah, love it. And that could be just basically looking down on the river from above. £7.99. Some of you have bought all of these. I'm not at all surprised. 1 P&P for the whole day, so you can save at least £5 on each of these stamps. Your P&P's taken care of there as well. RI2309. There are 5 more that we'll do in the show before the end of the show. They're on the website if you want to shop ahead of us, and you will all pay the final low price, so don't worry about that if you just want to make sure you put them in your basket and check out before you go out. Okay, a quick picture that we just had sent in from Jo Devana in Bradford. Hi, Jo. She says, can I just say, I love Visible Image. Your family sentiments are so useful. Pictures of cards made with your stamps attached. Oh,
absolutely love those. They're stunning. Yep, love them. Absolutely.
Great.
Well done, Jo.
Jo, you're in the Share Your Makes draw as well, so we'll make sure that those get put into the draw. You might win yourself a £100 account credit at the end of the month. The last Saturday of the month, we announce the winner of that, just by doing what Jo's done, sharing your makes with us. We don't show all of them on TV, some we do, but all of them that get sent into us go into the draw, and you could win yourself a £100 credit.
It's so nice to be able to see what the customers are actually making. It's amazing.
Yeah, you must get such a buzz out of
that. Like, wow. It's like, sometimes you don't know what to say.
I know. Brilliant. Another demo then, Mark.
Right, I'm going to use the Daisy Grunge now. Okay. So one of my favourite stamps because it's so iconic. Again, I've got the Daisy on the stamping platform.
This is one of the 5 in 5 we'll do towards the end of the show, so it is coming up, but it won't be the full price.
So yeah, stay with me. I'm just going to ink it up now with some black Versum Fine ink, and I'm just going to.
Oh, we have dropped the price on it. Okay, so we'll do a 4 in 4 a bit later, not a 5 in 5. $7.99 for that one. ZC2321 if you want this one.
Again, just use your stamping platform. If you want to go back in, I'm going to go back in a little bit darker because I'm going to be clear embossing this. It's one of my kind of go-to things that I'm always doing. I love embossing.
That's the Daisy Grunge, just in case you want to see all the stamps you're going to get in the collection. There we go. That could also be a sunflower. Yeah, absolutely could.
So this is absolutely gorgeous. We have a lovely image there, and I like. Yes, yep. I like the text that goes through it as well. I think that's a great kind of like.
Oh, I just noticed that. Yeah,
yeah,
I like that.
It just adds that a little bit extra to the design.
Yeah.
I'm just going to get my embossing powder again. I'm just going to.
10% of Daisy Grunge is in baskets at the moment. You can't go wrong with a Daisy, sunflower, or gerbera. They're the smiliest flowers out there, aren't they?
Yeah, and no matter what kind of card you make, people are going to absolutely love it because it's so iconic.
Lowest price ever.
So again, just heat up your embossing powder. Always magical.
I didn't see the script in there, but now you've pointed it out, I can see it very easily.
It's when you kind of look at the design, then you say, yes, I get it now.
Yeah.
And it just adds that little bit of extra depth to your card.
It just kind of adds a bit of intrigue,
Yeah.
interest. You can't really ever read what it's saying, to be fair, but...
Right, so you've got this gorgeous image. Now, let me just show you that. Look how gorgeous that is there now.
Love it.
There we go. Isn't that amazing? Now, again, you can use it any way you want. You can rotate it. It doesn't really matter. Now, all I've done is I've actually cut my daisy out. So we're just going to move on to the next section. Now, what I also have done, I'm going to colour this in, and I'm going to show you how. I've coloured in a couple of other daisies as well. So I've got 3. So I stamped it and embossed it 3 times, and then just cut them out. Again, just in different colours. So I'm going to show you how I coloured this in very, very easily.
And they're not difficult to cut out. Those petals are quite easy.
No. This is the kind of thing you're going to do maybe sat at the TV, or, with the family. It's the kind of thing you do in the evening, those relaxing times.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to get some distress inks or any water-based ink. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get 2. So I'm going to do this one in orange, and also going to use the mustard seed. So the orange goes around the outside. So we just dab our blending tool. And again, you can colour this so many different ways, whether you want to do it this way, which is very, very quick indeed, or maybe you would like to watercolour it, or maybe use your alcohol pens. It's entirely up to you as to how you do it, but you're going to get different effects every time you do it. And I absolutely love this way. Very quick to create something stunning.
And that doesn't interfere with the embossing that you've done at all? The ink just glides over the top of it?
Yes, because it's water-based.
Right.
Yep, definitely. So it doesn't alter it at all. So we can go as dark or as light as you want. It's entirely up to you. So we've got the outside of it. Now the easiest thing to do is the centre. We just get our yellow with our tool, stamp in the centre and do a twist. And then you've got to get the centre. Isn't that easy?
Perfect.
So like that.
Perfect size.
Yep. It's like I designed it that way.
I know.
I didn't actually, but it's sometimes accidents, happy accidents and everything like that.
Yeah.
So let me just clean my mess up. Just move this to one side. Okay. So the next thing I'm going to do is I've got my card blank. So I'm going to create my card. Now, only one thing I have done in advance was that I used a scrap of my sprays. This is a blue oxide ink that I've used. So I've cut it to the size like a DL card, and I'm going to use this as my background because I think it goes really well.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like that too. Right, so the next thing I'm going to do, just quickly, I'm just going to get my tool, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to go around the edge of my matting card layer, and I'm just going to darken the kind of edge around there because it's going to pull your eye into the center of the card when you do it this way. So just quickly go around. Again, very easy to do, but this is a kind of technique that maybe beginners don't know about.
It's a very effective technique, isn't it?
Yeah, because it does focus your eye straight into the center of the card.
Yeah,
The darker on the edge.
It's like you're looking through an aperture or looking through an opening somewhere.
Exactly, yeah, and I think that's probably where it came from, so yeah. So isn't this amazing? Right, so we've got this gorgeous background, and we'll just I'll stick this to my card blank. Oh, just clean my mess. Cleaning up as I go, Dave, that's not normal, not like me at all.
Impressed?
Although behind and underneath there's an absolute nightmare.
No, we're not worried about it.
We're not going to look there.
What you can't see, I don't worry about.
Right, and I'm just going to kind of place that where I think it's going to go in the centre. Normally by eye on TV. Right, okay, so we're happy with that.
Yep.
Now the next thing we're going to do is we've got our 3 flowers, and I'm just kind of working out where I'm going to put them. I think I'll probably do it that way.
Okay.
So I'm going to stick them to my card blank. Oh, but the first things first is I just want to know, I've got a lovely sentiment here, and I've used the Mother sentiment, and I've stamped it in Versamark, which is a clear ink, and I use white embossing powder on black card.
Nice.
So again, very arty, and do you know what I like about this? This is a bit of a cheat. I'll tell you what the secret is, why it's a little bit of a cheat. Is sometimes when you stamp in like verses or sentiments, if you can do it on like a dark card or maybe a black, you don't really have to matte it up then afterwards. So
Oh, I never really thought about that. I
yeah,
suppose
it just saves you having to rematch the sentiment as well.
Right.
So again, a little bit of a cheat, but I think it's a good cheat, I think. So we're going to have this sentiment here for mother. And I'm just going to, all I've got to do is I'm going to stick these down. Again, this is, once you put these onto your blue background, that's where the kind of magic happens. It becomes alive.
And the meaning for mother, in case you weren't with us at the beginning of the show, we get all 6 of the kind of relation definitions. Mother, selfless, loves unconditionally, creator of precious memories, multitasker, a shoulder to cry on, and she makes everything okay.
Wow. It's great, isn't it? So
It sums up mums, doesn't it, really?
again, using the silicone glue, because obviously I'm placing it down very lightly to see where I'm going to end up placing all 3 images. So I think I'm going to place that one there. And we might just move that one along a little bit. And then the third one.
Yep.
Again, you know, this is kind of a nice quick card that maybe you forgot to make for somebody, and it'll just, you wouldn't want to forget to make a card for your mother.
Oh no.
No.
Or it could be someone that is like a mother to you, isn't necessarily a mother, but treats you.
Yes. Well, my mother-in-law is like a mother to me, so yeah. So I would call her mother. Right, and I think that's pretty nice, lovely card. Now, I also did, on the inside, with the Daisy Grunge set, you actually get a bouquet of flowers. So in the same colours, I've got the inside there, so you've got the bouquet, and, sorry Dave, can you just hold that for me, just a second? There we go.
Yep.
I just wanted to put this sentiment on the inside as well, before I forget. We've got that one there. So we've got the smile from that set. And we're just going to put that across the bouquet there. So when she opens it up, she's going to get that. And they coordinate. So you've got the 3 colours there on the outside, and then you've got the gorgeous card on the outside.
So you're going to get the smile stamp. You're also going to get the Hello Sunshine stamp. You're going to get the bouquet, or the 3 together in a bunch. And you get the big circular, we reckon, well, it's called a daisy, but we reckon it could be a gerber or a sunflower as well, whichever you wanted it to be. And it's the new low price, never been $7.99 before. Here's a couple of extra finished ideas that the team have done. So there's a fantastic tag. Again, that's been cut out, just like what Mark showed us a few minutes ago. And then this is really clever, actually, because this has just been used doing a background and then just stamping it with black ink over the top. And that looks lovely too, but a different way of doing it.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that, you know, this is the whole thing, isn't it? Everybody does something different. And if you can, like, you know, take pinches and ideas and snippets from other people, that's great, because it's about sharing and then growing that ability and changing. You know, everyone changes what they're doing, you know, everyone takes ideas from somebody else, and that's great. And that's how we move forward in life.
Absolutely. ZC2321, ZC2321 if you want the Daisy Grunge. Okay, 4 in 4 minutes. Which 4 haven't I done yet? Creative Chaos, Dragonfly Dreams, Sunflower Grunge, Live Life Now. I've not done that one. Right, okay. So, right, the next 4 in 4 minutes. This is called Live Life Now. All right. Now, this is for butterfly fans. I did a show with Mark a little while ago featuring this. It was absolutely brilliant. Love the image here. Look at the distressed butterfly, all those little particles and little droplets and so on. To be able to do that, freehand would be, you'd be on a wing and a prayer. You'd end up getting the splats in the wrong place. Yeah. Live Life Now, but look at that fantastic flutter of butterflies. Again, appearing to go off into the distance as they get smaller. Really effective, really different, and when you see what you can do with them, look at this. Jane has done that card. Isn't that brilliant? Linda's done this one. Okay, we're down to $7.99, lowest ever price, down from $12.99. You're saving a £5. That's taken care of your whole day's P&P in one purchase. DK2356. If you want to get for that one right now. Remember, that's called now Live Life Now. Love it. For £7.99. Christine's in, Chris is in, Joanna, Susan, Catherine, Linda, Anne, Maureen, Rachel. Okay. We're going to move on. It's still available, but if it's...
I would highly recommend getting that, because I'll show you a little bit of a secret about that stamp set later on. So I've got a show at 8 o'clock tonight, 7 o'clock. I can't remember what
8
time.
o'clock.
8 o'clock. I've got to show it at 8 o'clock. So I will show you why you need that one if you
Okay.
haven't got it already.
Yeah, you're here to the end tonight.
Yeah.
Creative Chaos. The Creative Chaos next one. Okay. This one's already going very, very quickly. We're going to do the same with this that we did with the last one. Look at what you've got in there. LP 2316. Out of chaos comes creativity. Don't we all know that? But you've got that beautiful floral. You've got the number 42. Chaos Theory. Oh, okay. Interesting. You see, this is what I love about your stamps. They're always interesting. There's always something that makes you think, that's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try, my wife calls me a little bit geeky, so I kind of know all these kind of weird random facts, but, that's the way it goes.
Well, why not? Okay, $7.99. We've lowered the price to the same as that last one, LP 2316. It is the lowest ever price this has been. Never before has it been £7.99, but we can do it for you today. Please check out your baskets. It doesn't matter how many phone calls you make, doesn't matter how many times you order on our website. The ordered process is free. All you have to do is have a debit or credit card handy and choose what you want. And once you've paid your P&P once, which we're saving you in this one purchase, that's it for the whole day. You can buy as many things as you like up to midnight tonight for that one P&P of £4.95. Sunflower next. Okay. This is the Sunflower Grunge. So if you've loved the daisy that we did earlier on, this is definitely a sunflower, unmistakably a sunflower. It's got a longer stem, much higher. Look at those. Aren't they lovely?
Yeah.
This is Happy Birthday. Have a sunshiny day, sunflower. It always makes me smile, a sunflower. It reminds me of my childhood. I think we all, as kids, grew sunflowers, didn't we?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Or we've taken them, we've had photographs taken with them.
Yeah. It was always like a school challenge. Plant your seeds and who can grow the tallest at home. I don't think I didn't get anywhere close, but enjoy doing it. $7.99 again for that one. I'd go for all of them. If you're a fan of visible imaging, there's never been a better time to stock up at these prices today. £5 off. Percentage-wise, that's 40% reduction. QV2305. Okay, last one in our 4 in 4 is the Dragonfly Dreams. Here's your Dragonfly Dreams. So similar to one that we did earlier on, but different. This is a more all-in-one stamp.
Yes, it's a large stamp, and it's got like a lot of script and kind of like a map behind it as well,
Yeah.
like a globe. So it's kind of like a collage. Again, you can use it individually, or you can combine it with the other stamp set that you had earlier on. I will be demonstrating that at some point later on tonight.
And you've got the words of wisdom, dreams, and self-reflection, all separate. But look at that for a card. I love that. I put that on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's one stamp and you're kind of pretty much done. A little bit of colour there, but it looks fantastic.
Oh, look at the shimmer on the wings. Have you done that?
Who did that?
Linda has done
Linda.
that one.
I think she's explained on the back of it.
Oh yeah, hang on. Pin flare pearl wand. An embossing powder.
Embossing powder. That's nice.
An
isn't it?
aqua tint.
That's what I would call. That's what a dragonfly wings look like.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, now I've got a message from Adam in the West Midlands. Hi, Adam. Good afternoon. Visible Image is one of my all-time favourite companies and my go-to for my card making. You can't make a bad card with Mark's Designs. Adam in Birmingham.
Oh,
What a
thank you,
star.
Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
Much appreciated.
Brilliant. Now, those are all the deals that we've shown you. Please, whatever you do, don't miss the first one. In case you weren't watching at 3 o'clock when we started the show, we've been able to get back for you the relations and the definitions. All 6 of these for $19.99. You've got son, daughter, mother, sister, brother and father, and the definition of, or indeed what Helen defines as their meaning. Sister, she knows your story, keeper of secrets, a good listener, gives great advice, personal stylist, and forever friend. One more, let's do the son one. Mischievous, fearless adventurer, can be messy, brave, funny, loyal, handsome, charming, protective, always there for you. Isn't that great? They're all on the website for $5.99 each, but if you buy the set of 6 today, they've been out of stock for a while. I think, was it April? Yeah, back in April. $19.99, you're going to get them for £3.33 each today, which is crazy. DJXC52. A picture from Pauline coming in. You'll be entered into your Share You Make straw, Pauline.
Wow.
She says, I love visible image designs. They are great.
Oh, thank you, Pauline.
Pauline, thank you. That's
That
a
looks
fantastic.
amazing.
Yeah, it does look great.
Wow.
Amazing. So you're in the draw. You might win yourself £100. Thank you for that.
That's good.
Brilliant. One more demo, if that's all
One
right.
more demo, sure. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to using the unicorn.
Okay.
Okay, so this time I'm not going to use black ink. Sometimes using black ink can be maybe a little bit harsh. You may want to do something a little bit softer.
Yep.
So I'm going to use a grey this time. So I'm just going in with my grey oxide ink. Again, sometimes one of the things is sometimes you can't see the ink on the stamp because it's a paler colour.
Yeah.
But you just got to kind of go with it. And one of the benefits of having a stamping platform, if you've missed anything, you can always go back in.
Yeah.
So I'm just pressing this down until we get this lovely image. And if we've missed anything, we just go back in with that ink there.
That grey looks so stylish.
Again, you know, sometimes you don't want that harshness of the black. So sometimes just turn it, oh, look at that, a little bit of string there.
Where did that come from?
No, I don't know. Right, okay, so we'll go back in there.
The unicorn hair.
It could be, could well be. And we just stamp back again, and we're just going to get this gorgeous image. Again, the grey is so nice, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Now, I'm not going to emboss this because I've done lots of embossing today, but I've actually got one I've already done. So again, you know, you would emboss that, and the only difference is with this one is embossed.
Oh, wow, look.
Again.
Look at how it really kind of enhances the grey, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. And, you know, so it does actually, you know, make your colours a little bit darker, so I do like that. Mm-hmm. So the next thing I'm going to do is, I'm going to do a little bit of colouring, not too much, because I don't think it actually needs a lot, again, to create something stunning. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is going to stick it to my card blank so that I don't get my inky fingers everywhere else.
Okay.
So let me just stick this down. Again, I'm doing quite well making things straight. Right, okay.
There you are.
So I'll tell you about that later on. A secret. Right, okay, so there's that. Next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get my Distress inks. This is a picked raspberry.
Kat, our producer, said you've probably got lines on your glasses.
Well, no, that would be good.
That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? I've got a line, scratch, but not intentional.
Does that annoy you?
It really annoys me, yeah.
Right, okay, so, and then I'm
I've got
going
a spider in my lens all the time.
Oh, right, okay, that is annoying. Can you not change them?
Yeah, for 300-400 quid probably.
Yeah, that's the trouble, isn't it? Yeah. Glasses are expensive. So I'm just going to go in with my water brush again, and I'm just going to pick up some of that ink there, and we're just going to, you know, add some colour to my unicorn. So, you know, sometimes I've forgotten what it was called. It's a unicorn, of course it is. So again, I'm just quickly going over a little bit of water there first, just to kind of get that movement and the bleeding working. Again, you don't have to be too fussy with this. Again, less is probably more on this unicorn because the grey kind of like, you know, especially if you want maybe doing a younger card, maybe you want to put maybe a bit more sparkle on it. It depends on who it's for, doesn't it? But you can go back in there and we can just add some colour here. Not too much, and again, the embossing resists the colour, so you can actually just move along there quite easily.
It's up to you whether you want a subtle unicorn or a full-on unicorn.
Yeah, entirely up to you. I'm using quite a fine brush here, but it's very easy to do this. So I'm just go back in, grabbing my colour quickly, and again, you can see the resist on that watercolour and the ink. It just kind of bleeds across the card there, and you can create something quite special very, very quickly. So I'm just going back in there, just adding a few details here and there.
Don't forget, this is part of another deal that we had earlier in the show where you're going to get the Enchanted Fairy and the Magical Unicorn together with 2 stencils. I'll give you details and show you before the end of the show, but that was a phenomenal deal too. All the deals today have been phenomenal.
Well, it is a summer sale. I know, I wouldn't have thought we were actually in summer, but we are, aren't we? Are we in summer now? Yeah, we are officially. It doesn't seem like it though, does it? I know with the tennis on, you think, it is summer, but the weather is telling me something completely different. So.
Totally.
Have you had a holiday this year? Oh, you have been away, haven't you, Dave?
Yeah, been away, yeah.
Yeah.
Came back a couple of weeks ago.
Are you going to go away again?
Nothing planned at the moment.
No?
No. Not until next year.
Oh, right, okay. Is it something special next year then?
No, just we tend, because we've got older parents now, so we tend to go for shorter holidays closer, not further away. So.
Okay, no, I'm just colouring this in. I'm just giving this a quick wash. You know, again, you would go home, spend a lot more time on this than I am today. I'm just giving it that very light wash over it.
The unicorn stamp detail's fantastic. It really is. And you said before, all the stamps are manufactured in the UK, so the quality is guaranteed.
It's nice to be able to work with a UK manufacturer as well, and they are probably the biggest in the country. In fact, probably one of the biggest in the world, because they have a plant in the US as well. So.
Oh, right. Wow.
So again, I'm going to stop there, I think, and I'm just going to put my sentiment on, I think. So that's a gorgeous little card there. Now, I'm going to use, I've got Daughter here, so I think that was going to work really well. So I'm going to get my silicone gel out. Now, probably later on after we finish the show, I'd probably go back in there and just maybe a little bit more colour in if you wanted to.
Just let it dry first.
Just let it dry first, and then go back in there and just add a few highlights there with maybe a white pen. But it's entirely up to you. I mean, I've taken like literally minutes to do this. So, I mean, obviously people at home maybe take half an hour or maybe longer.
Yeah.
It depends. There's one of the things about card making is there's no need to rush things, is there?
And with a unicorn, there's no rules. You can make them as multicoloured, as rainbow-like as you like, or
oh, totally.
Single colour. It's up to you.
You can go back in as much there. How we do for time?
About 2.5 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, I can do a little bit more then. So I've done the outside. Again, I just finished colouring this in a little bit more then. Just add some more detail. Again, you can take your time with this and just keep on going in there. I'll let you into a secret. I think I heard your stomach. Did I hear your stomach rumbling there?
Me?
You hungry?
No.
No?
It wasn't my stomach. Was it yours, Chris? No?
Maybe it was outside. External sounds.
Maybe, yeah.
Right.
Well, not to my knowledge was it my stomach anyway. I'm sure I'd have felt it if it was.
Right, okay. So I think we'll stop there on the outside. Now I've done a little something on the inside as well, just because I like to be able to do the insides and the outsides of the cards where possible. Again, I'm going to probably put glossy accents on that after. I think that would look really
Love
cool.
it. Absolutely love it. So, Mark, you're back at 8.
I am.
With the last show of the day, with more deals from Visible Image. Some new deals too. Let me just show you that last bundle that I was talking about with the unicorn. You get both stamp sets. So you're going to get the magical unicorn and you're going to get the enchanted fairy. These are also at the newest, lowest price individually, but also if you buy them as a bundle, you're going to get an even better deal. So you get the unicorn and you get, of course, the beautiful fairy as well with all those words in addition. Then you're going to get 2 of your stencils. So you've got the Make-A-Wish kind of spell stencil with the stars, and then you also get the bubble stencil as well. Both of those work so well with both of the main images on these stamps, and you're going to get the lot for $19.99. And we've already worked out that if you bought that on the website now, lowest ever price $9.99. If you buy that one, lowest ever price on the website $9.99. But you don't get the stencils if you buy them individually. If you buy them as a set of 4, you're not paying anything for the stencils because it's $19.99 for the 2 with the 2 stencils as well. WXXC09. On the website, we did loads of quick 4-minute and 5-minute deals for you on the other 10 items in the show. All new lowest ever prices. Most of the things that were $12.99 went down to $7.99, saving you a $5 on each one. That's saving you your P&P for the whole day in just buying one thing. So it makes absolute sense to do that. And while you're there, don't forget to shop on the website for anything else that you're looking for, because today's the last day of our 12 Days of Christmas promotion, where you get £25 off a spend of £100 or more. Not on things on TV today, but things on our website from any of our brilliant suppliers. So festive 25, you put that in there, you get £25 off, provided you spend over 100. Mark, great to see you.
Thank you.
Brilliant demos.
Yep.
Mark's back at 8 o'clock. Gill's here next with personal impressions and amazing rice papers. Don't go away.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Just so you know, Hobby Maker is now live every day from 1 o'clock till 9 p.m. That's more time for fun, more time for crafting, more time for demos, and more time with your favourite crafters and your favourite presenters. See you on Hobbymaker.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hey everyone, welcome back. It's Friday afternoon. Looking forward to a great weekend here at Hobbymaker, live every day, of course, between 1 and 9 p.m. now. We're live till 9 every single day, even the weekends and bank holidays and even Christmas Day. Now, my last show of the day before Hayley takes over through the evening is it's going to literally blow your mind what you can do with rice papers. And Gill's here from Personal Impressions to give us loads of demonstrations, loads of ideas as to how you can use rice papers, either on things that are solid, like boxes, jugs, vases, or even things that are soft, like pencil cases and cushions, that sort of thing. Even lampshades. I mean, look at this placemat here, this wonderful, like a crocheted placemat, but that is a rice paper that's been added into the center of it. All the pastes that you need, all the tools to actually get these rice papers to work are included in the show as well. So you can literally do everything that we're doing in the show demonstration-wise and finished sample-wise, you can do at home with the minimum of fuss and the maximum of effectiveness. Trays, look at that tray with that beautiful image of that vintage shop. That is a rice paper transferred onto the wooden base. Over on the other side now, near where Gill is, we've got the lampshade. We've also got the bisque vases as well. That beautiful little jug, you can make that as well. We've got that to show you in the show, all because of rice papers. Gill, welcome back.
Thank you, Dave.
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
I mean, is this your most favourite craft, would you say, to do this?
I love rice papers because you can do so much with them. They almost integrate into the surface that you're putting them on, unlike an ordinary paper that sits on top.
Yeah.
You really
blends in,
can't,
doesn't it?
Absolutely, and I think that makes it a more professional finish than just, say, covering something with paper. And because there's lots of appropriate varnishes, pastes, mediums, you can make stuff durable. So you can wipe clean things, you can wash the clothing without any problems. So it's a uber versatile medium. Yeah.
So we've got the medium that you need to actually put rice papers on something hard. We've also got the medium to put rice papers on something soft, like a t-shirt or anything like that, like a cushion cover. And it's then, once you've actually done that and heated it, it's actually then machine washable, which is remarkable. So it's to see that process of where the rice paper literally fuses and becomes part of the fabric, or fuses and becomes part of the solid structure. I mean, look at this box here. We've got these for sale in the show as well, but a beautiful thing. But it's rice paper around it that is the key thing. So if you love the idea of decoration for interiors, for interior design, decoration for your own soft furnishings, we've got little bags in the show and a cushion in the show as well. But you can put it onto clothing, an old t-shirt, a jacket if you want to as well. Everything in the show is on the website if you want to shop ahead. But what we've done to start off with is giving you a chance to choose any 5 rice papers for £9.98. So basically £2 a sheet is what it's working out to, isn't it?
Which is a fabulous price for rice papers, given how much things have gone up over the last few years. So yeah, £2 a sheet of A4 rice paper is a brilliant price.
Well, normally you'd expect to pay at least £2.50 each.
Absolutely, and because it's a pick and mix, you can pick what you want. So if you know you've got a bigger surface you want to cover, if I was to solidly cover something like the table lamp shade, I might need at least 2 of the same rice paper to cover that. So the pick and mix option gives you the chance to choose your favourites rather than those being set for you. So it's a great option.
5 different. They're all A4 in size, or you can have 2 the same and 3 different, or all 5 the same. It's entirely up to you. Now, the pick and mix, you can do it one of 2 ways. You can either do it by calling our call centre. When we've gone through the options, Jill will explain to you what each one's called. 0800 001 4433 is the free phone number, and they'll talk you through which ones and make sure you get your order right. And then if you'd rather do it on the website or the app, you can just choose from the little drop-down menu that will come up from all the options. We've got 11 to choose from. So choose any 5 for just £9.98. And we're going to go through them now, aren't we, Jill?
We are.
One by one.
So these rice papers all come from Ciao Bella's flower shop collection that Sharon brought to air in its ordinary paper format last week. So they're all very much a floral, pretty feminine feel. So the one on the top, Home Garden Flowers, is called Euphoria.
Right.
Yeah. So we've got beautiful images. I've just taken the centrepiece out of that for that table mat, leaving me the panels either side and the butterfly you can use elsewhere.
Exactly, you can still use those on other projects. So that's called Euphoria.
That's called Euphoria.
From Ciao Bella.
Yeah.
And you're like the representative for Ciao Bella now, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, certainly for rice paper part of it, yeah, absolutely. So so this one's Euphoria. We've then got Floral Fragrance, which is a border panel, and I've put that onto the circular wooden box. So, and that box only takes less than one sheet to go all the way around it. So if that's the look you like and you're thinking about getting the MDF circular box, that one will work perfectly well.
And of course, you don't always have to use the full A4 sheet. You can just use little strips of it or smaller elements of it.
Absolutely. I mean, all I've done for that is cut it into strips and put it around. This one is springtime elements, so lots of smaller images that you can pull out and use on lots of different projects. Or collage them together, depending on the one you want,
so
the effects you want.
8 different images on that
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Oh, 15?
15.
Right, okay.
Some of them are very small, like the little cups, but they're all very usable pieces, depending on the projects that you're making.
Now, if you like that one and you want 5 of those, feel free. That can be your 5 for £9.98. But if you want to just have 1 of each or 2 of each, and then 2 of one, 2 of another, and then another one, it's entirely up to you. Once 5 are in your basket, the magic will happen. The price will tumble down to just £9.98.
Then we have flower shop cards.
Yep.
So these are 4 separate images on the one rice paper. So these are great for adding on to small items to cover a whole surface, but equally you could just glue them onto a piece of card and make it into a card.
Sure.
You know, so you don't have to think about, it doesn't necessarily have to be for homeware or for fabrics. It can be used in your ordinary paper crafting
We do
as well.
actually have that square vase, the beast vase in the show as well, which is what you're looking at.
This one.
Yeah.
Here. Yeah, absolutely.
And that's perfect to be put on a flat surface like that, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Then we have flowered street, which is really pretty.
That's
really pretty.
like a pavilion in the garden or something, isn't it?
It's gorgeous,
Amazing.
isn't it?
Really
Absolutely. And a lovely big butterfly. And again, this is a piece where you could take out just the flower sheet and street and use the top and the bottom if that's what you wanted to do. So this one is Spring Scent, and I've put that onto the little pencil case that we've got in the show.
And that's like a wild meadow, like you're walking through a wild meadow. Now, we do actually have the pencil case, or it could be a makeup bag, in the show as well with a cushion cover. But look, it doesn't feel like there's anything on there other than fabric. It's really clever, but it's basically fused to the fabric using the products from Cadence we've got in the show today.
Yeah. We've got Blooming Hour, appropriate because it's got a clock in it.
Yep.
And that's up on the cushion on the side there.
Oh, that's
And
lovely
literally
window.
all I've done is put the whole of the rice paper onto the cushion front. Be aware that quite a lot of the European countries call cushion covers pillowcases.
Right.
So it might appear on the website as a pillowcase,
But it is a cushion
but it's a
cover,
cushion cover as we understand it. And then I've just added some lace with a fabric glue around it. So completely no sew project for those of us who are averse to sewing needles.
And there's more.
Home and Garden, which is a collage of lots of smaller images, which you could use as a background piece or pull out the separate images and put them onto smaller items quite happily.
Love it.
Little flower shops.
6 projects in one there.
Yeah, absolutely. Or one project in one.
one
If you if you do as I've done and use them around the base of a plain white textile lampshade.
I mean, you could get that from a charity shop very, very inexpensively and jazz it up and make it very different.
Absolutely. So a lampshade is £2 or £3. The basin maybe not, but the lampshades you can pick up really affordably. Then we've got My Flower Market, which is a single big house. That's the one that's on the tray, along with one of the elements from the page, which has got lots of elements on it.
Beautiful.
We've got Never Ending Journey,
There's lots
which
to
is
choose
our
from.
last one, and that's the one on the front that's got the crackle glaze added over the top of it.
We've got that in the show as well.
We have.
So those are your 11 choices. It may well be that you want to go for one of each of them. If you do, so you've got all 11, feel free. I know Maria has actually gone through for 10, so you're going to be paying Maria £19.96 for all 10 of them. 1 P&P for the whole day's orders, remember. That's what we live by every single day here at Hobbymaker. No more than 4.95 P&P per day, no matter how many things you've bought, no matter how many different companies you've bought them from. They're all going to kind of work together really, really well. It follows on from Sharon's launch a couple of days ago here at Hobbymaker. So if you saw that, these are the rice papers weren't available then, but they are today available for the very first time. And it's up to you what you use them on, whether you're putting it onto a tray, whether you're putting it onto a vase, a jug, putting it onto a fabric, a t-shirt, a placemat, a lampshade. It's entirely up to you. If you want to see any of the designs again, message in and tell us which one you missed or which one you want to see again, and we'll get Gill to show you them again. But they're all on the website if you want to have a little look. Call the call centre. They can do the selection for you as well. Now, before we get to demo, I just want to introduce you to these. We do have the all-important products on the show that are for either applying your rice papers onto hard surfaces or onto fabrics. And that basically is called Magic Bond. So we've got the Magic Bond available for fabric. We've also got the Magic Bond available for your hard surfaces, whether you want matte, whether you want a satin, or whether you want a shiny surface. Now the jug itself, this one here, this is a Bisque porcelain, isn't it? Is that right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Look at this. This could be a milk jug. It could be for absolutely anything, maybe a little, just an ornament, to be honest with you. You could keep it as maybe a brush holder.
Yeah, these are unfinished,
Yeah.
so that if you're going to put water in them, you'll need to make sure the inside has been sealed properly before you do that, because they're essentially a porous base that's designed to be kiln fired. But if you're making decorative items, then they work perfectly, and you can get water repellent, water fast varnishes easily enough.
Now, that's the blank canvas, but if you look at the jug next to it, this is the one that Gill has decorated using the rice papers again. Now, it's gone from having a matte finish to like a shiny finish, so...
Absolutely. So that's the two-part crackle glaze that we have on the show today. So it's very different to the one-component crackle that I bought last time. And I think it's worth thinking about the effect that you want, whether you want that weathered wood type effect, which the other one last time did, or whether you want this sort of broken porcelain effect that you can get with this, a fine line crackle. So it's a very different effect, and that's why I thought we should have a different crackle this time.
Okay.
Because it has a very, very different look.
Okay, now if you want the jug, you can have it for £3.99. Isn't that amazing? I mean, if you're making to sell, I mean, once you've decorated this, what would you sell it for? A lot more. Maybe £15, £20, something like that, I would have thought, for a hand-decorated jug like this. Something that's beautiful on a dresser, will look great in a bedroom as well. Great in a kitchen, only £3.99, and it's basically that blank canvas that you may want to use your rice papers on. NIPQ 50. All the products you need to make the rice papers work for you are on the website, but we'll get to them as we go through the demonstration. Now, the square pot we've got for you is this one. So this could be a little vase. You could put artificial flowers in there or something like that. You're not getting one, you're actually getting two of these, which I didn't realise. I thought it was just one. But you do get two. And again, it's a Bisque porcelain that you've got here. Again, we showed you at the beginning of the show, just one of those, but the sheet that had the 4 or 6 images on, I think it was, that's what Gill used on one side of this, and it did look fantastic. And it's £8.49 for the pair. There it is, look, decorated with one of the rice papers. How gorgeous does that look? Again, you could put your pens in there maybe. It could be where you put maybe your keys at the end of the day, that sort of thing.
Absolutely. Lots of uses for pots, aren't there, for lots of reasons.
£8.49 for two, so that's only, what, £4.25? That could be your art brush holder, couldn't it?
It could indeed, absolutely.
Yeah, fabulous. So we've got those two objects there for you if you want to add those into your order. But let's do a demo now, Gill, if we can. What do you want to show us?
So we're going to go back to basics, but basics with a little bit of an add-on. Last time I showed you how to put rice paper with a water brush, and I think it's worth remembering that for images like this, a water brush is, essentially a brush with some water on it. It doesn't have to be a fancy water brush. You just need some clean water to run around the edge of your rice paper.
Well, the brush you're using is one of the set that we've got in the show today.
Absolutely.
You've got 16 brushes from Cadence, so you know, sorry, 6. 6 brushes, not 16. 6 brushes from Cadence, all different shapes and sizes for $16.99. That's where the 16 came from. $16.99 for 6 brushes, TJPQ 32.
So under £3 a brush for a specialist brush, and some of those are really quite big.
Yep.
And they are beautiful, soft brushes. And that's really important when you're applying paints and glazes. You don't want a stiff brush that will leave lots of brush marks in your make. So a soft brush is really helpful. So all I'm doing is protecting the piece that I want to keep with one hand and then pulling with my opposite hand, and that way I've got full control of the bits that I'm getting rid of. I've got a nice thick...
That feathered effect is so effective.
Well, it is, and it just means that it helps blend it in to the surface. So I have one of the Bisque products, and I've actually added some of the antique powder paints onto the top of here. It's actually a mix of the white and the green, which is more bluey than green.
We'll go through the paints
Absolutely.
actually after the demo, if that's all right.
So I've got a very curved surface here, and if I try just to put my rice paper on, we can see that it's really not going to go smoothly onto there. It's going to buckle. And this is where you need to take a big breath in, and you literally just need to rip.
Oh.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to get a flat image onto a circular surface.
Right.
So if I don't rip, then it'll be very difficult to get this to go on without creating lots of folds and wrinkles.
Right.
And whilst you can have folds and wrinkles, it's difficult to get rid of them.
Doesn't
It's
look
not
great,
impossible,
does it?
and it doesn't look that nice. And then all I'm going to do is add some of the Bond and Seal that we've got on the show. And last time I had a taster pack, so three 150ml pots of the Bond and Seal. This time we've got bigger pots, so 250ml pots, and a choice of the different colours, formulas. So if you know which formula you like the best, then you can top up with just the one that you want.
Okay, so we've got basically the 250ml in the matte, 250ml in the satin, and then 250ml in the gloss.
Absolutely.
As well. And that's for all hard surfaces. They're $5.99 each, which is amazing.
Absolutely. And you can use it, as Sharon did last week, to seal ordinary paper onto things as well.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pop my little boots onto here and start at the centre.
What's your favourite finish, Jill?
I prefer the matte.
Right.
I can always add a varnish over the top, and it's really easy to get matte, glossy varnishes. It's much harder to get a really nice matte varnish, so that's why my preference. And because I've torn this, I'm actually getting almost no wrinkles into this piece.
No.
If I had
it's been torn at all.
No, absolutely. So don't be afraid, but I wanted just to show that you don't need to be afraid of curved surfaces, and that tearing and being fairly radical with the tearing will allow you to do that. So I'm going to pop that to dry.
So the Bond and Seal goes onto the jug first, then the rice paper goes on top, and then another coat goes over the top. And when that dries, it just makes the effortless bond between the rice paper and the bisque just perfect, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's an appropriately labelled product. It bonds it so it sticks it down and then seals over the top. And when you're working with rice papers, having that seal over the top is really important because it allows you then to add other mediums around it. And if you slip and get paint, say, on your rice paper, it will wipe off.
Okay, so this is purely for hard surfaces. You've got the matte, you've got the satin, and then you've got the gloss. So you choose which you prefer. $5.99 each, and that's GYPQ31 if you want the matte. Different item number if you want the satin, different item number if you want the gloss. Matte's in the lead at the moment. That's what Jill was saying is her favourite. I think lots of you are agreeing with her as well. So the matte is in the lead at the moment, just your £5.99. Now the paints that we were talking about, the antique powders, so here we've got a choice of, you can buy any two for £6.92. So you've got your antique powder. You've also got this one, which is your antique in the different colourways. So this colourway is...
Dave, there's a little crib sheet.
Oh, I've got them here, haven't I? Sorry. So I've got white, mocha, grey and green. There are the colourways, and Jill's done that for me. So there we go. Which colours would you like? They're all lovely, aren't they? I love them all. The green is particularly gorgeous. I'll probably go for the grey and the green myself, but it's entirely up to you. You used the white, didn't you?
I've used the white and the green as a mix on that one.
Right,
yeah,
white and green mixed together.
So don't be afraid to mix up your colours.
So any two for just £6.92, or they're £4.49 each. If you want all four, that would be only £13.84 for all four of them. That's pretty good, isn't it?
It is, and as the name suggests, that they have a soft, powdery feel rather than a flat, slippery feel. Yeah, ordinary acrylics have a slip to them when you touch them, but these feel almost soft and powdery.
Well, loads of you coming in for
Yeah,
these.
they're
Doreen, hello
beautiful.
to you. Miss in Worcestershire. Hello to Wendy, Maria, Stephen, Catherine as well. Beverly in South Yorkshire's already checked out. Many of you going for both sets. It's entirely up to you. You can mix them together to change the colour hues if you want to. 2 for £6.92, or if you wanted to go for 4, that would be £13.84. And those will be the 4 colourways that you're actually going to be getting. Perfect. NAPQ15.
Okay, so I've got one of the square pots with a piece of rice paper on it, and it's clearly bigger than the pot. So I'm just going to take a sanding block and basically take off the excess. So don't be worried if your image is bigger than your base. You can just literally sand off what you don't want. Sorry, am I making your teeth cringe?
I think Kat, yeah, it's making her teeth go.
We'll leave that, and I'll tidy that one up afterwards. So I'm going to now use the crackle varnish. This is a 2-part crackle,
Okay.
which we have on the show. And this is a crackle that doesn't really like being let loose near water. So make sure that your bond and seal has dried properly before you do anything else with it. So I've got one that's completely dried. There we are, let's just undo that because this is a well-loved pot. There we are.
Does it work on all sorts of surfaces, the crackle?
Absolutely.
It does?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll work on glass.
Okay.
It will work on canvas.
Yeah.
It will work on pots. So pretty much anything you want it to do. There are some useful tricks that you need for this one.
Right.
They're not transparently on anything I've found, but there are tricks to making this one work.
Okay.
So once you've got your rice paper in place and dried fully, you just need to add a layer of your glue, of your step 1. And it comes together, so you don't have to think which, it's a set, it's labelled. Put
Is it a case of the more you put on, the thicker the crack's going to be?
Doesn't matter.
No?
Because you're going to get a fine line crack regardless.
Right.
So I'm just going to put a thin layer there, want it completely covered.
Okay.
Okay. You then, once that has dried, need to put on another layer. And I think you can get away with only putting 1 layer on, but the instructions on the bottle are very clear that you need to have 2.
So you put 1 layer on, wait for it to dry. Does that take long?
An hour or so.
Okay. Then the next layer.
You can take a heat gun to it and speed it up if you want. Just to be careful, because if you do that, if you're not very careful, what will happen is that the top will dry and it'll bubble underneath.
Ah, right.
So you just need to be aware of that. So 2 layers of the step 1, which is a thick white gloopy.
Yeah.
This is when we're going to have fun. There we are. So I'm going to pop this at an angle.
So that side you've already done?
Yeah.
A little while ago, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one has had the 2 layers on. I wrote on the bottom to make sure I knew which one I'd done. And then you'll see that step 2 is really quite liquid by comparison to that. And again, clean, dry brush. And don't be tempted to take one that you've sort of taken out of the wash, given it a quick dry on a paper towel.
And you brush it in the same direction, doesn't have to be across the grain.
Doesn't have to be, you just need a covering across it, being messy. Okay, and then leave that to dry.
Okay.
Okay, so then, let me just pop something up. So this one, I've done that with already. So if you leave, I left mine overnight, and in the morning it didn't look like I'd got any cracks.
Right.
And I've seen several comments online for people saying, what am I doing wrong? Mine isn't cracking. And the answer is the cracks take quite a while to appear. But once it's touch dry, having been left, just take a heat gun to it.
Right.
And the cracks will magically appear.
Okay.
But I don't know, I can see the cracks in here.
If you just angle that to the camera for us, Jill,
Yeah.
we'll see if we can get in. You just need the light to hit it, but I can see some of the cracks there.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it?
There we go. That was it. Up a little bit. That's it.
There.
Yeah.
There. Okay. And it's not even more difficult because it's now a very shiny surface.
Yes. So now what you want to do is kind of accent the cracks.
Absolutely.
Make the cracks stand out a bit more.
Absolutely. So any oil paint. So you can have your cracks in your piece in any colour, shape or form that you want. So that is literally just some oil paint. And I'm just going to rub it over with a dry towel. Don't pick up a baby wipe.
Right.
You will regret it because you'll wipe the finish all off. And that looks like a mess. But if I just wipe off the excess.
Has stayed in the cracks.
Yeah, absolutely. So I now have
Hey, that's more like it, isn't it?
So it works really, as I say, the trick is completely dry brushes and heat it once it's touch dry.
Okay, well, if you like the idea of crackle, you heard obviously Gill say that it's not just the beast, it can go on to glass, it can go on to any sort of surface, but basically it's 2 parts of part 1. Let it dry in between. You can heat gun dry it if you want to, and then step 2. And then when that dries, you'll automatically, over a period of time, get the cracks appear within an hour or so. And then you can, if you want to, just go over with that oil-based paint that we showed you a few minutes ago. Or it could be that you want to use maybe, would like a wax, would that work as well?
Antique paste, and I think the gilding waxes tend to sit on the surface and then you need to take a solvent to it to lift it off. So my preference is just to use oil paint because you can get them in thousands of colours very cheaply.
Okay, and then that will kind of really enhance the crack, make it look even more pronounced and really effective. But it's not just for the jugs or indeed the vases. Also, you could use it on the wooden trays that I know you've bought from us in the past. And we've also got another storage solution that you can, of course, coat with your rice papers as well, with the MDF box. Now, this could be a trinket box, it could be all sorts, it could be a desk organiser, it could be a craft room organiser, you could put hairpins, all sorts. It could be your toiletries, storage case, whatever you want to put in there, it's entirely up to you. It could be a die storage case as well, it could be maybe a little coffee table nut box. You could pop your nuts in there, you could pop your little sweets in there as well if you wanted to, yeah. But at the moment, it's obviously MDF, very kind of rural looking. But what about making it very special with the rice papers that we got today from Ciao Bella? If you want this, it's £11.49. There we are. It comes like this, you don't actually make it, it actually comes built like this, so it will be delivered like this, and that's LTPQ28 for £11.49. Now, we've been talking about putting rice paper onto all sorts of surfaces, including soft fabrics. Well, bearing that in mind, as Gill quite rightly pointed out, we've got the cushion cover, and we've also got, now this bag could be a pencil case, it could be a makeup bag, it could be whatever you want it to be, paintbrush bag, whatever you choose. You're going to get both, I think. Yeah, both for £11.75, and this is a standard cushion sort of size. Is it 16 by 16? Yeah. 16 by 16, and it's £11.75 for both of them. But again, it's crying out to be decorated, like the one that's up in the little window in our studio there, with maybe some of those rice papers, whether it's a full-size A4 sheet or whether it's just a few elements. There's no sewing needed whatsoever. You just use the fabric bond and seal, which you've got in the show. And then, yeah, just do the same process. You put a coat of the bond and seal down first. Gill's going to show you, but a coat of that goes down first. Then you apply the rice paper and then go over the top of it with, again, the bond and seal again. But, of course, this one is for fabrics, which is a totally different product. So if you want this, it's £11.75 for the cushion cover and, of course, the pencil case or the makeup bag. And then this is how you can actually use it. And the fabric decoupage, if you want that, this is what I was talking about. Obviously, the ones we had before were for solids. This is only £5.99 if you want the fabric decoupage. And is that over?
So, yeah, it's that one.
Oh, that one. There we go.
Yeah.
So that's the fabric decoupage. Looks the same pot as the crackle, so I was getting confused. Fabric decoupage, there it is. So if you fancy that from Cadence, it's just £5.99. Works along the same way as the previous products that we were using on the hard surfaces, but this will literally allow you to machine wash it as well after you've done the process.
Absolutely.
Is there much to it? Is it?
Let it dry and iron it from the wrong side.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow. Now you put something in your cushion cover. Why have you done that?
I have. So this is a glue.
Right.
So if I glue my rice paper straight onto the fabric, the glue's going to penetrate through the fabric. So I will just glue it to the opposite side, and that's really frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So stuff it with something plastic, an old
plastic
carrier
carrier bag or
bag.
something, yeah.
There is an old carrier bag in here, absolutely. You just need something inside it. Because it's going to stop the two sides fusing together and make life easier. So the joy of the fabric decoupage glue is once it's dry, it is and heat set, your piece is washable. The instructions are on the bottle, but it also, unlike an ordinary glue, stays flexible. So the rice paper will move with with the movement of your body.
That's why you could wear it as a t-shirt or whatever.
I can wear it as a t-shirt, absolutely. So this piece has got a rice paper piece on it. So it just is, it's the right product for the right job.
It kind of fuses into the fabric, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's amazing.
Absolutely. But if I was to use an ordinary glue, it was set solid and hard, whereas this stays that soft and flexible. You know, I can scrumple this, literally can scrumple this up, and it's not going to come to any harm, when you couldn't easily do that if you'd used an ordinary glue. So we need a healthy dose of your rice paper, of your fabric glue. And I find it easier to pop this on, do the top half first, and then pop the second, do the second half afterwards. But you'll find the method that works best for you. The crinkling is the plastic bag.
Yeah, that's all right.
So you want a reasonable there, because it needs to soak into the fabric.
Yeah.
Okay. So unlike the Bonds and Seal, where I'm fairly stingy with how much I apply, I'm not with the fabric glue.
And remember, these are the Ciao Bella brand new rice papers. We've got any 5 for £9.98. So, lots of you have chosen 5. Lots of you have chosen 10, actually.
Absolutely. So this is, as you say, one of those rice papers. It's the one with the street, which is beautiful. So I'm going to start by just pushing this out, and I'm coming from the middle out, and I've just torn out the edges. You don't, depending on how you want to finish it, it's up to you as to whether you tear it out of the piece or whether you cut it out. So now I can fold that back.
Now, there are over 100 of you with this in your baskets right now.
It's just beautiful.
Yeah, they are.
It is absolutely beautiful. There is a tray online on social media that I've done with this as well. But yeah, it works beautifully.
Do a lot of people wait for the new releases of Ciao Bella? Has it got a massive following?
I think that there are very few places where you can buy Ciao Bella in the UK.
Oh, right.
So I think that, for people who love the style, then here and PI are probably the only people where you can easily get hold of it. Right. It's not, we haven't got that many individual craft shops nowadays.
No,
so I think that's probably why. And they're just beautiful papers. I mean, Ciao Bella is Italian company, very stylish, aren't they? The Italians, and they're very environmentally friendly. They don't, try to have everything made local to where they are, so they don't have a huge carbon footprint from importing.
What amazes me, though, is that at home, just using a bonding product like this, it doesn't look like it's a rice paper on fabric. It looks like it's actually been printed that way. And it looks so professional. Yeah.
And it's easy. I haven't done anything very complicated here. It is literally as simple as it is. It's lots of glue underneath to soak into the fabric, rice paper on top, push it out so you don't get any bubbles, walk away, let it dry.
Does it always take on the colour of what fabric you put it onto? Say, for example, if I had a denim jacket and wanted that on the back of a blue denim jacket, would the blue come through the rice paper?
The rice papers are semi-transparent, semi-translucent, so they will take on the hue of the colour that you're putting them on. So if you're wanting to put a rice paper onto a denim jacket, there are tricks that you can use. So you could paint out the area on the denim jacket with a white fabric glue, and then apply the rice paper over the top. Idea. That would work quite well. So there are lots of tips and tricks, that you can do to do that, and that works quite well.
This, the cushion cover and the pencil case or the makeup case, they're a blank white canvas, so they're easy to use. with this technique. They're £11.75, you get both. And lots of you are multi-buying. Lots of you are going for more than one. I know Dorian in Norfolk's gone for two. So maybe a couple of these on the sofa. And maybe they're going to be gifts for other people. And it's got a zipper on it, of course,
It's
as well.
surprisingly hard to find a plain white cushion cover.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Because the shops sell nicely printed,
Pre-decorated.
coloured, pre-decorated, and the same with the pencil case stroke makeup bag.
Yeah.
It's surprisingly difficult, and you want a nice cotton.
Yes.
Because then you can heat it to a nice temperature. You don't really want to be decoupaging on something that is 100% synthetic, because that doesn't take reasonable heat without sort of crinkling up.
So you've put quite a lot of the fabric decoupage glue onto the fabric. So you leave that to naturally dry?
Absolutely.
Now,
You could heat dry it, but I would just push it off to the side, walk away from it and let it dry.
And then to make it machine washable, when it's dry, heat it from the reverse?
Yeah. Either put some baking parchment over it and then heat over the top, or turn it inside out and then iron it for a couple of minutes.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And remember.
And then you can say, well, that just now looks like you've just plonked that on there, because I have just plonked that on there. So then it's up to you where you go. So the most straightforward way of dealing with it is the way I managed the cushion up there. And I've literally just taken some lace and glued it in place.
Okay.
With a fabric glue. You could sew it in place, but I'm averse to picking up a sewing needle. So I can sew, but yeah, so simply framed it, and then your edges are completely disguised.
Sure.
And it looks like it's a proper panel.
The nature of the imagery as well. I'm just thinking, if you've got a conservatory or maybe a garden room or something like that, where you've got some outdoor furniture or something, they'd look fantastic as scatter cushions, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. And nice day, I wish.
Yeah.
You could take them outside quite happily.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not, I wouldn't leave them out to get soaked, but they're not going to come to harm if they get a shower of rain on them either.
So just doing the maths then, if you wanted to have your very own designer cushion covers, you've got your 5 sheets of your rice paper for under £10. You've got your decoupage glue for fabric, which is £5.99. So that's only £15.99, £16, let's say. And then these are 11. So for under £30, you've got a system in place, and also the cushion covers and the pencil case as well, or the makeup case, that you can decorate with those rice papers. Everything that we need to do it is in the show today.
Absolutely.
Which Gill has made sure is the case. And of course, you've then got the crackle, if you want to apply the crackle effect to glass or to bisque or to MDF or whatever it might be, you've got that option there as well. But this is just one of the pencil cases or the makeup cases that have been decorated with the rice papers. Again, use the fabric decoupage glue, and that then becomes a permanent bond. It's almost like the rice paper fuses, almost melts into the fabric and to create that permanent bond, which is really, really special. So it's not an expensive hobby to get into. It's also not that messy either. If you've got some brushes, which are here today, and all you need to do is have like a spare area on your craft table, and you can apply the decoupage glue without any fuss whatsoever. No expensive machinery needed, no electric needed apart from the power of your heat gun if you want to dry it that way. But yeah, you could be making these bespoke pieces of decor for your home, or to sell if you wanted to as well. But remember, with those rice papers, you're going to get 5 A4 sheets for under £10. That's under £2 a sheet. And many of them are made up of like 6 or maybe 8 or sometimes even up to 14 different images and different components. And they're just fantastic. Choose from them on the website, select which 5 you'd like. If you've forgotten which ones there are available, just call the call centre and they'll help you out. Free phone number 0800 001 4433. But again, if you want to see the actual images, they're on the website. There's pictures on the website now, or just message in to us and we can flash up one if you missed the name of it or whatever, and we can show you again. ZMPQ29, £2.49 each, or 5 for £9.98. Loads of you going for 5s, 10s, some of you going for 6. That's fine. If there's only 6 that you want, or you want 10 of one design, you can cherry pick which ones you want, and you'll only be charged, remember, less than £10 for 5 rice papers. But it's what you can do with them, Gill, that's so impressive.
Absolutely. They're an incredibly versatile product. Yeah, I love them. Love, love, love them.
I mean, even that lampshade as well. I mean, that looks amazing, and it's a practical lampshade that can be illuminated with a bulb inside it. So actually to sit indoors of an evening and have your rice paper designs that you've actually chosen illuminate like that. That could be a bedroom, it could be a lounge, dining room, whatever you want. But how beautiful is that?
Yeah, it's bespoke to you. You're the only person who's going to have something like that. And we all like something that's unique, don't we? And a little bit special. So it just works. And
that will be the fabric decoupage glue
that's
you'd
the
use
fabric
on that.
decoupage glue I've
Okay.
used on that because it's a textile. And because, let's face it, household decorative items get dusty.
Yes.
So I know that's wipeable with a damp cloth. I wouldn't put obviously in the washing machine, but I know because I've used the fabric glue, I can wipe it down with a wet cloth if it gets dusty.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So, yep, choose which rice papers you'd like. Remember, these are the brand new rice papers from Ciao Bella, brand new today, and all 11 of them that we have available are on the website. But remember, rather than us saying, oh, if you buy all of the 10 or all of the 11, you can get it for this price, you can cherry pick. Whether you want to have multiples of the same one, all different, or 2 of the same and 3 different, it's entirely up to you. Now, Di in Greater Manchester. Hello, Di, good afternoon. Hello, she says, can you use the Bond and Seal inside the jug to make it waterproof so you can put water in the jug? Thanks.
My preference would be to use a yacht varnish.
A
yacht varnish
yacht
or
varnish.
Cadence Aqua Stone.
Right.
Because those are designed to be completely waterproof. So I think if you put a pot of just the Bond and Seal, it will seal it for you.
Right.
But I don't think it would seal it long enough to be to leave it with, say, fresh cut flowers in it for a long time.
So what was the name of the product again? Cadence Aqua?
Aqua Stone.
Aqua Stone.
Absolutely, because that's designed, and that's a waterproof varnish that you can use and stick stuff outside.
Okay, so that should be on our website under the personal impressions band of brands, okay? If it's not there, we'll try and get it in for you, but certainly that's what you need. Should be on our website though. Just look for personal impressions. Another question coming through from Denise in the West Midlands. Hello, Denise. Hi, how would I apply rice paper to glass, please?
In exactly the same way as you apply it to the B-square. So a layer of the Bond and Seal underneath, your rice paper over the top, a layer of Bond and Seal over the top of it. And I would probably, in that circumstance, I would use the gloss.
Right.
Because then if it's...
The glass is shiny.
The glass is shiny, so if the Bond and Seal is outside the area that you've covered with the rice paper, it's shiny, you're not going to notice it. Whereas if you've put the matte, it may well.
And we have done some shows in the past. I know whether it was Gill or not, I can't remember, but certainly we've done some like shallow dishes that are basically plain that you can put the rice paper on the underside and they look amazing, they really, really do. So yeah, the Bond and Seal, if you gloss, if you want that one, it's a big pot for $5.99. It's OIPQ 37 if you want the gloss. We do have the satin, we do have the matte finish. Maybe a lot of you are going for all 3 of them. That would be just under £18, about $17.97. And then you've got every type of finish from Cadence. And Cadence, just a quick word about Cadence, the brand is brilliant. The quality is superb.
They are a paint and medium company that produce fabulous high quality products that do what they say they'll do. So you're investing money in something that will do the job that you want it to. The cheaper, more craft, more high street children's brands maybe, for want of a better term, will do. They'll paint and cover, but they may not have the longevity. Whereas the pigments in the Cadence products are designed for to paint furniture, to do art effects on the walls. So they're designed to be there for 10, 20, 30 years down the road.
They're a professional brand, basically, aren't they?
Absolutely.
Okay, another question coming through. Hi, Dave and all. This is a message, actually. It's my birthday and my twin's birthday, 66 years today. I'm Bernadette and she Maureen. I'm enjoying a lovely day with the Sewing Street, then Hobby Maker. A perfect day. Wonderful demos as well today. Love us. Oh, happy birthday, both of you. Bernadette and Maureen.
Happy birthday.
And it's our Dan Director's birthday. He might be 66 today. He's here at 5 o'clock. He's here at 5 o'clock. So message him and wish him a happy birthday, because that'll surprise him. We won't be expecting that. Yeah. Down on knobs and buttons. Happy birthday to him.
Well, it's lovely that you've chosen to spend your birthday watching us, and I hope that you found something that you've liked and that may be tempted to treat yourself to, given it's your birthday.
It's a good way to spend your birthday. Sewing Street followed by Hobby Maker.
Absolutely.
Perfect day.
Absolutely.
Have you got anything else you want to
I just want to go back to the crackle that we put the oil paint into. this is a water reactive surface at the moment.
Yeah.
So leave your oil paint to settle for 24 hours and then get a solvent varnish. Cadence Plus is a solvent varnish if that's on the website, but any solvent varnish, and just give it a coat of that to seal it all in. If you don't, then anything wet on it and it will all flake off.
Yeah.
Or 10 years down the road, or whatever, a while down the road, it becomes like crocodile skin.
Sure.
Doesn't feel very nice. So it's a great, fabulous product, but you need to know how to use it.
Yeah, and you do need to have a ventilated room or outside in the night.
Particularly when you're putting the varnish on. The rest of for every other step you don't need to, but when you're putting a solvent varnish on, then you really do need to be. We're not in a well-ventilated area, so I'm not going to demonstrate that.
Is it possible to just show everybody, in case people have just switched on or just got in, could we go through the rice papers again?
We can indeed, of course.
Just so you can see all 11 options.
Absolutely.
Loads of you are with it in your baskets. You can buy multiples of the same one. If there's one design that you like the look of more than anything else, you can have all, 5 in that design if you want to, provided there's stock.
That over there, out of harm's way.
I know some we've got more stock of than others, so...
Yeah, it's always the way with the pick and mix.
know,
There'll be some
exactly.
that are more a favourite or more liked than others. So this one is Euphoria.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful central circular motif, but you don't have to pull that out.
And that's the one you've put in the middle of the place setting here.
It
Now
is.
this is like, is it like a raffia? Or?
It's like a rope, cotton rope.
So even though it's not necessarily cotton and it's a texture, it still bonds to it beautifully well.
Absolutely. I mean, that was bought in a cheap outlet store as an Easter thing.
Right.
And, but the Easter image was really tatty, and I've applied the rice paper and then painted around it.
Beautiful.
To blend it all in. Yeah, absolutely.
So that one's called, did you say Euphoria?
Euphoria.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would equally look nice on one of the cushion covers.
Sure.
Because it's lovely. We have Floral Fragrance, which is a border all over pattern, which works beautifully, and that's on the circular pot.
Perfect.
Time Elements, and I have to say I'm torn between two or three as being one of my favourites, but this is definitely one of my favourites.
You've got a lot of variety on that sheet.
Absolutely, and it's great for the smaller items. So so that's why I like that one so much.
We reckon there's 14 images on there, we counted.
Something like that, yeah.
And this one you got 4, and that's one of the images that went on the Bisque square vase earlier
Absolutely.
on.
So they're on here. So there's one on the front, one on the back, and I deliberately chose to keep the sides plain for that one. But you could equally put all 4 on if that's what you wanted to do.
Sure.
The choice is, of course, yours. And I could have added crackle to that just as easily. So this is a Flower Shop Cards.
Flower Shop, okay. Then this is the one you used in the demo on that cushion a minute ago.
Flowered Street. Mm-hmm. That's one of the my top,
Yeah.
in my top 3. Spring Scent, which
Right.
is a little ditzy floral.
That's what we used on the pen holder or the makeup bag.
Yep. Blooming Hour, which is on the cushion at the back.
Mm-hmm.
Home and Garden. So lots of repeat small images on here, but equally you could use it as a whole piece on a box top would look quite nice as well. So
I've just been told there's currently 147 of you with the pick and mix in your basket right now. So this is obviously a collection that you're liking the look of, and also liking what you can do with it when you've got it as well.
And the show at 7 is completely different lineup.
Right.
Just saying.
Okay, so this is your only chance to see this particular show today.
Yeah. And then we've got Little Flowers.
Yep.
Little Flowers shop. So lots of little images in here. So there's 6 big images, then there's 5 butterflies and a little watering can. So lots of images to go for, and that's on the...
I'd be tempted to go for the ones that have got the most content on them, because you can obviously decorate quite large things with just one small image and job done, really.
Absolutely. I think it depends very much on how you see them being used. If you've got an MDF box, you may want a more background item to cover a whole surface. If you're thinking about upcycling pots, crockery, trays, then a single item works very well.
Okay, so that one was called?
This is called Little Flower Shops.
Little Flower Shops.
Because each of these is a flower shop.
Okay. And then next one?
And then we've got My Flower Market, which is a big house with some beautiful floral accents and some text in the background.
And then?
We've got Never Ending Journey, which it has a beautiful birdhouse and the clock at the top.
It never ceases to amaze me how brilliantly the rice papers even, blend onto the surface, whether it's a hard surface or whether it's a material surface, provided you've got the right decoupage glue for either fabric or for hard surfaces. It doesn't dissolve, but it just molds into what you're putting it onto, and you cannot see an edge. It's so, so clever, and it's so inexpensive to do, but it's so effective when it's done. So you can make something very bold and very simple, very plain, incredibly beautiful for not very much money at all. Under £10 for 5 of your rice papers. You're looking, nearly 200 of you now, looking at these fantastic rice papers in your baskets right now. Remember, you can use the rice papers on the bisque, the jug that's in the show, the vase that's in the show. We've got the round MDF case that's in the show as well, and we've got the fabric cushion cover and the makeup and the craft pen holder as well. That comes as a two-for. You get both of those in that. And like Gill actually said, you know, it's very difficult to actually find a plain white cushion cover.
Absolutely, really difficult, isn't it? Everything is patterns, and if you can decorate it for yourself, then you can truly coordinate your home decor.
And Jill, you've got a totally different show at 7 o'clock.
Completely different show at 7 o'clock, yeah. Fantastic.
Now, you've seen how popular this show's been. Remember, if you've just got in, switched over, just turn the TV on. You can watch this show back a bit later on. It's all about the fantastic rice papers and how you can easily decorate fabrics and hard surfaces. Jill, thank you. Brilliant demonstrations. I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Now, of course, we've got Hayley in the wings for you. She's going to be with you right the way through until 8 o'clock tonight. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Lots more great shows to come. Mr. Hughes is here in a few minutes' time, and I will see you tomorrow at lunchtime.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Just so you know, Hobbymaker is now live every day from 1 o'clock till 9 p.m. That's more time for fun, more time for crafting, more time for demos, and more time with your favourite crafters and your favourite presenters. See you on Hobbymaker.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there, and thank you, Dave, for the last 4 hours. I am now picking up the mantle for the next 4 hours, kicking this hour off with Pete. How you doing?
I'm all right. Nice to see you.
And you too. You too as well.
Hair's changed since the last saw you?
Oh, it's a funny story for you. When we look back at my kind of like show reel and bloopers, I have so many different hairstyles.
Really?
The family think it's hilarious.
Yeah,
so every blooper, I've got a different hairstyle.
If you go back 15 years of me, this is what you get.
I love it. Consistency. And that's why we love having you here, Pete.
Thank you very much.
Because you always bring creativity. You always bring something a little bit different.
Yes.
And that's what I love about these doodles. I think it's a brilliant idea.
It's a lot different, actually, isn't it? It's sort of like the AI of die cutting. This is it. I want to say that this is the only set you'll ever need, but we have some other lovely dies. But this really puts the creativity back in the hands of the users. So it's not about me, it's about you. It's about what you see when you see these shapes, about what you can make.
Now, when you're looking at the little bit of video that we're running here, you'll be thinking, oh, where's the giraffe die? And where's the hamburger die? And where's the Santa die? Well, they are all hidden within this fabulous set. And this is why I say it's such a brilliant idea, because you've got all of the different dies for the different components.
Yes, indeed. And they are sort of foundational pieces, and there's detail pieces there. So this is the kind of way I work, because I used to be a cartoonist, and I see the world in shapes.
Okay.
And I think once people start to see things, and the shapes will leap out at them, and it's so easy to put these together, so easy to have. I mean, if you work with your children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, rainy day activity, kids love something like this.
And do you know what, as crafters, I think we kind of do this automatically, or already, should I say, because quite often we'll have die sets that we might look at individual shapes and say, oh, that could be this and that could be the other. Well, so it could be a flower to start with, but then we see, I don't know, eyeballs or other bits and pieces in there.
Absolutely. And I think when people start off and they only have a limited amount of dies or whatever, you try to get as much out of them as you can. And I always say with die set, versatility equals value for money.
Absolutely.
And there's nothing more versatile than this little die set.
And I love it, because as we start looking at these little characters that have been created, you start almost doing like an I Spy, don't you? You look, you say, oh, that's the beard on Santa, or that is... And some of them you'll look at and you think, oh, I don't know that one. But again, the kind of tabard, the centre of the soldier, is that Santa's beard as well? I don't know, there's all sorts.
The dinosaur's teeth is the tabard there. I've used it coming up, actually, in something. But I've got some nice overlays to show you exactly how some of these basic foundational shapes.
I love it.
come in and use
I love it.
time and time again.
While you grab those, we've got the details up on the screen, so if you fancy getting involved, then you can do. APXC07, £43.98. You have got Infinite Doodles, number 1 and number 2, giving you a whole range of dies that are going to enable you to create the fabulous characters that you can see, and many, many more besides.
Yeah.
Must be lovely seeing what everybody else comes with these little kind of ingredients.
Do you know what? We've had so many people send in their artwork, and it's fabulous. It really is. And you, on the website, you will see some of these cards, and we will give you recipes, and it will tell you which die made which shape on which card.
That is brilliant.
So you can go to the Sizzix website. So if you want to get going, if you're looking at these and you're afraid, well, oh, it's coming up with the ideas. The ideas are there for you, but once you start, believe me, the ideas
You'll find your
flow
own.
like
Yeah,
water.
I love it. There you go, animals running backwards. So if you fancy getting involved, the details are all there, but I want to learn more about these. So Pete, what do we need to know?
What do we need to know? What do we need to know? Well, let's start off with, let's talk about how I came up with this set, why we came out with this set. And I think it's almost like a thank you to everybody to say, look, you get all our dies. This is our gift to you. This is everything you can imagine. I'm just going to reach down here.
Okay.
And in a minute, between shows, incidentally, please, if there's something you want to see, you want to challenge me,
Ooh.
send in a suggestion, something that you haven't seen thus far, and I will try and create it before the next show. We had a challenge last time.
Okay.
We spun the wheel. It came up something for the sewing room. We're going to show that in a second. We did
Right.
that, so I've been busy boy. But this is what I want to show folks to start off with, because if we look probably best in overhead, we see all these different shapes, things that have been made, very diverse, from characters to food and drink to there's a desert island, there's a lovely scene here. Now, look at this overlay, right?
Okay.
2 shapes, same shape, different size, right?
Okay.
Now, if we relate it to
wow.
this, you can see there's your mountain, there's the guy's coat, there's the lion's body, there's the dinosaur's body, your pizza.
This is
Palm
brilliant.
tree, Christmas tree, chili pepper, ice cream cone.
That is fabulous.
So let's take that one away and look at our next one, because this is one of my favorite foundational shapes.
Okay.
And it's going to come up time and time again. But if we put it here, like so.
This is brilliant.
We've got a coffee cup. We've got Santa's beard, Santa's body. There's the body of the soldier. There's a teacup, there's a ghost, there's a bat, there's a cauldron, there's the ice cream, there's Frankenstein's body. There's a lovely rainbow here using the different sized ones. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And I think once you start to understand how these fundamental shapes.
See, I'm looking at like the bell of a fuchsia flower, or maybe like a hard gum, an American hard gum, sweets, things like that. There's loads of things you can do with these.
Exactly. And you know what? You and I, we're going to take the shapes out in a minute, and we're going to see what we can find.
Perfect. I've got a job to do first.
Okay, you do
Because the details on your screen, I thought the price had already been dropped down. I thought that was your price, because we did see a show earlier on with Pete, and if you tuned in, maybe you took advantage of the deal then. But if this is the first time that you've seen, we have got a brilliant set for you. So the details are on your screen for the dies that we've spoken of, including the backgrounds as well. I haven't really touched on those backgrounds yet.
No, and they are very special.
Lovely. Well, we'll look at those in a little while as well. But you are getting everything there. So Doodles number 1 with your 59 dies, and Doodle number 2s, which is your backgrounds, as you can see there. All together, normally looking at £43.98, but we have got an amazing deal for you. You can take advantage of all of this. I can't believe I'm actually saying this. £24.99. Talk about value for money.
Pretty good. For infinity.
Infinity and beyond. There you go. So if you like the idea of getting hold of these, then please get involved. And don't forget, you can message us in at the studio. So if you do fancy challenge Pete in this hour, then let us know what you'd like him to create. Can't wait to see what you did with the sewing broom.
Oh, well, yeah. Do you know what? Should we look at some samples first?
Let's
and then
do
we'll
it,
look at our lovely sewing broom
Absolutely.
things. Now, because something I didn't show last time, and I'm going to grab a bundle of cards here. I don't know how you want to do these, whether we put them up
Give
or
on
we'll
overhead,
do
that's fine, yeah, because you can talk about how they came together. Or I can guess with some of those.
Now,
Okay.
I want to start with this because if you look at the texture, that's using those background dyes.
Oh,
so
okay.
we can layer up, we can create texture, and then you can die cut into that.
Oh, I can see it now.
So,
yeah.
Yep, there
Okay.
you go. Now, how about this one? Again, see the dinosaur,
I
the texture
love
there,
that.
the rock, the volcano, the background. Again, we're using this one, we're using the circles there. Then how about a crocodile? Snappy birthday. With a cake on his back. Remember that one we said with the little epaulets
Oh,
on the
yes,
soldier?
yeah, yeah.
That's the crocodile's back.
That
the
is
other one,
brilliant.
the teeth, now that could be icicles as well.
Yes,
You know, it's
yeah.
Then there's our lion, the king
Oh,
of the
my
jungle.
word.
The body, we looked at that shape earlier, you know, all these little things coming in. Tiny little heffalump. Now, the ear and the body, that was that foundational shape we looked at, the bell
Got
shape.
you,
that we
yes,
talked about.
yeah.
Check out the background. Again, we're using the texture dye to give that background. Let's just pop those to one side. This is that bell shape.
I love
but
it.
I cut into it with the smaller one to
Oh,
create
to make the arches.
the arch. So again, we see the texture coming in. This dye here, this is so versatile. I've used the cutouts to create the texture of water.
Brilliant.
There you go. There's a tiger again. All about that texture. Now, the zebra, we're using similar shapes here, but we're changing the size up. Again, there's a background texture, using the offcuts to get a kind of a jungle thing going on. Everybody loves the unicorn. And we might do this as a demo later, you know.
Okay.
But that one, you know, you
Loves the
talked
little
about your
rainbow,
future.
yeah.
There it is. It comes in again, 3 different sizes. Cut a hole in the centre.
Oh,
Cute little bunny.
adorable.
There you go. Now you're probably watching these and you're starting to see the shapes. You're starting to see, oh, that's this from, you know, that. Like, look at the centre of the ears there, right? Those are also the arms of the koala.
Okay.
Yeah, the head is the same as the bunny's head, but it's upside down.
That is clever. That is
It is.
clever. And what we'd potentially usually expect is to get a die to make a koala, and then we'd buy another die to make a bunny, and then another one to make a unicorn. So these are all kinds of little sets that I might be saying, oh, but then you could use the body to do this and use that to do that. It's a brilliant idea. I love it. Absolutely love
Thank
it.
you very much. Well, you know what? If you've had an email through recently from Hobby Maker, as I did, because I got the emails, and it was talking about the competition, the kids'
Oh,
craft
yes,
competition.
yeah. Mm.
This is perfect for kids.
Kids going to love. Talking about kids, it reminds me of, you remember like fuzzy felts that we used to have as a kid with all the different
Exactly,
shapes?
that's it.
Yeah.
Hey, Hayley, let's bring out the fuzzy felt.
Okay, let's have a look.
bring out the fuzzy felt. It's not fuzzy
I
felt.
love it.
But this is all of those shapes. So
Okay.
I cut them. They're all from one colour.
Right.
Now, this one we talked about, it's a mountain, it's Santa's body. It's, you know, why could it not be, say, a sailboat?
Oh, look at that.
You know, well, the wind's blowing, so we need a kind of a, let's get a flag going on there as well. But it needs, of course, it's got to have its base where we're all going to sit. So there you go, that's there.
Oh, this is
I mean,
brilliant.
but now that's kind of overpowering that. So let's just take this one out.
Okay.
But now that's a bit too big.
See,
so
now
we'll
it looks
go
like
for
a
small-
puffin or a bird or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. It could well be. Now,
Oh, cute.
there you go. Now, how about these could be Christmas trees.
Yes,
Snowy
yeah.
scene. So let's get some snow across the bottom.
I can see why you've called them doodles now, because it's literally like doodling with a pen, isn't it? Yeah.
Very, very much so. You know.
Brilliant idea.
So all of these shapes, these foundational shapes, like this one, I think you see this straight away. Okay. Oh well, there's Santa's hat.
Yeah, I'm seeing an
for
elf hat.
example.
Yeah.
But let's turn that upside down.
Okay.
Just for a second, and bring in another die.
See, I've got Alex in my ear going, elephant's tusk. I'm looking at it and thinking it's like a Viking horn. Something like that. There's all these different, and they're all poles apart.
But that, when I put that there,
Oh, it's a mermaid tail.
it's half of a mermaid. Did you say Vikings? Vikings
Yeah.
horn? Who said Vikings horn?
Ah, look at that.
Yep.
This is brilliant. I love it.
There you go, everything there, the beard, the horns, the helmet. Well, now you're looking
That
and
is
say, oh, the
brilliant.
helmet is the body from the such and
Yes,
such, and the foot is the bottom of the sailing boat.
And I'm guessing the more you use these, the more familiar you'll come with the shapes and kind of you'll think of what you can do different things with them.
It comes thick and fast, and I know because we tested it on our sales team, and our sales team, the majority of them are not, by their own admission, creative in any way, shape or form.
Okay, well, they're salespeople, so...
Well, yeah,
skills
they're
maybe,
great at sales, but they sat there for an hour, and the frustration for them was it was only an hour. Because once you start, you just go on and on.
Yeah, I
and
can
on
imagine.
And on.
I can
And we've
imagine.
got the inspiration on the website, so that will get you started. But you'll find that you're writing down ideas by the side as you go.
Little recipe cards and things like that, I'm guessing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant idea.
Now we did say sewing room.
Yes.
A viewer wrote message in and something from the sewing room.
Okay, right.
Now, this is what I did
This is so
between
clever.
times. There you go. Now, there we are. We've got a vintage.
This is brilliant.
We've got a vintage singer there. You can see I put some of that detail on there. We've got this pin. Now, again, you can see the top of the pin is also the top of that there. We've got the reel. Now, you'll see the texture in these. That's all by using those texture dyes. You know, the needle and the sewing and the knitting needles are exactly the same. But yeah, so what I'm going to do with these, I'm going to make some cards out of them when I get back, and we're going to send them to your lovely viewer.
Oh, lovely.
So thank you. So keep your ideas coming in. If you've got ideas,
genius.
what do you want us to make? I will make it. So tomorrow's show at 2 o'clock, I think it's 2
Okay.
We'll come back with something else. Just keep the ideas coming in.
So Gemma, it was you who suggested the sewing room earlier on, so brilliant idea. So yeah, keep them coming. Yeah, do message in. Use the message system that's on the website, or you can email us if you wanted to at the studio as well. But do check out that QR code that you've got there in the meantime, because that will show you how all of these pieces come together. And it is like having a good pantry, isn't it? Good pantry of kind of goodies to cook with. You've got those elements there.
It's all there.
I love it. And don't forget, you are going to get your 2 sets of your doodles. So, of course, spoken a lot about the individual pieces, and we kind of touched on the backgrounds, but I think it'd be nice to explore those dies a little bit further, because it's not just about cutting out those small kind of rectangles.
No, it's not. And you are getting both the positive and the negative. So all the little bits that fall out, I actually keep those. I keep those to one side. I've got some little boxes. This is one that I have
clever.
Here.
Yeah.
So you can see it's, just your standard storage. But all those tiny little bits, they do come in very, very useful.
Yeah.
So the black for the eyes and stuff like that, and the cream for highlights and so on and so forth. So
Very
yeah,
clever.
don't throw them away. There's no waste.
I love it. And if you are looking for your cardstock, can you have a look at this? This makes me very happy.
I think a lot of people have said that. They get a happy feeling from
Absolutely. We have got some amazing cardstock for you as well, which I'll tell you about in a little while, but you can see the complete colour range featuring there, and we have got them in bundles. But I promised you another look at those backgrounds, because the backgrounds, you can kind of use them for continual pieces as well.
Yeah, so if you're into your mixed media and you want to create your own stencils, for example, you can die cut stencils, stencils that you just single use. So you can make it bespoke. But I'll tell you what, I'll get another white piece of card so we can lay these down.
Perfect, I'll let you do that. There you go.
There you go. So this one, it's that circle one repeated twice. So yes, you can use it for a lovely snowy background. And this is the die here. Or you can double up on it and you can put them side by side, so you can have 4. You can create, you can put your paste through
Nice
links
idea,
through there
yes,
as well.
yeah.
How about this one? That makes a lovely kind of zigzag, and that's doubling up on that to create that. This one here, again.
That's like your animal
doubling
print,
up.
yeah.
And then we take this one, and you can see we've doubled up with this fella here. So if you want to create these funky backgrounds, but you can die cut from them as well. So to get that texture that we saw in so many of the samples, if I just bring one of the backgrounds in. Now, there, that one.
Oh, it's
that
like
suggests,
a tiger, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that suggests tiger. Now that one, that's our little zebra friend.
Or it could be silver birch.
It could well be silver birch, you're absolutely right. That one, water.
Nice, yes.
There, that's kind of a rock kind of pattern.
Yeah.
If I did that in 2 browns, it's wood. You can cut that into planks, stick it down. Perfect.
Brilliant.
Absolutely ideal. A great accompaniment to the other foundational dyes.
One of those phrases we often use is you're just limited by your imagination, isn't it? And that with this, just keep going and things will evolve and there appear. We are so busy in this hour. It's really good to have your company. Don't know if we've had any suggestions come through for Challenge Pete, but Rachel sent one through. What's Rachel sent through? Oh, a sloth. Oh, no. I'd be hard-pressed to remember what a sloth looks like to start with, to be fair. It's your nickname. No. Do you know what I always said? If you are ever reincarnated, I want to be a sloth when I come back. I like the idea of that
something that moss grows on. That's ideal, isn't it? Come on.
Oh, sloth. Now, there you go. There's one to think about as well. And don't forget the little koala, the little elf, all of these, when you go checking them out on the Sizzix website, you've literally got almost like an ingredient sheet showing you which pieces have been used, where they need to be located, and you can see the consistency between them all is the cardstock that we've got on the show with that lovely texture that we've got in there as well. And here you go, you can see. I think this is a really clever idea.
Yeah, it kind of made sense because I do realise some folks might look at this and say, well, it's all well and good you doing it, Pete, but I haven't got that. But do you know what? When you start off, the ideas will come. But the inspiration's there to get you started. Just look at cartoons or just Google clip art and start to see the world in shapes. And it might just be one shape. 2 shapes. Do you know what we can create? I'm going to show you something we can create.
Okay.
All right, I do that?
Just 2 shapes?
I can do just 2 shapes. And they are the simplest shapes. Now, tell me if you can draw these 2 shapes. Okay, I'm going to go on the overhead. Okay. First one is an oval.
Okay, yeah.
Second one is a circle. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Right, I can draw this now because it's out of copyright. But,
okay.
So let's draw a circle.
Okay.
Oval, oval. Right? I'll maybe create a centre line like that then. There's another oval, right?
Okay.
Okay, then this would be parts of an oval.
I can see where this is going.
You can see where we're going with this, okay. And then 2 more ovals.
Oh,
and
wow.
a little oval there. Now, you see, it's that simple. And all we've used are circles and ovals to do the whole
This is brilliant.
thing. So there you go. But you know what? It's all well and good me showing this, but it does take quite a bit of time to get the relationship between these shapes working.
Okay.
And that's where Doodles comes in so handy because you can move them around until
yes,
you
you're
get
not committed,
them where
are
you
you?
want
That's
them.
a really good point.
In the same way as you can do with fuzzy felt or anything like that. So, but it's, it's simplicity itself. And yeah, the Steamboat Willie incarnation of this character slipped out of copyright about a month ago.
Yeah,
so we can now draw it on Hobby Maker.
I've got a rumour going on in my ear that you've actually created an alphabet using the dies themselves as well.
I don't know where you hear these things, Hayley. Yeah, I did. So, I mean, to prove...
That is brilliant. But it shows that just with the right ingredients, you can create all sorts of different shapes.
Two shapes, that's it.
That is so clever.
But yeah, we did this.
Okay.
We did this. Now, check this out.
Oh, wow.
So if I can't make it, I can write it. I know that at least, but, it takes you through the entire alphabet. This is all the lowercase, probably do the uppercase as well.
That is brilliant.
Because you never run out of ideas with this, you just run out of time. Yes. And this was something, so talking about our papers, getting the right cardstock, that is our festive cardstock pack. This one here is a combination of our neutral and our eclectic cardstock. See the Halloween, you've got the vampire teeth there. There you go. So yeah, it's just so much
But
fun.
these are kind of the elements that we would use maybe in conjunction with stamps that we've got that might just say, I don't know, happy, because we've got a happy birthday set. Exactly. So you could have happy and then you've made the word Christmas yourself.
That's right.
That could be somebody's names, couldn't it? Yeah.
It very well could be. And, this is all about bespoke. This is all about creating something absolutely unique to you, unique to the recipient.
So
And there is
kind,
nothing
yeah.
like a handmade gift or a handmade card. You know, you could go and spend £1,000 on a card. Well, I don't think they do £1,000 cards, but you get the point. But something that's been created is priceless.
I was just about to say it's priceless, isn't it? That is the key thing. Now we've had another suggestion come through as well. Oh, a little piece.
My word.
A little piece. Loving the shows and Emma. That is a brilliant suggestion.
Could. I don't know what I'm going to use for the ears. I really don't, but yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
There was one that I saw earlier on that was like reminded me of a very famous musician, I have to say. And I think it popped up on the screen as well earlier on. Quite a funky style. You probably spied it yourselves as well.
Yeah. It's coming.
Is it coming? It's coming. It's coming. Oh, no, it's not pizza. There he is in the background there. In the background there. He's like a star, man.
You got it. Well, and there's the card.
Look at that.
There's the card. There it is.
That is brilliant.
So,
that is so clever. I know the perfect person for this as well.
Do you?
Who's, into all the music, and that obviously you can see there. I mean, that'd be brilliant. Funky style as well. I love that quirkiness of that.
Yeah, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? I heard a couple of his songs last night. I went to see Chic.
Okay, yes. Oh,
who
good
famously
gig.
produced
one
of Bowie's iconic albums, and they did a couple of numbers.
Oh, fabulous. Oh, that'd be a good night.
And that's why my voice is funny, because I was singing along all night.
Now, lots of you have been getting in touch. Lots of you have been checking your baskets out as well. Do check out the other things that we've got on the show, because we've touched on rubber stamps. Just very, very quickly, before Pete gets into his demo, can I just very quickly show you these stamp sets? Because you might want to go for these and jump ahead. So I've just got a set, well, they're kind of in sets of their own. So go off and hunt them down, but you can see you've got some lovely phrases with these. So you're going to get all 4 stamp sets for the price that we've got on the screen. I've only got 3 of the cards. I don't know where the other card has disappeared to. Oh, we've got it. We've got it. Thank you. Thanks. So price on your screen is not the price you'll be paying. So with this particular one, thank you very much. You can see to someone special, wishing you the happiest of birthdays. You're going to get that set in there. You're also going to get the set to be a rainbow in someone else's cloud. What a lovely phrase. Sending happiness. Thank you so very much. Bloom where they are planted. And these are all things where you could actually create words that could work alongside them as well. Choose happy. I will always love you. It's the little things. Thankful and grateful. Sending you the biggest hug. I love that one. And then the last one that you've got within that set is even better when it's the right way around. Be kind to yourself. Wishing you joy. Positivity is a choice. Hello, friend. And just wanted to say thank you. All 4 of those sets coming to you for, well, not the price on your screen, that's for certain, because this price is dropping down. So if you like the idea of getting hold of those, this is a phenomenal price, which is why I wanted to squeeze in before the demo, just £19.99. A very useful set of stamps, those as well. So keep checking your baskets out. Back with the dies, though.
Back with the dies. Okay, so you probably notice I'm using my gotcha tool. This is
clever as well.
It's great. You know, whether you're doing sewing or anything like that, for keeping your needles on. I mean, you love your soft crafts.
Yeah.
But for holding on to dies, especially if you're working with little dies, to keep them there, to keep them visible, so you don't lose them. Because quite frankly, I would be, because you know that little one, you know he's going to get missing.
Some of them you can easily catch up with you kind of scraps of paper and card, can't you? Yeah, it makes sense.
The little alphabets, anything like that. So that keeps my dies in one place. Now, we're going to be, I don't know whether to tell you what this is going to be or whether just to crack on, but...
Well, let's see if people message in. What are you seeing here yourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, we'll see. See who messages in for us. So it's kind of a race to the finish, this one.
Okay.
But I'm taking some red card, and you can put these, I'm using my Big Shot machine, so I'm going to cut those 2 with the red.
Okay.
This one's going to be my, no, this one's going to be my green, actually.
Okay.
No, this one's going to be, see, I'm making
But this is what you'll do, you'll play and also
play
as
around.
well, some of these are small pieces that probably end up in your scrap bucket, but you're turning them into usable pieces.
Exactly, and that's why I cut everything down to A5, because it's an ideal size. Now you see this one, remember that texture die, which is one of the backgrounds?
Yeah.
So I've cut from ivory and stuck it onto ivory, because I just want the texture this time. So that's the cutting. I'm going to put them all through at once. So sandwich,
Okay.
twix my plates, and bring in my big
Have you
shot.
figured it out yet? I haven't. Cut them all out together. Now, a big
Well,
shot
that's
you're using here, so a good die cutting machine to cut these out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great all rounder, the Big Shot. It's a perfect size. You might want to go for one of the bigger incarnations. This is my go-to machine. If you watched Sharon before, I know that it's her favorite machine. And you know what? You don't have to. I could talk about how great it is all day long, but listen to the over 2 million people around the world who own Big Shot machines. That's all you need to say. That is recommendation indeed.
Absolutely, absolutely. Details are on your screen, but £135.99 is not the price you're going to be paying because we've got a deal for you. If you like the idea of getting hold of your white and grey Big Shot machine, then you're looking at £119.99, which is a brilliant price because it comes with all the different bits that you need, the different plates, the different combinations, and it's all detailed on the platform. So there's no guesswork with this one. You know exactly where you need to go to get those dies cut out.
Okay, so we're getting there. We're gonna start putting this together. Now I'll take this one actually.
Have we had any guesses through yet? I think everybody's concentrating. Having a little look, see if we've got any here.
I'm just going to tear this off.
Oh, aliens.
Hey,
okay, that does look a bit like an antennae that you should,
It could well be. It could well be.
Oh, I like that. Good guess, Jennifer.
We have done an alien actually.
An elf is coming from Rachel.
Elf.
Okay.
That's a good guess. That's a good guess.
Oh, he's not giving anything away, is he, viewers?
No, not at all. This is part of the fun.
Oh, okay, right.
So there you go. You got a nice. So yeah. So we know it's not a Viking.
You said what it was then.
I did. I absolutely did. But I think you know what. We'll start to guess when I get this next bit because. I'm going to take my tweezers. That's not tweezers.
Ooh.
There you go. I'm going to take my tweezers and I'm just going to curl the ends of this. There we are. And take a bit of the PVA glue and pop it there. Now, let's
a walrus. It looks like a walrus moustache or the teeth.
You see, now you're doing my work for me.
Because I know you'll be thinking out the box with this one.
Yes, so folks are seeing things. Already they're starting to see the possibilities. So, hey, you know what? Why not get the set and make a walrus?
Yeah.
You know, that's one I hadn't thought about previously. So, there you go. So we'll cut that little circle and pop it there, like so.
Right.
Now, bit of glue.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, Rachel's back again with another guess. I think you might, well, I don't know, to be honest, but I can see where you're coming from with that guess, Rachel.
Yeah, so we'll cut this one down. So sometimes you do want to take your scissors, snip into it, get the sizes you want. There you go. So I'll pop that there.
Fabulous.
This one.
I've seen this little one appear so many times. There was a witch that we saw it's almost like a buckle on a hat. It could be on a shoe. It could be on a belt.
It could be a window frame. You know, if you're using one of the rectangles and you want to do a little sort of Christmas cottage or something like that.
Yeah.
And remember that one with that we talked about as the crocodile's spiky teeth. That could be a Christmas cottage with icicles on the top. So the possibilities, well, they're infinite.
See, Dan's just said it could be cake icing.
Could be what, sorry?
Icing on a cake.
It could be. It could be the icing on the cake. It absolutely could be. There you go. So we'll pop those there.
See, now I'm looking at leprechauns.
Well, we're getting close. We're getting close. We're nearly there. Oh, do you know what? I'm actually going to use 3D foam pad to attach this time. So it's going to give it a bit of depth.
Oh, love it.
So it's a cute little gnome.
I love it. Rachel, you were right.
There you go. So if I pop that one in there. So these are triangles. These could be little Christmas trees in a scene.
Yes.
Let me, I'm just going to reach back and grab something to illustrate that actually. Oh, there you go.
You got it?
So you see these little fellows? You see that one there? That's his sleeve right there, you know.
Gosh, I wouldn't have guessed that from looking at that. It's because your head kind of translates it in a different way. Your mind almost plays tricks on you.
This is his body.
Yeah.
That's the mountain.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And you see this snowy bit at the bottom?
Yeah.
I used that to cut into this to create that snow cap. But there you go.
That's clever.
So back to our wee friend here. Remember I said about keeping all those little bits that pop out. Well, the reason is I'm about to use some little pink pieces because remember sometimes you just need, especially when you work in sort of in a cartoony style. We're not going to draw a hand with 5 fingers. You know, we're going to make a suggestion of a hand, and it gives it a kind of a quirkiness.
Okay.
So let's take.
Oh, so these are the little fall away bits.
Those are the little bits that come out. So I'll take one of these. It's so much fun.
Oh,
So much fun. There you go. So we'll pop that under there. There's one little hand, and then a bit more glue.
Oh my goodness, you could lose days playing with these, couldn't you?
Do you know what? I sat down to make the sewing room stuff that we looked at earlier, and the hours just flew by.
Yeah,
To
loads of fun.
Because I said to Sharon, what's the time? She said, it's 20 to 5.
Better get myself in the studio.
Get in the studio, yeah. But there you go. So a couple of little foam pads on the back of our wee friend here. And we'll complete that. So we've used some frameless circles. I'm going to pop in there, jumping for joy.
Brilliant.
I love you no matter what. I'm sorry.
Pete.
That's right out of the our old friend Martin, his skill for puns, if skill is the opposite word. But there you go.
It. Can I hold that up and show everybody?
Oh, please do. Please do.
That is brilliant. I love that. That is fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. And kind of the hat, when you got to the hat, but the hat didn't have that kind of swirly gig on the end, which I love the idea of that. But that could be an insect's tongue or something like that as well. It can be so many different things.
It can be, well, it was, remember the curly bits on the ball of wool and the cotton reel? That's the one I used.
What have you got there?
There you go. So there's another one. There's another one. So this little guy.
Oh, look,
again,
the toadstools.
The toadstools, all the shapes. Toadstools, that texture created with the circle background die as well. Gnome Sweet Gnome, another terrible
Alex
pun.
has just said gnome way.
Oh,
Alex,
no.
Look at that.
Gnome for the holidays.
Oh, he's in his element. He just said, I don't normally come up with puns.
Oh.
I love the little lantern.
Oh.
That's really clever. So the lantern, I'm just trying to figure out the lantern, how that would come together.
Let's show you the die. Which
Okay, right.
They could be little windows. They could be. It's
like
a
little
very,
plant
very
pots and
useful
all
die,
sorts,
actually.
yeah.
So the lantern was built mainly from that. The flame in the middle was just a yellow circle from the circle background die.
That is
which you saw earlier.
brilliant.
And the ring, well, that's another die whereby
Clever.
you either get the ring or you can use the circle itself. So I use the ring from there.
I love
There
it.
you go.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, lots of you have been shopping not only for the set that we've been chatting about and the dies, but don't forget when it comes to actually storing your dies, you've got some quite small elements, and some of you might not have come across this before, and you've seen it kind of on the website, or you've just seen the name of it and thought to yourself, what on earth is this? Well, this is a brilliant idea, because this is called the gotcha.
The gotcha.
I love that. Price on your screen, just £17.99. So this is something that's going to sit on your tabletop. It's on extended delivery the 19th of July, which isn't too long to wait, but it's a brilliant little idea, and it's going to safeguard you losing those little tiny pieces that you're working with.
And do you know what? It was a godsend, because when we first looked at this, the engineers said to me, would you use this? I said, honestly, I don't think I would.
Okay, no, that's very honest.
They said, well, play around with it. And it was at the time when I was practicing with the Infinite Doodles.
Okay.
And I played with them for a whole week. I made all these samples, just playing, experimenting, see where I could go. I never lost a single die.
That is brilliant.
Now, I lose dies by the bucket. You know what it's like? You're clearing up a die, and it's usually the letter E from an alphabet set or something. You know, but I didn't lose a single one, and that was because of the gotcha. It was all because of the gotcha, and it's something which has a permanent place on my craft room table.
And I bet if you've got little dies that you can't find in amongst everything that you've got, can you almost use this to waft over and pick them out of all the scraps
it's
and
almost
everything?
like, I wish you had a kind of a metal detector, the beep, but you know, that probably had a couple of quid to the price. But yes, you can go over, you can pick things up. Because I know I've actually gone in the bin with it to try and find dies in the past. You know how it's like.
Well, I'm just thinking it's brilliant because I knock loads of kind of pins and needles onto the floor in the craft cabinet, and the dogs come in, and then I'm like, oh my goodness, just be careful. There can be pins that I've not noticed, but you could waft this over and pick them up. So as a sewer, and also if you're do hand embroidery, you've got several different needles threaded up with different threads at the same time. I think you could actually have them on there as you kind of like your base to go and get your different needles up from.
It's ideal, and do you know what? So many people who love the soft craft have seen how useful this would be for them. So outside of paper crafting or die cutting.
I love it. Got a cheeky little discount for you on this one as well. Nice angle with regards to this one as well, so it's going to sit beautifully on your worktop as well. So, I didn't realise it was angled, the back.
So there you go, there's some of our dies. And that's how I tend to keep them. I like to, there's similar shapes. I like to nest them
like the
so I can see where I'm at, sort of thing. So, yeah, really, really useful piece of kit. Love it, love it, love it.
And the back part, does that fold into it?
Yeah,
so
it
for
folds
transportation?
In. But it folds in. Not only does it fold in, as you said before, if you want to pick up your dies,
that is really
clever.
That.
You can just hover over where you want to go, and it's going to pick them up. So,
very
even if you just use it at the end of a die cutting section to pick up those bits that that are all over the place.
Absolutely. It's been a very, very popular item, so much so that we've had to put it on an extended delivery. So it was sold out last time, but we have got stock on its way to us, so that is good news. You've only got to wait until the 19th of July and that stock arrives that we can then send it on to you. So place your order today, because if we bring it to air, you're kind of at the front of the queue when we have the stock available. Yours will be reserved and ready to go on its way to you the moment that stock arrives here at Hobbymaker HQ. So there you go. If you'd like to get hold of that, then the details are on your screen. Alex, where are we going next? What did you say, sorry? Oh, the card stock. We've got people asking about the card stock.
Oh, yes.
So the card stock, the thing that I love about the card stock is that you've got that texture on there, but automatically Sizzix put them into almost like colour groupings.
We do. We have quite distinctive colour groupings. That is all of our different cardstocks that we see in that tub there.
But they don't come in this size,
no,
do they?
Don't. They come in A4, so that one you've got, that's the festive.
Okay. That's quite topical for the different elements that you've been making today. Oh, look at that.
There you go. So all of those Christmassy cards that you've seen have been made probably exclusively just using... It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
And next to that red. Now, sometimes people wouldn't put pink and red together, but
no, that looks
those
good,
reds,
yeah.
Oh my word, it's a lovely, lovely, lovely.
And I love this because you've kind of got the continue of the texture, so it doesn't matter which colour you go for, it all comes together because of the texture. $16.99.
Let's bring that fella in.
That is not your price, though. Oh, look at that little buckle again. Coming down to just £11.99, and you're getting 60 sheets in there, 10 beautiful colours, as you can see there, and perfect for you to create your little characters or your animals, your flowers, whatever it is that you're wanting to create with your doodle dies, then you can do so. We've got loads of different colourways to share with you, to be honest. I mean, if you've got obviously that kind of festive theme, this is more of a pastel tone, so maybe this is something that you like the idea of. Beautiful colours, as you can see, with regards to this particular one. So this one, you've got a really wide selection of colours with these.
I've got some. So I put some together in groupings, and you could do Valentine's, you could do Mother's Day, Father's Day. You can get a masculine or a feminine if you want to go for those colorways. There's spring, there's summer, there's autumn, there's Halloween, there's Christmas. By carefully putting together these little bits and pieces, this is probably what I would say. This is a core sort of collection.
That's a good one to go for as your first set.
Very much so. Yeah. If you're going for if you were going to buy one set, this is the one that I would go for, absolutely, because we've done so much. Because before we had the others, this is the one we worked with, and you never get bored.
Yeah, absolutely.
You never get bored.
Now it's a larger bundle because you've got more colours in there, so you've actually got 80 sheets in total. Still 10 repeats of the different colours. Is that right? 10 repeats of each of those in there? 20 different colours. So no, it's not. Four repeats of each of those. A wider selection, but $22.99. It's not your price on this particular one. This is an absolute brilliant price. Sorry, it is me getting getting in the way again.
That was a really skilled piece of camera work, you know, following that round.
I know, that's our Dan. It's very, very good.
No, that's
So
right.
$15.99 if you like the idea of that one. Now, one of the ones that you're probably going to find that's going to be very, very useful to you as well. I'm just trying to find the muted ones. It's probably best to go for you.
Which one are you after, Hayley?
The muted set.
Oh, that's the one. No, is it? No, that's the summer. The muted.
I've got the neutral colours.
Well, do you know what? If it's muted you want, I can hold up the...
He's gone into his crafty pantry.
If we're missing it... This,
Is that the muted one?
This is the... Sorry,
That's
you
not-
go
no,
neutral.
No.
This is the muted.
No, that's fine.
So you can see it kind of fills in the gaps from
Yes.
the earlier collection.
Yeah.
And they are. Whereas the others are more primary, these are slightly muted, so it's a perfect partner. Dave asked earlier, if I was going to go for 2 sets,
Yeah, it's a good starting point.
it would be muted and the other one. So the 20 sets, those are my particular favourites. I think between them, you know, you're not really going to miss out.
Okay, and as a crafter, I mean, obviously you've got a brilliant range there, 20 different colours there, and then you've got 4 repeats of each of them. Love that purple, absolutely beautiful.
It's a winner.
Will we find that some of the bundles cross over colour-wise?
No. This with the muted and the set that we just looked at, the other 20. No, these kind of like this yellow. There are 3 yellows. One's almost like a mustardy yellow. This one, it sort of fills the gap between the
Got you,
yellows.
so it's particular to that
So
particular
that's what
group
we
as well,
wanted to
yeah.
do with this set, was
Makes
to
sense.
actually put greens that there are some. There's some similarity.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's
But
that
you
makes
know
sense.
what?
But
But
the
it's
two that
always
we've
the
just
popular
looked at,
colours,
yeah.
like the pinks that you're going to use. We find that there are certain colours that we use more than others.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
All the others, because we've got loads of others, we're not going to go through all of them, but there's loads of other bundles on there. They're all going to be on the website for you to take advantage of. But the one that we were just looking at with those muted tones, that price is coming down from £22.99 to just £16.99. So go and have a little look on the website. If you're wanting your more monochromatic, your neutrals, they are on there as well. So there's loads and loads of different colour groupings. Whatever you like the idea of, I think over time you will find yourself collecting more and more of these, and they are all detailed on the back there, so it does actually tell you the different colours that are in that particular group as well. So for the neutrals, you can see, is it neutrals? Or that's the summer colours there, I think, with those. It's showing you all of those colours individually there, so you know what they're actually called. And there you go, my glamorous assistant.
I was slow on the uptake there, I apologise.
That's perfect.
It's a lovely. I know at the moment the neutral collection looks more like the summer collection because
Yes,
it's greys
yeah.
and brown, which is what we see when we look out the
That's
window.
true,
for the last 3 months, but,
absolutely.
yeah.
Bring a bit of sunshine into your crafting room. So there you go. Go and check them out on the website. We've got loads of other things to share with you. We're going to head straight into another demo. But of course, if you've got any questions that you want him to ask, I've just looked at the time. We've only got about 15 minutes or so left.
We really.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Right, what's next then?
Well, before I go to the demo, I thought it might take an opportunity to show some more of the samples that we brought along, starting with the sort of Christmas
I love
collection.
it.
So remember the festive papers?
Yeah. Got a very 60s kind of 70s feel,
Yeah,
isn't it? With these, the
that's got a
cartoony
real
look.
kind of retro look to
Yeah.
it. I love that sort of.
Love the Rudolph one that you've got there.
Yeah, there's the guy that we just saw. You see the buckle again coming in from the gnome. How about creating a scene? We talked about the trees. We talked about the crossover and the way that you can use them in different ways every single time. This was actually my family Christmas card last year. So I printed these with everybody's name on and just made a ton of these Santa heads.
Now you're going to make me feel really old. How old is Poppy now?
Poppy is 14.
Wow, my goodness.
Full of attitude.
Oh, she will be at that age.
In a good
In a good way. Oh, look, I love
She
it.
was jealous of us last night because we went to see Chic, but Sophie Ellis-Bextor was supporting.
Yes. Oh.
I can't believe you didn't take me. There you go.
That is brilliant.
Yeah, you go snowman. You see these foundational pieces. That's where you start. Then the detail, like we saw the circle. We saw this die.
Yes.
All
yeah,
those
of
little
course,
bits. You
yeah,
keep them,
cool.
and you will use them. So, there's Santa again. There's a
Brilliant.
different kind of Santa. There's another Santa. So look, the face goes over the beard. This one, the face pops out of the beard with this one. And another scene again. Those little triangles.
Scene.
But this mountain, that's Santa's body.
That is so clever. And that was that die again there, wasn't it? That you
Yeah,
used
that's that
This
one.
is brilliant. I mean, it could
It's,
look like a little hedge or something like that as well in the background. It's
It
brilliant.
could be
You're going to
anything.
love
Could be anything. But there you go. So, but we're gonna come away from Christmas for a second.
Okay.
And we're going to look at, we're going to look, should we do that? Let's guess what it is.
Okay.
So I hope your ideas are coming in thick and fast. And if you see something that you haven't seen so far and you want me to make it before tomorrow's show at 2, then I will be more than happy to do that. So remember, challenge me. Don't make it easy for me. Really challenge me. It's fine. I'm up to it. Yeah, famous last words there.
That was like, be careful what you wish for. And Alex has just said hippopotamus in my ear as well. So,
well, that's something I haven't made. There you go.
Okay.
So I'm going to take, let's take a triangle, and I'm also going to take this one.
Okay.
If memory serves, I'm running off memory because I can't find this sample. I don't know what I've done.
Oh no.
But hey, we're okay. We're okay. This is like crafting without a net. So I'll cut those all from white card.
Okay.
Pop them through my Big Shot machine as before.
Lovely. And because they're kind of component dies, I'm guessing that if you wanted to use the kind of smaller machines as well, you could use them. I mean, because this is a nice set to kind of take on your holidays with you, for your kind of your travel kit.
Yeah. So you know what? I tell you what you want to do, right? And again, going back to Wonderful British Summertime, is take it to the caravan with a little sidekick machine.
That's the sidekick. I couldn't think what it was called.
Yeah, it'll fit in a tiny little box. And you know what? On those rainy days, which we do get now and again in Britain in the summertime, it's a perfect opportunity for you to dip into Infinite Doodles and let your imagination run wild. Now, we'll probably be able to see pretty early on this one where it's going.
I'm intrigued because there was a bit of sparkle, so I'm trying to think that is there a clue there with the sparkle?
You do like a bit of sparkle, don't you? A bit of bling. There you go. So let's take this now.
Okay.
And I'm going to pick up some of that glue. I'm going to pop this there.
See that little piece that you've got there that you've used? It's almost like an egg shape. Again, you could use that the teeth,
Yep.
the teeth to make it like a little broken shell for Easter.
You absolutely could. You absolutely could. Now let's take this one here, and again, I'm kind of working blind, but what the heck?
This is a good idea. The dipping.
Yeah, I usually it's just my 3D foam pads, but I always find with smaller die cut shapes, it's better to take your shape to the glue rather than the other way around.
Okay.
You know, even though it's great glue and it's a great glue bottle, it's there we go. I'll get some of that going on.
Right.
Right. Oh,
Okay. I think I think the penny may have dropped.
There you go. So we'll pop that in there. I think probably everybody's twigged as to what it could possibly be, especially given the pink. My daughter's obsessed with horses at the moment. So yeah, but this isn't a horse. What could it be?
Wow.
I think
Alex has just shouted out a swan.
I think you've all guessed it.
Alex's imagination has got into overdrive. But yeah.
What has he said? Has he said it's a kettle or something?
No, a swan. Oh, I love that. The little feet.
Yeah. So again, with the little hooves, all I did was cut one pink shape, one white shape, and I cut the end of the pink shape and just added it. Because you're using the same die, it's always going to be a perfect fit. Now, so here we go. So there's the leg.
This is and I love the kind of quirkiness of them as well, the characters.
That's the thing, because you have a prescribed type. The shapes are as they are. You do have to let your imagination run wild a bit sometimes. And what I would say, if there's something you can think of, say it's a hippopotamus, go to your wherever you usually Google, isn't it? And pop in hippopotamus clip art or cartoon, and something will come up, and then you can adapt what you see.
That's a really good idea, yes.
With the shapes. So let's
see, with that piece, I mean, it's almost like a folk heart type shape. I mean, obviously, I'm guessing it's part
that's
of the
how I would describe
main
it,
here. But I'm also looking and thinking it could be a crab's claw. It could be a mitten.
It could be, it could be a mitten. So we have done it as a hand, I think, on one of the cards we looked at earlier. So yeah, I think it might have been the little elf.
Okay.
It might have been his. We'll have a look at that in a second, actually, see if that is the case. Now,
There we go.
right. So
That is cute.
let's take this one. Now these dies, these are really cool. Now those could be eyebrows. See them upside down. They could be mouths.
Yeah.
You know, they're one of those for when you're building characters. Are absolutely perfect. We'll struggle without that one, as innocuous as it may first appear. So I've got my different die cuts
It's almost
there,
be like a
and I'm
funky
going to
flower as well.
Yeah, I'm going to take one of. Sorry, I'm stuff all over the place.
My little head's gone
This
into
is-
overdrive.
Are you coming up with
I've
ideas?
got to focus for the next 3 hours, and I've got all this going on in my head.
There you go.
Poor
that's it.
Sharon's, honestly, I'll be not paying attention to a thing that's going on in the next hour because my mind will still be going.
Yeah, to tell you what, you stay here and play with me. Sharon, she's been doing this for ages. She can do the show by herself. There you go. There we are.
That is
And
so
I'm gonna
cute.
Pop that
That is brilliant.
on the background. Let's take a little bit of glue, scribble onto the back of my circle, and I believe in you.
Oh, there you go.
Have it.
Unicorns are indeed real.
How simple was that?
Beautiful. I love it.
Thank you.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, if you have just joined us, we've only got a few minutes left on the show, but let me explain very quickly what you've got on your screen, and we're going to have a finish off, maybe looking at some finished samples right the way up to the wire. So you've got 2 sets of dies that are coming to you for just $24.99. They're available individually, but to be fair, the price of $24.99, it makes sense to go down that particular route, because if you're shopping them by themselves, what price are they? $16.99 each, so it doesn't make sense, does it, to shop for them individually? So you've got the 2 sets, so you've got your kind of component pieces. This is where your imagination is going to go into overdrive, because simply as I rotate this, you will see those shapes taking on different forms. Again, now I'm seeing fuchsias with these here. You could be seeing pebbles, you could be seeing mounds of earth, you could be seeing arms, you can see bodies, wings, all sorts of things evolving from these shapes. And that is the beauty of these. That's the idea behind them. But in addition to that, you are going to get your fabulous backgrounds that are going to help you create all sorts of amazing results, whether it's you're layering these up, whether you're creating your own stencils with these, whether you're using them in a whole host of different ways, you're going to be getting some absolutely amazing results with these. But start putting them together. Not only are you going to get fabulous shapes that we've just seen, you're going to be able to create your own words with these as well. I mean, I love this one. This is mind-blowing.
It's fun, isn't it? Do you know, I so enjoyed the week that I played with these. I really did. And I had a pad by the side of me, because as I was creating stuff, I was writing stuff down.
Yes, that's a good idea.
The frustrating thing for me was that I never got to the end of that list. So it's still a work in progress, but...
And I think that's the thing, isn't it? When you've got a brilliant set of dice, I mean, here, Halloween, and I love the dripping fangs that you've got there. You're going to have so much fun with these. Rainy day, like you said, absolutely time and time again. Kids with their imaginations will see those shapes more so than actual kind of like a character die, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're filling the gaps, don't they?
Yeah, of course, yeah. No, kids are amazing. I don't know why we start colouring inside the lines when we become adults.
Yeah.
And we lose that. Kids are so brave. We put
Absolutely. We kind of add our self-doubt into it, don't we, as well? Lots of the cardstock, I'm just going to quickly whiz through these. I know a lot of them have sold out, so I'm not going to bring the details up because we're getting low with all of them. So whether you're into your pastel tones, your summer tones, whether you're wanting your festive collection, whether you're wanting your kind of sweet, sugary candy tones, I'm making up the names for these as I'm going along, but they are all on the website and you will find them on there. And it's brilliant cardstock to use over and over again.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's a great quality. It's great for foundational pieces, it's great for making base cards. It's great for construction. So if you've got a scoring board and trimmer, you want to make boxes, bunting, banners, anything like that, bags, anything beginning with B, basically. But you've got the texture on one side. On the other side, it's quite flat. So, you know, you've got the best of both worlds there. It inks up beautifully, die cuts beautifully, folds beautifully. I mean, what's not to love?
Absolutely. Do we know what weight it is?
I think it's 240
2-6. Oh, Sharon, we've got a heckler. We've got a heckler in the studio. Sharon Curtis is getting herself ready.
216.
216. There you go. Because of course American size and things like that.
This 25 years.
And also as well, the bundle that we've got on the screen is priced at $15.99. We've got different size packs. Some of them are 60 sheets. Some of them are 80 sheets. So you've got different kind of prices relating to those. But if you are just waiting for even more creativity with these fabulous dies, Pete, you're back again tomorrow.
Back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So get your suggestions coming in. We'll see. We'll have a look at what you send in. I'll be making something for the show tomorrow. And you know, I've been doing it 25 years. How come I'm always Sharon Curtis's warm-up act?
Well,
what's that all about?
That's what she demands nowadays, honestly.
Is it?
She's like a proper diva.
Diva.
But we will see Sharon after the break. Hope we can count on your company. And you have a fabulous day tomorrow.
You too. Thank you very much, Hayley.
See you soon.
Bye.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I know is going to be beautiful, not only because I've got the beautiful Sharon with me, but also beautiful elements from Carnation Crafts. And this is something they do time and time again, isn't it? They bring us so many beautiful illustrations and dies. They all come together beautifully.
They do. It's always a complete collection with Carnation.
Yeah.
And I think what I love about Carnation is the artwork is all done in-house. It's hand-drawn by Nick and his team. Nick is an incredibly talented artist, and I love the fact that because everything is done in-house, it's cohesive. So you can buy a Carnation collection today, you can buy one in 6 months' time, and because it's the same artist, style-wise, it's going to work together. You can mix and match any of the collections that you've bought from Carnation in the past.
Absolutely. And equally so, if this is the first ever set that you bought from Carnation, what they include in those collections when they bring them to us is everything that you need.
Yes, absolutely.
That you may well grow with. You may use it alongside things that you've already got within your stash, or other brands, all sorts of different ways. But what they always bring us is the most amazing products. Amazing products that you'll be able to use for many, many years to come, giving you some of the creativity that you can see there, as you can see. So what are we getting? Well, we are talking Oh So Chic with this collection.
Yes.
And you've got all sorts of beautiful components, but not for the price that's on your screen. So I'm going to bring in some finished samples to share with you while we drop that price down, because the price at the moment is £133.34, I think it was. Oh, 94p. But it's dropping down. Wow, that is not a drop. That's a plummet.
That's a big old drop.
That is huge. Now, this is beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's kind of a lovely, elegant dressing table is the kind of thing.
Yeah.
So you've got a card-shaped die that is the sort of the beautiful mirror that you would have on a dressing table, you know, with the large mirror.
So a bit like this.
Yes.
If I bring this one in
that,
to show
yeah,
you.
that
There
shows
you
it perfectly. Now, with Carnation, you get artwork to go with your dies. So you're going to get the dies to cut out this lovely mirror.
Okay, let me turn that round so you can get an essence of what
yes,
that is.
you can see. So that's going to create your card shape if you want it to.
Yeah.
You get several mats and layers, which you can see here. So, and this is what makes your cards look really polished and finished, is the mats and layers, because it's not just sort of one dimension. Then you've got the vignettes, so that's all the artwork that's going to go with all those elements. So with this lovely dressing table mirror, we've got all our cosmetics, we've got some jewellery, we've got a lovely little vase, we've got florals, perfume. So you've got everything to decorate.
Really, really clever.
In lots of different ways, because this is the key with
Absolutely.
Carnation. You're not limited to one idea.
Isn't that lovely?
So you can just take something like the perfume bottle, and because the artwork is drawn in-house, you know, that's not just a perfume bottle, is it? Look at the detail in that. Look at the markings on the bottle. You've got that lovely band around it with the little daisies.
Beautiful.
Really, really stunning.
And also as well, one thing that strikes me whenever we see cards or projects created from Carnation dies, you've kind of got the structure with these as well. So they put those additional lines in there so you can get the curvature and the shaping and the dimension.
Yes, there's
Look
so
at
much
this.
to it. If you're new to Carnation, I would urge you to go to the Facebook group, Carnation Crafters, because there's so much, you know, it's hard in a 1 hour show to tell you it all.
Absolutely.
But there's a lovely design team in there, loads of lovely crafters that buy regularly from Carnation, and they'll tell you all the hints and tips and the inspiration in there. Plus, there are video tutorials available on the Carnation website.
That's amazing, taking the components and making a box lid.
Yes. And that's what I love, because it's all individual components. You can go any direction with it, any size project, any type of project, because you can literally take one small die or put together a whole little montage like that card there.
I mean, you can create masterpieces like this one that we're bringing in here as well. And we've got some fabulous base card as well that has been designed for the Oh So Chic range. So the solid cardstock that you can see, that's the foundation, that's taking colours from the vignettes.
Yes, it is. What Carnation do, and this is where it makes it impossible for you to make a card that doesn't look beautiful, because what they do is, once the artwork's been done and the colours all chosen, Nick will then go in and put together the perfect papers using colours that are in the artwork. So you can't go wrong. For your mats and layers, you pick any of the perfect papers, and the colour's going to tie in. The other thing to mention, when you do go to download your vignettes, which I'll go through in a minute, you will usually find with the collections different backing papers as well. Okay. They add in all sorts of free things for you to go along with a collection.
To absolutely maximise it. Obviously, we've seen, if you will, that kind of dressing table mirror style, but if you wanted to make your traditional square cards, your rectangular cards...
Exactly, you can just pick out elements. You don't have to use the card shape every time. if you want to make a rectangle card, a square card, oval card.
Absolutely.
You
They
can
are
do that.
all in there. In fact, we will have a little look at the individual components in just a few moments, so you know exactly what you are getting in this set. But what you are getting is an absolutely amazing reduction in the price, usually £133.94, but dropped right the way down to £79.99. Now, usually when we look at items that are over £100, that's where we will see a three-way split, which is indeed what we did see with this. But we have kept that in situ. I don't know if we were meant to have done, but that means that because the price has dropped down to £79.99, that means that your initial payment today is just £26.66. And then you'll have your second and third payments in monthly intervals, but you will get everything sent on its way to you in one go. So you could be creating with these and making some absolutely phenomenal projects way before that final payment has been made. And then the beauty is we can make and sell what we've created as well.
And in fact, Carnation are incredibly generous with their angel policy, because they say you not only can sell your finished projects, as long as you cut it, you can sell it. So you can actually sell, you can sit and die cut all of the elements.
So if you run like a craft group, you could actually sell like a little kind of pack.
You could, yeah, to do little projects with, or yeah, if you wanted to do like a workshop. So, I mean, it's the most generous policy that I know of. So, yes.
Yeah, I love it. So if you like the idea of creating beauties like this card here, or many of the others that I've shared with you as well, then you need those details that are on your screen. LC9C21. If you fancy getting hold of those, then please do so. 3 split pays if you want to take advantage of that. You don't have to. If you want to go for it all in one go, you can do, but all on its way to you with that one item number there. And you could be creating some absolutely beautiful projects. Oh, we've got one there that's got a bit of light hitting this. Have I got the right one? There you go, the perfume bottle.
The lovely perfume bottle.
Have I got to stay like this now for the rest of the hour? Okay, fair enough then. I will get myself grounded. And as I'm getting myself grounded, let me share with you what you've got there on your screen. You've got all the different components there. I'm going to let Sharon get herself ready because she's got some fabulous boards to explain everything that you're going to get within this set. But you can see there you've got your vanity mirror card-shaped die set, your poses there, your totally made-up die set, your daisy clutch. When you're looking at these, they're just going to be names at this stage, but you will see when we go through the boards, all will become apparent. So if you like the idea of those, LC9C21, if you'd like to pop them into your basket. So where should we get started then, Sharon?
Yeah, let's go through the boards and see what we're going to get. So we're going to start with that first, basically the card shape. So this is your mirror card shape.
Beautiful. I love that oval in the centre.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And of course, you don't have to use it as a whole. So it will create, let me bring in the one I did earlier. So it will create your card shape. And of course, because the sides sort of fold in, this is freestanding as it is.
Oh, is that lovely?
But of course, you don't have to use it as a whole like that. You can see from, this is the dies. So you've got that shape, but you've got all these nested dies that will stack up on top. So that means you can use these independently. If you wanted to make a smaller card, you could just use this sort of centre section as a mat and layer. You can use these landscape or portrait. So lots of different ways to use it. I'll show you the artwork though, because that's where it really comes to life, because when it's just in 2 colours like this, it's not quite so
Getting a lot
clear.
of dies though in that one die.
You are. So if you think of those centre panels that we were just looking at here, if I turn it that way,
yeah,
you've got artwork to go with them. Now, this is the artwork that looks like a mirror, but you actually get 2 different colour options. When you print off your artwork, there is also a gold tone to it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The other thing to mention about Carnation, if you're not, if you're new to Carnation, which I know some of you will be, I apologise to those of you that are regulars with Carnation, because I might be telling you stuff you already know. But we get new viewers every day, so I'm kind of taking it back to basics a little bit. But what Carnation do is give you the artwork. You need to go to the Carnation website to download it. So you're going to buy your dies today from us. And then I would go later on this evening and download your artwork. You go to the Carnation website, which is www.carnationcrafts.co.uk.
Okay.
And then you'll see that big button in the centre on the right-hand side that says downloads.
Okay.
You click on that.
Okay.
And then there is an option for free downloads. And you would put in the name in the search bar, Oh So Chic. And it will bring you up all the vignettes for this collection. And then what you would do was print those off.
Okay.
Preferably on ProPrint cardstock.
Yes. Yeah.
I would highly recommend getting some if you haven't got any, because you will notice an immense difference between whatever cardstock you're usually using and ProPrint.
Fair
The
enough,
colours
good
will be
tip.
really vivid. You will actually use less ink because the ProPrint has got less chalk in it.
Right.
Which is what keeps the colours so vivid, because your ink sort of sits more on the surface rather than being absorbed.
Makes sense.
So I would recommend doing that. Once you've printed them all off, you're ready to go. And then when your dies arrive, which will be quite quickly because Carnation pride themselves on getting their orders out super fast, then you're going to have all your colour options. So for these mirrors, you're going to have two different choices. You're going to have this lovely sort of mirror and then this lovely gold tone. Now, the other thing is, when you die cut your elements with Carnation, you've got the choice to do them mirrored, which means double-sided. Now, that's really handy for elements that you might see both sides of, or perhaps if you're adding a lot of shape to something, you're going to see the back a little bit.
And I think I noticed those when we were looking on the website, because there's like a black line, isn't there?
There is, yes.
Roughly halfway, but not always halfway.
Yes, and all you would do is fold your cardstock in half along that black line, stick the card together, or I use a spray adhesive, and then when you die cut it, it's lined up perfectly, so you've got double-sided. It's so clever. I mean,
brilliant technology.
Nick's brain to have thought that up. I mean, I wouldn't know where to start, but it's really clever. The other thing is, when you die cut, rather than it being a solid die cut, you've got what I call pip marks. So if you wanted to take this whole centre panel out, you don't have to sort of fussy cut all around there or go around with a craft knife, because this is only attached by little pip marks going around.
Yes, yeah.
So you can literally just run your scissors around to loosen those up, and you can take the centre panel out. So again, it gives you so many different ways to use the dies.
Put that out like a mirror card and have like a silver.
You could, yes, you could
do
the centre in actual mirror cards. Yeah, that would be cool, wouldn't it? So this is the other dies in that same set. So as well as the sort of mirror card shape, you've got these extra elements as well. So you've got this lovely hairpin, this hair slide. It's lovely, isn't it? And then this is obviously the main piece. Then you've got this lovely hand mirror, and then another panel here. This would be great for a sentiment or something like that if you wanted to. So then we've got the beautiful perfume bottle. This one's called Essence of Glamour.
Wow. It's beautiful.
Love this.
Detail that you've got with that kind of vine that's running through.
Yeah, the detail with this lovely sort of leaf in the background. You've got beautiful artwork. The other thing to mention with Carnation, and this kind of applies generally to their dies, they'll always give you the image itself and then a matte to go with it. And that's great, because it means if you wanted to put this perfume bottle on a shaped card, you could literally create a card blank with that perfume bottle if you wanted to create something smaller. Or if you're putting it on maybe a patterned background, the matte is going to enable that perfume bottle to stand out against the background.
Nice,
so always so handy to have the mattes, and Carnation always do this for you.
Lovely.
Which is key.
Oh, this is pretty.
This is the Daisy Clutch. I love this. Obviously, it's going to go really well with your dressing table idea.
Yeah.
This lovely elegance. This is definitely a going out handbag, isn't it? Really pretty. You've got this lovely daisy on here. Again, if you wanted to, you could snip away that daisy and put one on top of another. You could sort of decoupage it up. And again, you've got your mat so that you can create.
I love the angle that Nick's come up with that, because quite often bags we see front
yes,
on,
front on.
We? So I love that idea.
It's very artistic, isn't it?
Yeah.
And again, it kind of helps to build a scene, doesn't it? When you've got things that aren't all just flat on, you're creating a little sort of scene.
Oh, now.
Now, yeah, you're like me with the florals. This is the dresser posies. So these are florals that will go with the collection. Then you've got these two different sort of vase type shapes that you can use to pop the flowers onto the, you can use them on the dressing table with your mirrors, but standalone. Florals, you can't go wrong with florals.
Loads of scope with those, haven't you, with the individual pieces?
Very much so. And you look at the different shapes you've got. This one will sit perfectly on sort of, at the bottom of your card, as if it were on the dressing table like a posy. But if you bring the frame back in, you can instantly see how that's going to sit.
Oh, yes.
You can put it top and bottom. It's very versatile.
Or in the corners of a square card.
Yeah, corners of a square card. I think one of the DT examples had used a nested square die, and they'd kind of had that tucked in.
Yes.
Again, you've got this lovely rose posy. This can go vertically, horizontally. It's going to work in so many ways. Then you've got the height with this one, which is always important, particularly if you team it with this tall vase. You're instantly, if you want to do a DL card, you've got the height there.
Yeah.
This is also great for tucking in, and I'm going to sneakily bring in something that we haven't even looked at yet.
Oh, okay.
But we've got the killer shoes. We've got killer shoes to go with this collection. This is a separate die that we've brought, but I'm bringing it in now because the height on this floral works really well with these.
Yeah.
Sort of you can pop it behind or coming out the shoe.
Absolutely.
So, but we will show you that die properly in a bit.
Perfect. Love
So
it.
that is your dresser posies.
Oh, gosh,
Here's
that
the
powder
makeup.
compact, that reminds me of one my mum had. Oh,
Beautiful, isn't it? It kind of makes me, I don't know why, but this makeup makes me feel of Art Deco kind of. It's particularly that compact, I think. So this is totally made up, and you've got your makeup here that's going to look perfect on your little dressing table scene in front of your mirror. So you've got your nail varnish, lipstick. The colours are beautiful, and of course, if you think back to the florals, the colours are all matching. They match with the perfect papers. So whichever of these you choose to pop with your design, the colours are going to work. So
that brush actually looks fluffy.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it actually, you can imagine it all fluffy with powder on.
That's down to that amazing artwork again.
Brilliant art. Yeah, this is Nick's stunning artwork.
Oh, now what we've got here?
Now we've got some glinting accessories. So these are your lovely sparkly bits. We've got this lovely, well, it could be a ring cushion. You could even use it as a little pouch if you wanted to. Okay. I know one of the card samples has got the ring nestled on it, and they've added a bit of bling onto the ring, which looks beautiful.
See, I'm seeing an upside down pin cushion.
Yeah, it is like a little pin cushion, isn't it? And then you've got, these are more like berries, I think, than florals. Remind me a bit sort of a fascinator or something like that. So you've got your lovely diamond earrings, and I mean, they're just, the artwork's stunning. They're so realistic. So you can have these just at the bottom of your little scene. The height on this one's really useful as well, obviously, for tucking in.
It's got snippability, that one, as well.
Definitely.
Yeah, if you
really
wanted,
has.
Or if you wanted to multi-layer it and make it even fuller.
Yes,
yeah.
And of course this is the beauty of having artwork you can download, you can die cut as many times as you like. So you can go mad with snipping into things. You know, it's not like you've got precious pre-done die cuts,
you
is
can
it?
make a wreath with that. Oh my, yeah,
you
might
could
run into overdrive now.
Yeah, you're like me. And this, I think, is my favourite.
This is so sweet.
Social
Just
butterflies.
A little die, but very, very useful.
Very useful. I mean, I can't think of any collection where you're not going to want to add a butterfly, because they're just one of those things, aren't they? I love butterflies. I've got a lot of butterfly dies. The artwork to go with these is stunning. And I love the fact that Nick's given us a really nice mix of colours here.
Yes, yeah.
So, you know, these on their own would make a card. I would have these just going diagonally across.
And I've seen them in picture frames as well.
Yes.
A collection of butterflies. Beautiful.
Yeah, really would. So that's the whole collection.
I love
I have got one more board to show you, which is the Killer Heels.
Okay, so if you're wanting to go for all of the all of the elements up to this stage, the details are what you need on your screen. Lots of you checking out your baskets as we get to the end of those boards, because naturally you want to see what you're going to get for your money. But what you are getting is a lot, because you can see £79.99 is your price. Usually you'd be paying £133.94, and you still got your three-way split, which means you only have to part with £26.66, along with your post and packing if you've not already shopped with us today. And all of those gorgeous dies that we've just gone through will be winging their way to you. But I think you might want to add this one into your basket as well, because it makes sense, because it's kind of all part of the same collection.
Yeah, it does. It gives you another option, because first of all, it gives you another card shape, because the Killer Heels actually are big enough, and the way that they're designed, that they will stand up. You know, they can be a card shape in themselves, because they will stand like so. And, you know, elements, the handbag, the perfume bottle are just going to work really well with it. So
you've made a card there in your hand.
You have, haven't you? Yeah, pop some of the florals coming from behind, and you've got a beautiful card. And of course, because you can do double-sided, you can see the back as well. So you've got the Killer Heels, you've got the mats and layers. So of course that very bottom layer is going to be your card shape.
Okay.
And then you can layer up with some of your perfect papers to have nice colours in the background. Then your lovely artwork with the shoes would be in the centre.
Beautiful.
Then you've got a really pretty sort of filigree piece.
Nice, yeah.
I'm just going to grab one that's got the artwork because...
we've got single figures now of this one, folks.
Be quick with this one.
It's been very, very popular, and I'm not surprised. The details on your screen, with the price that you're paying on this one, $44.99. But please be quick, check your baskets out.
Yes.
Sorry, Sharon, I just needed to let everyone know.
No, exactly. This is lovely.
Missing out on this one.
You've got this lovely filigree piece, which has got artwork to go with it, which of course is stunning. It's really subtle. Then you've got mats and layers. These can be for sentiments.
Nice.
Really handy. Nice selection there. And then you've even got a sentiment. And of course, looking fabulous, that's going to work with both this card shape and the other one.
And again, another comprehensive die set with all the mats and layers and all the components. That's what Carnation Crafts do. They don't want you to kind of go for a collection and find, oh, I wish I'd got this bit or I wish I'd got that bit. By having those multiple layers for your mats and layers gives you the opportunity to make your card bases, to make your mats and layers, and then, of course, cut out those fabulous vignettes using those kind of forward element dies as well. Don't forget, though, to get the most out of yours, do add these into your basket because, of course, when you are printing off those vignettes, don't forget about your Pro Print as well to get the best results with those. These are the colours that you will find yourself using. Now, I'm going to open this bag up just to show you. You can see the gorgeous colours there already, almost like ice creamy colours. I'm looking at this, I'm thinking Neapolitan ice cream.
They are quite, yeah, they are, because you've got the sort of beige, then you've got the blues and pinks. The Perfect papers are 300 GSM, so they're a really good weight. They are, 300 GSM is sturdy enough that you could actually make your card blank from this if you want to. They have a lovely finish. It's in between gloss and matte. It's got a kind of satin sheen to it.
That.
And what Nick does is he picks colours from the artwork, from the downloads, to choose for the papers. So they're always going to coordinate. They're always going to match. Nothing's ever going to clash when you use your perfect papers.
Makes sense. Makes sense. So it doesn't matter which of those vignettes you're using with your cards, because you've got the perfect colour base, you have got the right card there that is going to help you, whether it's the card that you're building just with little backdrops, so you may be picking out different colours from those if you're wanting to, or maybe you are going to be going for that really kind of statement piece. Having the right cardstock is key. And $14.99, excuse me, for 48 sheets of this quality.
It's great value because there's a lot there. And the colours are just beautiful. They really are.
Absolutely beautiful. There you go, if you like to take advantage of those. Obviously, if you've already got the dies, you've already been using the vignettes, maybe you didn't go for these last time. Well, at $14.99, definitely worth going for this time. Now, I'm going to pop these away. Sharon, are you all set for a demo?
I am, and we're going to look at that card shape.
Perfect.
Now, we did, in the first show, I did one, and I used the sort of golden colourway. So I thought we'll do one with the blue, with the sort of mirror. So what I've done is I've used the die to create my card shape, and you can see straight away how simple this is, because you've got your framework there, you've got this beautiful trellis sort of detail at the bottom, and it's perfect for then adding my mats and layers. So I've got my perfect papers, of course, and I've gone with blue, because the artwork that I've chosen for this one is the blue, the sort of mirror looking one. And you can see I've got all my elements that are just going to layer up. And I've got choices here. If I want some dimension, I can pop my perfect paper on with foam tape. If you want, if you're perhaps posting it, you don't want it to be too high, you can use double-sided tape. I'm going to go in with foam tape because I want a bit of height. So very simple. Now, you have got more than one mat and layer with all of these. They always give you multiples. I tend to keep my cards quite simple, but the choice is yours. And, of course, you've got the colours to go perfectly. And what they do with the perfect papers is you'll always have, say, with the blue, you've got a lighter and a darker shade. And that makes doing your mats and layers really simple because, if you want to stick to just blues, you can do light and dark, and it gives you that variation.
That's a good point, actually. I was just looking at the cards, then exactly as you said there.
Yeah,
two of the blue, two of the pink, two of that kind of natural tone.
Yeah, and generally, I'm not going to say always, because Nick does mix things up sometimes, and sometimes the perfect papers have little patterns as well. We had one last week, didn't we, with a nice polka dot. But generally, he'll sort of give you colours and then more of a neutral tone, like we've got the sort of beige and almost like brown in this one, haven't we? They're your neutrals. So it's always really well thought together, and is just gonna, I don't know, you can't make a bad card with
Absolutely.
Carnation, is what I say.
Kind of a cheesy way of putting it, but it's so true.
It is. I feel a little bit like a broken record when I say that, but it is true.
Yeah.
And I have to say, the Carnation Crafters Facebook group is just a lovely place. Every time we bring a launch,
Loads of ideas and
the
inspiration,
ideas,
like the inspiration we've shown on the show as well.
yeah, and they're so helpful. You know, it's just lovely to see when we've got new crafters in there asking questions. Straight away, loads of crafters will go in and help. It's just a really friendly group. So now I've got my top layers. I'm going to stick these on with my everyday glue.
I'm only going to mention it, Sharon, just in case you notice afterwards and it irritates you. That piece that's laying down on your card, is it the other way round? Because when you stuck that one down, the swirly bit was at the top. Pop the piece down. There you go. There you go. That's it.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that would have annoyed me.
It's only because I know you, Sharon, and I know it would irritate you.
You do know me.
I mean, it looked fabulous the other way, but yeah.
But yes, it was the wrong way. Yes, that would have absolutely bugged me. Hayley knows me well. There we go.
Perfect.
So, and then we've just got the centre one. And what a backdrop. I mean,
Gorgeous,
absolutely
isn't it?
stunning, isn't it?
And the thing is, I mean, I wouldn't even know where to begin to actually get the realism that you get with this. It certainly wouldn't be something that I would be able to achieve without those vignettes.
No, and this is what makes Carnation unique, really, is that having artwork to go with your dies.
Yes, yeah.
Just elevates it because, you know, as you say, I couldn't draw something like that.
And you can just kind of print off a batch of these, can't you, and have them
You
ready
can.
when you need them.
Yes, I mean, what I do, you know, when I know Carnation are sending me dies for a show or whatever, I'll go straight onto the website, get my downloads, download them.
Kind of brings them to life, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It makes a huge difference. So I'm just laying on some of my elements. I've got the sentiment from the Killer Heel set because I'm thinking I might bring that in. But at this point, I'm just having a little play.
And this is the thing, you're not committing yourself to anything at this stage. You're kind of
No.
auditioning the different pieces.
No. And of course, because this is a card shape, you do need to think about the fact that you're going to want these to move in slightly.
Yes,
So don't stick anything right over the joint.
Oh, yeah, good tip. Yeah.
Treat it as like a triptych, 3 panels basically, and then go from there. But we've got the florals that we can add in.
Beautiful.
I think it'd be quite nice to have these roses maybe at the bottom. They could go
It's
this
nice 'cause
way.
you can kind of tuck them in together, can't you? Now,
You
that
can.
kind of flourish of flowers almost looks like it's a continuation. from
Yes,
one to the next.
it does. And the way that you can tuck things in, I might leave the sentiment off. I might have my little bit of
You love the little nail polish.
nail polish. I think I might tuck that into a little
Oh,
vase
now it looks different again.
and pop that like so. So what I tend to do is work out, I think we'll have that like that. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Nice, yeah.
I'll work out my rough layout,
Okay.
but I don't stick anything down as is. I think we'll have a bit of makeup there. Now we need something for this side. We could even go mad and add in the perfume bottle. I've also got the hair slide. I think maybe something a bit smaller might work. The perfume might be too big balance-wise. No, actually.
I don't think
No,
so.
actually,
That's okay,
it's fine. I
yeah.
think we'll go with that. So that's the beauty of having, Dave asked me earlier, I always print my vignettes double-sided because then I've just got options.
That's a good point, actually.
Because if you think about it, when you look at this from behind, you're going to see the back of just the top of that
piece,
perfume
yeah.
bottle. So I tend to just do them double-sided because then I know that I can't go wrong.
Okay.
But if you want to save a bit of your printer ink, you could do them as you need them. So what I'm doing is I've got my Carnation ball tools. You get a
Okay.
fabulous set. You'll find these on the website. You get a great set of different sizes.
Variation from the tiny one through to the large
Yes,
one.
the huge
Loads.
one is great for doing bigger elements. And the other thing that Carnation do, so you can't really go wrong with this, is there are little cut marks. You can see on this lipstick all these little sort of dashes.
Okay, yeah.
The reason they're there is so that when I go in with my ball tool, the card curves.
So
it doesn't crack.
It's almost
or tear.
ready for that before you even start.
Yes,
trying to
it
shape
is.
It.
Yeah,
It's clever.
So it really, everything's thought through. And
Well, the thing is, sometimes you might try to shape something that's it's uniformly flat, and it ends up that you've got creases and crinkles. And
yes, you will. Yeah, and you may even tear it.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, good point.
So these collections have been put together with shaping them in mind. Again, I think that's quite unique, and actually, you can hear it kind of pop.
Oh, yes, it's quite satisfying actually.
It's lovely. Yeah, it's really. I love shaping the card. Very clever. There we go. And I'm using a gel glue for this, just so that when I curve them, I can keep the height. So let's do the perfume bottle on this side, and we'll go in. And I tend to go around the outside first, just to get the card.
That's a good tip, yeah.
Just to get the card softened up a bit. You're breaking down the fibres in it basically, and those cut marks mean that it's just going to be much easier to do.
And I suppose it's better to go in and work it a couple of times rather than...
Yeah, don't rush in. Don't.
It's like parchment craft, isn't it? Take your time and you get the results.
And if you're not sure what size to use a bigger ball head, because if you go in with a really tiny one and you're too heavy-handed, you could actually,
Ah, right, that's a good point, yeah.
So I very rarely use the smaller ones. I tend to go in, if you're unsure, go in with the bigger one, basically.
Good advice.
And then pop some glue on the back of that, so that can sit.
This is looking gorgeous.
This side.
And so achievable when you consider.
Very achievable.
I mean, with all due respect, Sharon, I mean, the vignettes and the dies, absolutely amazing. You just decide which components you use where, really, don't you? So
you do.
Even the most novice of crafters is going to be able to make amazing, masterpieces.
Yes, absolutely. That, and I think that's the beauty of Carnation. Literally anyone, if you are totally new to card making or crafting, you can do this.
It's proper confidence builders. And we have had new crafters getting involved during the show as well. So thank you and welcome to Hobby Maker if this is your first purchase.
Can you imagine, Hayley, if this was your first card?
Oh my goodness.
I can tell you the first cards I made didn't look anything like this when I started crafting.
I know from my own experience, yeah. It's a really good point. I mean,
I wasn't making cards that looked this sophisticated when I started, that's for sure.
Can you imagine turning up at your local craft store, or if you're making your cards for, I don't know, your workplace, maybe they're going into the restroom or the cafeteria cafe area, should I say, where people are, I don't know, fundraising, or for your own little business, I think, yeah.
Well, do you know, when I worked in an office, I used to take a box of cards in, and that was kind of my crafting supply money then.
Yeah, and also as well, I mean, they're kind of very... What's the phrase? They're very pleasing across the board. They're not kind of very niche. They've got that gorgeous kind of spread of appreciation with these.
They do. They kind of appeal. Yeah, they would appeal to anyone really, wouldn't they?
And if you're making cards to sell, that's what you need to do, isn't it? You don't want to have anything that's too niche because you're limiting who wants to buy it.
And if you are making to sell, these are the sort of showstopper cards that are really, if you're at a craft fair competing with other people that are selling cards, yours are going to stand out. They really are.
For your own personal gratification as well, to know that you can create cards like this. I mean, wow, gosh, your confidence is going to be through the roof in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, really,
Look at that.
Absolutely.
And the detail that you've got, the dies are cut in such intricate detail as well, to perfection. That is the key
really
thing. That is beautiful.
And the art, it's the artwork. I keep saying it, but Nick is so talented. It's just stunning.
Absolutely beautiful. And it's lovely because the card that Sharon's created there, I've got the base, but different colourways, different combinations. So still using that almost like a dressing table mirror idea, but putting different components in different places. Totally different look. And again, here's another one. Exactly the same scenario, using the same base card. This time on this one, the kind of the frames haven't been used, but then there's a lot more of that kind of flourish following the shape that you've got there. And that's the beauty. The components that you've got in here are giving you the elements to allow you to get that shape, to get that flow. Lovely Carla, if you're watching, we're all sending you loads of love, Carla. She often talks about the shadows and playing with the shadows and getting the depth.
Some shadow play, yes, and that's what you know, you can achieve. And to do that, you need to have dies that have the ability for that.
Absolutely.
So you need your different mats
Or
and
keep
layers.
it simple. Just add in a simple corner to a card where you've got lots of open space. It almost draws your eye into that corner to appreciate that artwork even more.
And that's the strength of the artwork, that you can just take one die and that is strong enough to hold a whole card on its own.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, you are getting all of those dies, a beautiful collection that you're going to be able to use in loads of different ways. Some of the dies are kind of like your bases, so you've got that fabulous base that we can see there with that almost like triptych effect. But because you've got the way that the dies are mats and layers, you can use them uniquely if you're wanting to create your oval shapes with those if you're choosing to. Then you're adding your layers of interest, so it could be that you're using the powder compact, the brush, the lipstick, all of those components, beautiful to work alongside that kind of dressing table mirror concept. But equally so, if you're just making a little gift tag with a nail varnish element to it, because you're giving a nail varnish as a gift to somebody, it's that continuity, it's that connection that you're making with the gift, but as well as the person that you're giving it to. We are very, very busy. Amazing demonstration, as you saw there. And the minute that these you get these home, you're going to be crafting with these. In fact, I think the moment you place your order, your next stop will be going to the Carnation website to actually download your vignettes, because then you'll start to have your creativity flow kicking off the moment that you see those vignettes. And don't forget, those first vignettes are free. There are other colour options should you choose to go for them, and you can find them really easily and take advantage of those to create those incredible cards that we were looking at as well. So you like the idea of those? Then C21 is the item number for that bundle, but please do not forget about those killer heels. Oh, they have been such a popular set as well. A beautiful die. So let me bring that in just to show you that, because that is absolutely gorgeous. You've got all the different elements there, loads of components. The stock that we have left of this particular one now, we're only talking about a handful. And when they've gone, that will be it. And it's absolutely gorgeous. The different components in there, the gorgeous elements, the mats and layers, and those shoes. I mean, I just wish I could walk in
I
those
wish I
shoes
could
like
walk
that.
in those. I mean, I'm so tall, I never wear heels, but I'd love to be able to.
They're kind of Carter bar shoes, aren't they?
Yeah.
My friend came out with that lovely Mandy, said that once, and I said, what do you mean? She said, well, you just literally walk from the car to the bar and then you don't move.
Yeah, you wouldn't be running for the bus in those.
Absolutely. They're beautiful. And these are going to be gorgeous for all sorts of different cards. I'm going to pop this back on the stand because I've just spied a finished sample. In fact, Chris might be able to find it for you. You've got this fabulous three-dimensional card using the vignettes again.
Yeah, that's literally just the vignettes folded in half, just to show you how beautifully it stands up as a card base.
Such a clever idea. I mean, when you can't almost tell from there, but if I turn it around, look at that.
So they stand really well, and that's just the vignette. That's without the matte and layer. Obviously, with the matte and layer, it would be even stronger.
Yeah, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So if you like the idea of getting hold of that die set, then £44.99 is your price with regard to those. Just realised Davey B's left his cup behind. Put that. I was that busy looking at the shoe, I didn't notice it, and then all of a sudden it was like, oops. But don't forget your cardstock. So your cardstock that works with everything. Kind of born out of that vignette that we were looking at earlier on. So you've got your gorgeous colours with regards to these. When you look at them on your screen, these are looking a little bit purpley, because I just looked at those, thought, where's the purple? But in the studio, it's got more of a bluey tone to it with regards to these. You've got your pinks, and as Sharon quite rightly says, you've kind of got them in pairing, so you've got your light and your dark with those, and you are getting 48 sheets. So there's 6 colours in total. So when you receive yours, you're going to get a whole heap of cardstock, as you can see with these, 8 of each, and it's 300 GSM. And I know we joke about this time and time again. Perfect papers by name, but certainly not by nature.
No, it just flows off the tongue. Perfect papers. Perfect card doesn't quite sound as nice. But yeah, it's very much cardstock. It's 300 GSM. So if you want to create your card bases from this, you can. It's construction weight, but it's got a lovely in-between gloss and matte. It's a sort of satin finish.
It's got a kind of a look of luxury about it, hasn't
Very
it?
much so.
Absolutely beautiful.
And because the colours have been picked from the artwork in the vignettes, you know that whichever card you choose from this selection is going to go beautifully for your mats and layers.
There you go. You can see how the artwork, I mean, any one of those. I'm going to pop that down at the
That
bottom.
one's got some tiny lights in it, which is really stunning.
Yeah. I don't know, I have turned them on. I don't know whether you can see them or not, but they've got little kind of lights.
Yeah, you kind of, because they're tucked behind, you might not see them with the lights on, but there are little tiny lights tucked behind there.
Beautiful. I love it, absolutely gorgeous. So $14.99 if you'd like to get hold of those. WY9C63. You don't often get me with the item numbers, but put the right contact lenses in today so I can see them. We're winning at life. Talking of which, Sharon, what have you got planned for
Well,
us?
I thought, well, we've still got some. Let's have a quick look at the Killer Heels because we haven't really looked at those
Well,
yet.
that's a good point.
And I've die cut all the mats and layers basically. So we've got the mats, we've got the base layer from white cards. This is Carnation white 350 GSM. So this is really sturdy.
It's a good weight, yeah.
So that is going to be a great card shape. It's going to stand up really nicely, particularly as I'm going to add my mats and layers to it. So I've gone with the pink and that lovely sort of creamy beige.
Lovely, isn't it?
For the bases.
Nice.
Now I like to put my mats and layers on with a wet glue so that I can shuffle them around to make sure I've got a nice even border all around. So I'm going to use a bit of my everyday glue and just pop those on. And because I'm using a wet glue, it does mean I can slide those around to make sure...
Get wiggle room.
Get the wiggle room to make sure I've got a nice even border because it would drive me nuts if it's not. There we go. So that's the first one. And then I've got this lovely sort of creamy beige. And I'm quite disappointed, Hayley, I've got the wrong day on my glue.
You've got the wrong day?
I've got Thursday.
Oh!
I didn't have a Friday. I must have used up my Friday.
No. Friday is a very busy, crafty day in your world then.
It must be, yeah. I've used up all my Friday.
I didn't realise they've got the names. That's brilliant.
I'm such a fussy crafter that I'm sad enough to actually try and bring the right day with me.
I love that. It's like those socks, isn't it, with the days of the week?
Carla rolls her eyes at me. So, and then I've got my beautiful the vignettes. Now, I think that this would make a lovely wedding card because these really look like wedding shoes, don't they?
And also as well, very clever construction of that vignette that if you wanted to, you could quite easily separate the shoes. So if you wanted them both going in the same direction.
You could, yes. If you wanted to pop them on a card front and just have one or have them, one tucked behind the other. You don't have to have them in this configuration because, they're only connected in the centre there.
Tiny bit, really, isn't it?
Be very easy to snip them apart. Aren't they just beautiful?
These are beautiful. Now, again, don't forget this particular die set is incredibly vulnerable. We've only got about 15 minutes left in the show. Whether the stock will see us right the way through, and I will warn you, you could miss out on this one. If you want to check your basket out now, though, you know that you have got that die set and it's going to be on its way to you. People checking their baskets out after the show might not have that reassurance. So I'm just very quickly mentioning that because I don't want any of you to miss out on this particular one. Check your basket out while you can.
So I've got a few different elements that I think are going to work really nicely with these. To be honest, with the shoes, anything really from the main collection works with them because these are just the perfect base. So I'm just going to make sure that I can bend those to get them to stand up at the end.
Lovely.
The perfume bottle works really well. And I quite like these tall florals kind of tucked in behind.
Oh, that's a nice idea.
They look really pretty just to give some height and some real, I mean, I would actually be tempted to add a bit of glitter to those as well, so they've really got a bit of sparkle behind.
Touch,
now these work really well. They work quite well kind of sitting on the shoes, like, you know, sometimes you do have shoes with like florals.
You're a fashion designer now.
I know. So you could go that way.
Nice.
Or you can build a scene. I think I'm going to make sure I've got a sentiment on this one. And I've done them, I did them in a few different colours so that I'd have options. The other thing with the sentiments, Carnation always give you like a sort of shadow piece,
Yes.
a matte and layer. So I think the pink, because I've used pink behind, I think the pink's going to stand out.
And the Looking
more.
Fabulous comes with the shoe
Yes,
set,
it
doesn't
does. It's
Yeah.
in the shoe set.
Perfect.
So I think that's a nice configuration. So the first thing I'm going to do is pop these behind. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of glue. You don't need to use much. And basically
It's
just
nice as
pop
well
that.
because I mean this is working alongside that that fabulous collection we're looking at, the Oh So Chic, and you've got different heights of elements. So
Yes.
you can go quite low to the ground with some of them, but you've got the height with them as well. So perfect.
Yeah, and that really makes a difference. It gives you all the different options. There we go. Let's just pop that on there. And I like to have them sort of, I don't want them too symmetrical, so you'll notice I've tucked that one a little bit lower than that one.
Yes, yeah.
Because if it's symmetrical, your eye just wants to line it up.
Yeah. And also as well, sometimes you'll notice things that aren't symmetrical.
Yes,
then,
if you're going to go symmetrical, you've got to be spot on, perfect.
Yeah, go big or go home, isn't it?
You'll get much more wiggle room if you go at things at a jaunty angle.
So, we're close to, we've got less than a handful left of those shoes dyes. We're going to quickly bring the details back up for the Oh So Chic collection because they work so well alongside each other. This has been, again, another very, very popular set. You're getting lots of different dyes in there, as you can see, and loads of different elements and components that work beautifully with the vignettes. Do check out those vignettes as well on the Carnation website. And do take advantage if you split pay if you want to. You can get all of those on their way to you for just £26.66 today, along with your post and packing. The second payment in a month's time and the third a month after that. Quite often when that price drops below £100, we don't have the three-way split. So if you want to take advantage of it, you can do. I think it's on the back of the original price because it was well over £130 originally. So that's where it's come from.
That's where, yeah, it's probably just stayed on there, hasn't it?
That's it. Somebody's not noticed.
Yes. Now I'm just curving this a little bit because I wanted my sentiment to go across, but of course I need this to be able to stand up.
Oh,
So
okay, yeah.
I'm just making sure before that glue sets that I've given myself a little bit of wiggle room there. And then the florals. Now these are going to look nice tucked in. I quite like the idea of having one each side like
Yes,
so.
that's nice. Flows well.
So I'm just going to give them a little bit of a shape. And don't ever be afraid to snip into your dyes. You know, you don't have to use the whole spray. You could just cut out one of the florals. Also, if you want to add more sort of fluffiness to it, you can grab another die cut, snip away some leaves and kind of have them coming out from wherever, you know, all around.
Could you decoupage these up as well if you wanted
You could.
to bring the elements forward?
You absolutely could. And again, half the work's been done for you because where you've got connecting sort of flowers, there are little cut marks already in the die. So you haven't got to do proper fussy cutting.
And of course, if you print it onto a paper where you can kind of add your own inks and things like that, you could change the colours of them a little if you wanted.
You could.
To as well, yeah.
You could, yes, very
It's
easily.
not taking away your creativity at all, is it?
No, no. And actually, once you've sort of made lots of cards with this collection, you can always keep an eye on the Carnation website because they quite often bring out alternative colourways to collections.
Okay.
So once you've kind of made lots and lots of cards and you want something fresh and new, you can buy. They're usually only a couple of pounds.
Yeah.
You can get alternative colourways. There we go. Now I could add more, but I'm a bit of a less is more sort of crafter. So I like to keep it fairly clean and simple. But if you wanted to add in some of the makeup, the jewellery, you absolutely could.
And of course, the beauty is if you've gone for the Oh So Chic collection, you might be wanting to make a box to pop that card into.
Yeah.
Of course, you could be doing very, very easily because you've got the components connecting the box to the shoes, but without spoiling the surprise of the shoes because they'll be tucked away within the box there. So there you go. Love it. Thank you,
Fabulous,
Sharon.
isn't it?
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed that demonstration. But of course, it's two different kind of elements that we were looking at. The shoes, which are looking very, very vulnerable dye-wise with regards to those. But then, of course, you have got that fabulous collection. Now, we've got probably about 9 minutes or so. Do you want to get yourself ready for another demo?
Yeah.
Or we're making it work today. making our way.
Do something a bit different for the
Oh,
last one.
okay. I'm going to share just a few more finished samples with you, again, to give you the ideas and the inspiration, utilising the Oh So Chic collection, but also taking advantage of the vignettes and that fabulous perfect paper collection that we have as well. Whether you're using less is more, potentially, with this one, you've got large open spaces with this one, or whether you're using it alongside of the die sets that you've got for your mats and layers and taking advantage of the really cute little butterflies that we've got as well. Your slender cards, then you don't have to worry whether it's a slender card, whether it's a large card, whether it's a square card, it doesn't matter. Within that fabulous Oh So Chic collection, you have got the perfect die and the perfect vignette for it to work with all your different card shapes. And we've got perfect price for you as well. £79.99 is your price. And of course, you've got your split pay with this one. And this is what you are getting for your money. You are getting a lot of creativity at a fabulous price. As you can see there, the vanity mirror card shape, you're getting that. The poses, you're going to get those. The totally made up components of that gorgeous makeup set. And of course, the beautiful bag that we saw with the clutch die set there. And the glinting accessories included alongside the Essence of Glamour perfume bottle. So there you go. If you like the idea, those are the details that you need. So Sharon, what are you going to do next?
Well, I thought we'll just look at the florals.
Okay.
Because,
stripping it right the way back.
Stripping it back a little bit. And I like to try, you know, we've looked at using the card shapes that Carnation have given us. But I like to show you different variations on sizes and card shapes. So we're going to do a DL.
Okay, lovely.
So I've got a DL card blank that I've made from Carnation smooth cardstock. And then I've used, these are a nesting die from Carnation. I think this is called Crystalline.
I like that.
One of my favourite nesting
Nice,
sets.
yeah, it's a good set.
And again, I've gone straight to my perfect papers and I've gone with the darker blue and the lighter sort of beigey cream.
But you could have chosen any two of those.
Any two.
Doesn't it?
Literally, you could even close your eyes and grab two.
Yeah.
You know they're going to work together. So, yeah, that's the beauty. So this is going to be a perfect backdrop for some florals. So I'm going to pop these on. And I'm going to do these with, I'm going to keep this quite flat actually, because I'm going to have all the height in my flowers.
Okay.
So I'm just going to use double-sided tape to pop these on. So I'll do the blue first.
Lovely.
I do like a slimline card. They're kind of...
I do like DLs, yeah.
Kind of a bit on trend at the moment, aren't they? I've seen a lot. So then we're going to go in with the next layer. And if you haven't got any of the Carnation nested dies, you definitely want to check those out on the website because you get a great selection of sizes with them.
They're nice as well because there's something a little bit different.
They are,
Yeah, rather
yeah.
than set rectangles you've got. Obviously, I'm sure you will be able to get your set rectangles, but I like that kind of decal edge that you've got.
Yes.
Lovely.
Now, how beautiful is that? That is just the little filigree part from the Killer Heels set. And it is just beautiful. I mean, if you wanted to, you absolutely could just pop a sentiment on.
Can you imagine that cut out of silver cardstock or something
Yes,
like that?
it'd
Or
be beautiful,
glitter
wouldn't
card,
it?
something like that. Wow.
So I'm going to have this as my, this is going to be almost like a trellis. This is my sort of focal point, my grounding spot for some flowers. And I'm going to pop it on and I'm only going to stick it in the centre.
Oh, see, that's answered a question because I was thinking there's a lot of kind of filigree. How are you going to stick it down?
Yes. Well, because even though I'm sticking it, you know, straight to the card with some glue, I can still get some shadow because once that's dry, I can lift up and look at the shadow I've got.
Yes.
It's instantly given it, you know, it's too detailed for me to go in with pin flare glue or gel glue or anything to give it height, but I can just lift it a little to give myself some height.
And I think you kind of lose that appeal of it if it was completely flat.
Yes, yes, I think so. So that's going to be a perfect backdrop. And then I've got these two lovely sort of tall elements and I'm going to go from the centre out.
Okay, yeah.
And it's going to give me
I like that.
shape to the card. So as always, I'm going to give these a little bit of a shape with my ball tools because this is where the height's going to come in.
Makes the world of difference, doesn't it, that little bit of shaping?
It does. It does. So we're going to pop those there. And I'm just going to put a bit of gel glue, just enough to hold them. And I'm not going to go sort of straight up and straight down. That would be too uniform. So this one curves that way. So I'm going to kind of go from the centre like so.
Nice.
And then the one at the bottom, just going to shape. I'm just shaping the flowers. I'm not worrying about the leaves.
Okay.
And then, again, a bit of gel. And then for this one, we're going to come down.
Lovely.
And it's a bit messy where they meet. So we're going to go in. I'm going to use one of these in the centre.
Oh, that's beautiful.
But I've die cut 2 because what I'm going to do is that main rose, I think we'll decoupage that up.
Oh, okay, right.
Give even more height. So I'm going to go in and shape these. I am a bit of a slapdash crafter. And you'll see when Carla shapes, she goes in very precisely.
Oh, she starts in one area, doesn't she?
Yeah, you'll notice I am a little bit slapdash. Carla would probably tell me off. I'm a bit too impatient, so I tend to just go straight in.
I'm on your side.
Well, you do get rewarded for the effort. Carla's will look far more sort of shaped than mine, but anyway. There we go.
I think that looks gorgeous.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Beautiful, yeah.
Now I've stamped a sentiment that's going to fit just there. But before we do that, let's just add in this rose with a bit of extra, because this really, I think this one floral is like the focal point, isn't it?
And like you said, the die has already started that cutting out work.
It has.
Tiny pips.
I'm kind of just following the line, and it's I'm not exactly cutting it. There we go. So we're going to definitely give that some shape. And it's just going to raise that up and give that.
That's beautiful.
Some height, some real height. So we've got, 3 layers there, so it's built it up. And then the sentiment.
See, I mean, you've got a sentiment, was it best wishes there, but it could be a sympathy card.
Yes, it could be anything.
Card, yeah.
And I'm going to tuck that slightly under.
Oh, I like that.
Like so. There we go. So this is a very simple card. It would work for a wedding card. This would even work for a sympathy card.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's simple enough and elegant enough.
It's kind of got that calmness about it. Beautiful.
It has, yeah.
Gorgeous.
There we go.
Shan, that is beautiful. And so many different variations from the same collection. I mean, whether it's...
Yes, we've gone from a full-on dressing table with all the jewellery and the perfume to a very sort of pared back card there.
All of them as stylish as each other, and all from Carnation Crafts. As I said to you, if you've not shopped for Carnation Crafts before, well, you can't go wrong with this collection. Brilliant if you are a novice crafter just getting started, but equally so if you are a seasoned crafter, not shopped for Carnation Crafts before, well, this is going to slot in alongside other things that you've got in your stash, I am sure. Sharon, thank you so much for your demonstrations. When are you back with us again?
Tuesday.
Love it. There you go. Oh my goodness, you can't
keep me away.
We like it. We lock the doors when Sharon's here. We don't want her to go. So I will see you the other side of this. Very much looking forward to the next hour. Lovely Gill is here with personal impressions, and we've got some amazing rice papers. So stay tuned. I'll see you.
Just so you know, Hobbymaker is now live every day from 1 o'clock till 9 p.m. That's more time for fun, more time for crafting, more time for demos, and more time with your favourite crafters and your favourite presenters. See you on Hobbymaker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Did you know at Hobbymaker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello there and welcome back. Look who's back. Jill, how you doing?
I'm very well, thank you very much.
It's been such a long time since I worked with you. I'm very much looking forward to this.
Probably 3 or 4 years, yeah.
Yeah, it's
long,
got to
long
be. I
time.
didn't realise it was
Yeah.
that length of time, but yeah, because I've been here a year already, so yeah, quite scary, a little over a year. But what I have to say is, Jill, I've known you for years, not only for guesting, but also your input in design teams and your social media, and you're very much well respected within the craft industry.
Thank you.
And this hour, you're representing Personal Impressions.
I am indeed.
One of the brand leaders.
A great company, source lots of fabulous products across a whole range of things, so yeah, go to.
I love it.
Yeah,
So, a little bit envious, I have to say. There you go. There's many. Have you noticed this fabulous T-shirt as well? Because this is actually utilising some of the rice papers that we've got on the show as well. So not just for card making, then.
Definitely not just for card making, for upcycling, for canvases, for MDF, for pottery, for glasses, for your clothes, for your table lamps, for whatever you want to put it on.
Absolutely.
Really.
You're only limited by your imagination and also the mediums that will allow you to do it, to be fair. And we have got everything that you need in this show. Now, the main focus of the hour is going to be some beautiful rice papers, which we will go through and have a little look in a few moments. But we've got some fabulous bases that you'll be able to take advantage of as well. And I have to say, the first thing that I said was I didn't realise just how big this piece was going to be.
It's a significant size piece, isn't it? It's almost a piece of furniture.
Beautiful. Love it. Absolutely love it. And of course, it's bedecked with the beautiful rice papers that we've got on the show as well. Now, the details are up on your screen, so if you like the idea of getting involved early, then you can do. But let me introduce you to your own pick and mix. Now, this means that you can take advantage of the papers individually, £2.49, like you see on your screen. But as soon as you pop 5 of those in, you will automatically activate a discount, meaning that you're only paying £9.98 for those 5 sheets. And the beauty is you choose which of those 5 sheets you're going to go for, because some of them you might need multiples.
Absolutely, but some of the pieces that we've got, the MDF wise, are big pieces. So if you want both ends of your trunk to be the same, you'll need 2 of that rice paper. So the choice is yours. You can have every side decorated differently if that's your choice. but I'm a bit more matchy-matchy.
Absolutely. Now, when we look at the kind of the quantities that we've got, they're all quite evenly pegged at the moment, but that's because we've only just started the show because you haven't seen these yet. So talking of which, I suppose we're going to have a look at them, haven't we?
Wow, absolutely. So there's a good number of rice papers here to go through. So this one is Around the World, and it's a bit of a steampunk fantasy thing. Definitely got some rusty elements. It's got a little South America. We've got our balloons, and tucked under our skyship is a whale.
Oh, so there is. I hadn't even noticed that.
If you don't look, there's a whale under here because there's his flipper and there's his markings underneath, and the rest of him is. So very, very steampunk-esque, isn't it?
And also as well, I mean, rice papers, for people who think they're kind of wishy-washy, hello, look at all the colour.
And I have got that on top of a set of rice papers, so that's probably not even doing it full justice. If I put that on a white surface, you can really see how those colours then pop.
And also there's so much interest. Each time you look at this, you'll see additional bits and pieces.
There's lots and lots of layering in these. So that one is Around the World. It's a real focal piece.
Lovely.
I'll pop that over there.
Next.
Oxide World. So definitely lots of rust, lots of patina, but with an identifiable map, with England, Russia, Africa, Australia. So very much identifiable as a map. But actually, if you ignore the fact that it's meant to be a map, you can use it landscape as well.
It's quite abstract, doesn't it?
And it becomes an abstract piece. So think outside the box. Don't just take it as face value as to the way it says use it, because you really don't have to.
Lovely. What have we got next?
The lighthouse.
Oh, wow.
So this almost looks like it's on a page because you've got the torn paper elements, some of the corals. You've got a very old world lighthouse tucked into here, and again the rusty elements which go throughout.
Down those stairs.
Definitely not in some of the weather we've had recently, that's for sure. But a really, really lovely piece, and it's on the canvas just to my side.
You can just use them straight onto a canvas and not add anything else to them. But I mean, I love the additional detail that you added to this one.
All I've added to that is some of the rusty patinas that we've got on the show and some shells.
Beautiful.
So nothing very complicated, nothing difficult to get hold of.
Now I like this one.
This one is called Deep Glaze. So again, it's got lots of layers, the text, the colours, the rest of the patina colours. Just a really great background piece.
And that's a nice one. If you've got elements, say if you wanted to take elements out of the other rice papers and make almost like your own new rice paper, it's a good backdrop, that
Absolutely. Or if this is a good one if you're wanting to cover a lampshade.
Okay.
Because, again, it doesn't matter if you tear it and overlap it because it's not a set fixed image.
Okay.
So that would work very well for
I
that.
like that one, lovely.
So we've got coral reef cards, so smaller images, great for smaller objects or for a focal, or just put it onto some card and then add it onto another background. So that
I like that as well, because that's featuring the lighthouse on a smaller scale. So if you're making things to work together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like
Then we've got steam knobs. So very much a steampunk piece,
almost
isn't
reminds
it?
me like an engine room or something. Not that I've ever been in one, but I would imagine it would look like
Yeah, I think that would sum it up really, really quite well. Old, neglected room that's been abandoned for some time and maybe isn't quite in working order. But yeah, it's lovely.
Gorgeous colours.
You can see that there's quite a range of different styles across this collection.
Although choose 5.
Although they all come from the Coral Reef collection from Ciao-Bella.
Oh, I like this one because it's almost got a pop of pink in this one.
Yeah. So this is called Coastal Erosion. And at first, this was my least favourite of the rice papers.
Right.
I don't know, somehow or other that pink grated on me.
Yeah.
But actually, it's on the lampshade over there. And I love it.
Wow.
It just works, torn up and used.
That looks amazing.
So actually, don't take it at face value, put it on something and it will change completely.
Oh, I like this mechanical.
Yeah, mechanical fish. So it's actually called coral reef, just to, rather than anything else.
Yes, that's true, yeah.
Yeah, so we can use lots of different images. You can use it as a whole. You could take that lower half out, use the upper half, depending on the size of your project.
Perfect.
So really versatile piece of paper.
Oh, now this is a value for money sheet.
This is a real value
Yeah.
for money sheet, absolutely. So it's this one that the elements on my T-shirt have come from, because they're small focal elements. And horror of horrors, I've took a pair of scissors to them and I've cut them up right next to it.
Okay.
So breaking all of the rules. Rules are there to use.
Oh, absolutely.
They don't have to be stuck to
love this.
completely rigidly. But lots of elements for you to build and add scenes to, or
Again,
add.
the anchor, we saw the anchor and a larger piece earlier on as well. But
absolutely.
the continuity is still there.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
We've got a proper background piece
Ooh,
here.
okay.
So maritime oxidation.
Love it.
Which is, again, it's a really lovely piece and would work for lots of different projects, I
Kind
think.
of got a bit of a uniformity to it, hasn't it, with the lines in there? But yeah.
So if you were using this and you were needing more than one piece, you can actually butt it up.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
So that works really well.
Oh, I like this one. If you've got a large project, then this is amazing. I love that. It's almost like it's lit up.
Corroded horizon. And it's on the front of that big box.
This one here?
Yeah, absolutely. With the crackle glaze that's on the show, which
Oh,
is
I
a fine
like
line
that
crackle.
idea. Can you see
it's
that?
added over the top.
Taking advantage of that kind of porthole
Yeah,
influence.
absolutely.
That is brilliant. We've got the crackle glaze on the show, incidentally, as well. It's 2-part crackle. We've also got different mediums for you to add gloss and matte and satin finishes, but we'll be chatting about those as the hour progresses. Well, Jill will.
Coral Reef mini cards.
This is nice.
Really nice icons that you can add on to projects, or for tiny makes, so where you might just need a little piece but you don't want a scrap, you want a proper image. So really, really useful. I love the turtle and the lamp, they're beautiful.
Love that. They've really thought about these different papers as they've created.
I mean, Ciabatta produced their rice papers in Italy. They're based in Piedmont, all locally produced for them, so it's environmentally friendly as they can do in terms of mileage from production to base. And they have huge numbers of rice papers with each collection because of their versatility. And this one, which is our last one, is called Mechanical Seahorse.
Beautiful.
And it's obvious.
That's amazing.
Absolutely. It's a stunning piece, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you're in awe just looking at them before you actually start getting creative.
And that's on the box at the front, the smaller box.
Now this one has actually got some of the patinas that we've got on the show as well, so kind of gives it a rusty element, which we'll show you again in just a few minutes. I'm just going to turn it around just to the side so as you can see, because if you like that kind of rusty look that you can see there, we are going to show you how you can actually achieve that as well with products that we've got on the show. So you might want to add them into your basket at the same time, but absolutely brilliant. And also the bases that you're looking at as well. We have got all of these available, although I think it is the trunk that we're going to be looking at in the first demo. Is that? Oh no, it's a trinket box.
It's a trinket box for the first.
Like Jill's face, like going, what?
It can be. It can be. I can change.
My mistake.
That's okay.
So those papers, all of them. How are you going to choose 5? I really don't know. To be honest, a lot of you are going for these in your multiples, and I think it's good advice from Jill as well, because if I was looking at these, I'd be thinking, right, I'm going to go that one, that one, that one, and that one. But if you're working on something on a larger scale, do consider that, because you might want to double up or triple up on some of those.
So the treasure box has 4 rice papers on it, and I could have used 5, 6 or 7. So I've been relatively pared back with it, but I've got at least 4 rice papers on there. So 2 of them are the same, and a focal on the top, and then some accessories to look a bit like stuck-on labels.
I think it's amazing. They look like travel labels.
Yeah,
almost,
absolutely.
But we'll look at that closer a little while, because we've got a demonstration for you utilising the trinket box. Now, the trinket box is probably the smallest of the different projects that we've got on the show, and a very affordable price. This is your start price, starting at £6.49. Really don't know where we're going to go with this price. Of course, it's a fabulous little base to start with for all sorts of different projects. I love the idea of the little footprint there, but you could be utilising it in many different ways, and indeed working with the rice papers, absolutely perfect. Now let's address that price. £6.49 was your price on this one, but it is now just £4.49. That's less than a fiver. And when you actually see, I mean, I love this idea whether you've got that patina effect on it. That looks amazing.
Absolutely, and it's not difficult or complicated to do any of that. you know, it's an easy technique.
Absolutely.
It doesn't take a lot of skill. You're not having to be a fine artist. It really is very simple
What's it
to
made
do.
of? Because people might look at it thinking it's MDF, but...
This is B square, so this is unglazed, unfinished pottery.
Okay.
So if you've got a kiln, you can glaze it and pop it in your kiln and have it as a piece of porcelain.
Yeah.
But it will equally take any of the mediums that we've got, and then with the appropriate finishes, you can have it waterproof or not, depending on...
£4.49.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a beautiful, beautiful little pot. Yeah, really nice to, next to the bedside to put your earrings and bits and pieces in.
Or just as you come in through, you lose change and bits.
Yeah,
like
or your keys so you don't lose them. So really nice size. And it'll stop you overfilling that clutter box that we all have.
Don't clear out every so often.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we all have them, don't we?
Yeah. And I know as a crafter, you and I would be ordering these if we were sat at home.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Right, what's next?
So we're going to start by adding one of the rice papers from the card topper pack, the one that have the four images. And I have literally cut this out with a pair of scissors.
Okay.
You don't need to feather this one because it's going onto the edges and it's all going to be covered up. So I'm not worried about hiding the edges. So unlike in the earlier show where I watercut everything, actually you don't need to for every project. And I think that's important for people to understand that there are things that work for some makes and don't need to be done for another.
You tend to forget that you can just cut it in the traditional way if you want to.
Well, I think there's a lot of dogma about in crafting, you do this and you do that, and then that becomes quite frightening for people. And actually, it doesn't matter for most things, and you can make most things work.
So the bond and seal you've got here, and this is the matte version.
I'm using the matte, that's my preference, but the satin is equally nice, and there's a gloss if you want a shiny surface. I just don't, for these projects in particular, I didn't feel that the gloss worked with the idea of rust.
Yeah.
So we've got 250ml pots, which are about £5.99. So it's a good quantity of glue.
And people may have come across this previously because we almost had like a taster pack, didn't we?
We did. We had 3 150ml pots last time. I've used my 150ml pots, particularly of the matte, because I love the matte. But it comes down to personal preference. So you might, if you've got a favourite, want to top up with the one that you want, and at that price, it's good value. So it does what it says on the tin. It will bond and seal. It's a glue. At the end of the day, it's a glue, but it's relatively thin. So I can pop this on here. I haven't had to paint the background of this because it doesn't matter because it's already pale.
Okay, and that's kind of sealing the surface
that's
at the same time.
That's going to seal that surface at the same time. And then we've got choices. We can have the whole of the word poop deck on there.
Okay.
Or we can, because I don't like the word, because
it's one of those sniggering words, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't even know what it means. I know it relates to a boat.
It clearly relates to a boat, but anyway. So we're going to we're going to get rid of some of that because we don't need it all on. But we will need to do a bit of drying in a minute. So all I'm going to do now is seal that rice paper in, and it doesn't matter if I go down the sides, I'm going to cover those sides, so that's an easy way of tackling that, and I'll chop off that end piece in a minute. So there we are.
Already it's looking like something that you pick up from a gift shop
somewhere. Absolutely, absolutely. Simple, nice layer of glue underneath, nice layer of the bond and seal over the top. It's thinner than an ordinary craft glue, so it spreads more easily. If you try to do this with an ordinary glue, then it becomes thick and clumpy. It doesn't spread out as nicely. That brushes out really easily.
And also as well, thinking about the nature of rice papers, if they get too wet, then they can become more vulnerable, can't they?
Absolutely.
So you've got to have the right consistency of your adhesive as well. If you do want to go for your magic bond and seal, well, the details are on your screen. You're going to get a big bottle of that, 250 mils, so way bigger than the tester. Well, it wasn't a tester that we had originally, but the trial pack, shall we call it. That's only 100 mil, and of course it's brilliant to go for. Even if you've not tried it before, then at £5.99 I think is well worth the investment. We have got the other variations, so if you want more of a glossy finish, we have got that one available for you as well. Quickly tell you that because Jill's busy at the minute.
Absolutely, sorry.
It's all right, don't worry.
You can't really do a mixed media show without having some elements of drying.
Exactly.
I managed it in the morning show, but it wasn't going to happen for this one.
Oh, bless you. So there you go. If you want that glossy finish, well, there you go. That's the one with the pink label. Again, 250ml, and again, £5.99. But if you want somewhere in between, maybe the Goldilocks one, I would call it. It's not too glossy, not too matte. It's a satin finish. Then here you go. You can go for that particular one as well. And we've got loads of other mediums. So if you are thinking about putting your rice papers onto fabric, just as Gill has, we've got those fabulous mediums, which we'll share with you in a little while. But your matte, your satin and your gloss all available for you now with those details.
Okay, so all I've done is literally sand off that excess bit. And I've got rid of the word that I didn't like in the process, which makes me a happy girl. If you like it, or, you know, or it's appropriate for who you're gifting it to, then leave it on. Just shovel the rice paper into a slightly different position.
What have we got here?
So we have a product called Rusty Patina.
Okay.
It comes in a range of colours, and we've got 3 of them on the show.
Looks like runny chocolate.
I'd be worried if that one was runny chocolate.
That one.
Or that one, which is enticingly called green mould.
Oh, okay.
You really wouldn't want to be eating that, would you? I mean, it's a really pretty colour, so why call it green mould? I really don't know, but, you know, that's what it's being called. So,
Now, each one have got their own item numbers, but if you want to go for that mould green, then you can do the details that are on your screen. And this is brilliant. I don't know if you can pick it up from this, but you've kind of got the texture.
Yeah, it's
Can I
gritty.
take that a little bit, and hopefully you'll be able to pick up the texture, because it's kind of almost got stuff inside it. Yeah, it's like a
nail file.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So yeah, the details on your screen for the Rusty Patina, which is that kind of more mustard tone. Obviously, we spoke about the mould green, but then you've also got the brown there as well. Such an underestimated word, isn't it? It's brown. It's brown.
I know.
That's it. It's just.
But that's really quite a nice, rich red brown, isn't
Beautiful,
it?
yeah,
It's not a dark,
Yeah.
grey, dismal brown. Yeah,
I love it.
absolutely.
Okay, so how do we work with these then?
So these are not just paints because they've got the grit in them. Please don't use your best brushes.
Okay.
Because all the grit will get stuck. They will not. So I've got some old, well-abused brushes for the purposes of doing this. Okay. And I'm going to match these reasonably. I'm not mithered, particularly if it's not a full match. But I can now pick up and I can take this in.
So you're just dabbing it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm adding the colours and I'm taking it up and mixing the colours into my pieces. So all of these colours are in those rice papers.
Yes,
so it's not... not that I'm picking up colours that don't work. And rust isn't all one colour, is it? It has all the different shades.
Kind of ages, doesn't it? So
absolutely.
Is it the lovely Lou that's put the show together for us? Because she's chosen perfect products to come together.
We did it sort of working together because, that's the best way forward, isn't it?
Because you've done it brilliantly.
And by taking it up onto the rice paper, you sort of begin to merge the 2 layers into each other. I mean, if you're fussy about your paste, don't mix between the 2 without, take some out and put it in take it in a pot, but rather than doing what I'm doing, which is quite happily going between my colours. But because this has got a texture in it, it helps disguise the edges, and taking it over also helps to change those edges over. So I can add in, I've got some blue up at this area, so I'm just approximating, and again I'm helping to cover that word and mix things up.
That's brilliant. I love it.
So again, it's as I say, not doing anything that isn't super easy and achievable. Absolutely.
Achievable. So if mixed media is not something an area that you've dabbled in the past, well, this is one of the perfect projects to do.
Yeah,
so, I mean, you consider the box, what, £4.49. So it could be that you're going for your Rusty Patinas as well, using the smallest of amounts.
Absolutely. These will last you a long time.
So could you use these on other maybe recycled products?
Oh, you could use it on a tin can,
and things.
Tin cans. Yeah, absolutely, anything. Take an old tin can, make sure it's clean, pop this on the outside. You've got a rusty...
An old beans tin.
Yeah, you've got, you've then got a pen pot, haven't you, that, for nothing, or a paintbrush pot. So you've then disguised your edges, added some colour with minimum effort, and added a bit of texture. Because on a lid, You need a bit of texture,
Yes,
otherwise it
yeah.
slips out of your hands, doesn't it? So
Absolutely, good point.
Yeah.
And just wash your brushes with a bit of water?
they're water-based products, so
Okay.
they're perfectly safe to do that. On a hot day, make sure you scoop out and lid rather than leaving your pots open. And you should do that for any paint medium,
Yeah,
to
'cause
be
it-
fair.
yeah, it gets
because
to it in the heat,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I work in a conservatory, so you know it's red hot in the summer. So but that. So you should do that for all of your products.
Good habit to get into.
Absolutely.
So how does this dry? Do we just leave it to air dry?
You can
or
leave it to air dry. I'm just going to give it
a bit of a waft.
a waft because we're going to pick up some of that texture with some dry brushing, and then we'll move on to the next demo.
It's amazing to think already. That's how it started life.
Yeah.
But now it looks like it's aged, or you found it at the bottom of the sea or somewhere.
On the box at the front, this pot.
Oh no,
The little trinket pot is right at the front.
It's right,
Probably
I can't
well out
reach
of
that,
your...
yeah.
So all I've done on that is used the mould green on the bottom half of the box.
Oh, you can see the texture, can't
And you can, with a paintbrush, just put it on, put 2 or 3 layers to build up the texture, and then I've dry brushed over the top with one of the antique powder paints that were on the 4 o'clock show.
Did you notice the shell just to the side as well? I know we haven't been talking about it, but I've got to point it out because it looks amazing. You've got this almost like scallop shell with a turtle on there. Is it a mechanical turtle?
It is. It's come off the...
just over at the end of the desk, just next to the little trinket box.
Come off the Sea Life Elements paper. And it is absolutely a scallop shell that was given, that I was cheeky enough to ask the local fishmongers for.
That's brilliant.
So let me just get these.
And then you can see where it's gone into all the peaks and troughs there.
Yeah, because the rice paper is so soft, it will mould into it. And then it's just, that literally just has the bond and seal over the top of it, and it's safe to handle. So I might have covered a bit more of that if I was at home. I've missed a bit there, but hey ho. What's a little bit missing between friends?
It's in the walls.
So at that point, you could call that done. You don't have to. It's still wet, but you can start to add more detail and bring out that texture.
Okay.
So this is one of the antique paints that was on the 4 o'clock show.
Oh, okay. And that's a good point, actually. Do go back and watch the 4 o'clock show. Don't go now, because we're having too much fun. Wait till we're finished. Well, don't go straight after that either, because we've got another show, because we're live through until 9 o'clock. But when we've all finished and we've all gone home, then you can go and have a look at the 4 o'clock show. Completely different slants.
Totally different vibe altogether. Pretty floral, so very, very different. And different base products as well. So I've just got a brush. I put a little bit of cream onto here. It's actually the white antique powder, but it's not a bright white. It's got and literally with the flat of my brush.
Oh, okay, right.
So I turn that round.
So it's just hitting the high point.
Absolutely. I've got very little on my brush because you can add, but you can't take off. I've got a wet area there. Let me see what's dry. That side is reasonably dry, and then I can add some more because I've been stingy with the paint.
I'm a bit like that, I have to say. I mean, the Cadence products, you
don't have to be because they're not. That paint on there is again is still a little bit wet. That's dry. So again, but if you hold your brush flat to the surface, it will literally pick up all the surface, all that texture that you've added in to your piece.
I love it. Very, very busy with regards to those papers. We'll probably have another look at them, but some of the most vulnerable ones, the coral reef cards, which I think is what you've used.
Yeah,
on the front
absolutely.
there. That is proving to be very, very popular. That one's looking particular vulnerability on that particular one. And also the rusty lighthouse as well. You're liking the look of that one as
beautiful,
well. Yeah.
beautiful.
They're all gorgeous.
Well, it's difficult to choose between them, I have to say. I'm very lucky to have had the whole lot to play with.
And I have to say, Bridget is loving these because she's gone for multiples, so she's not just gone for one pick and mix of 5.
Sensible
she's actually
lady.
gone for 12, because you could actually go, I don't know if it's 12 or 13 designs that we've got, but you could obviously use your pick and mix twice if you're wanting to get that first 10, and then the others at £2.49 would give you the whole collection. But do bear in mind what Jill said, and it's not something I'd really thought of, because I would, as a crafter, think, oh, I'm going to go for 5 different ones to maximise my choice. But obviously, if you're working on a large project and you want to have the same elements appear at various points, you might need to go for 3, 2, 4, 5, all of the same item.
Absolutely, yeah, particularly if you're doing a bigger piece. Could you pass me my trunk?
I will indeed, because this is amazing. And it's huge, absolutely huge. I've put that the wrong way around for you to look on the overhead camera, haven't I?
It's okay, because we're going to tip it up anyway.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
We're working on the back.
Do you recognise these? These are the kind of the leftover elements, almost, of the postcards that we saw earlier on. So maybe you've gone for that sheet. I think it's a brilliant idea, this particular project. A larger image on the top as well, maximising those papers.
And what you won't see on the bare MDF piece is these handles are in the box when you get it. And they just screw in. They're fabulous, aren't they?
Oh my
I haven't got that one screwed in very well, but yeah, absolutely.
Gosh, you wouldn't imagine for those to actually come in there as well.
When you think about the price.
Oh yeah, exactly.
And you know, they are proper metal handles. They're not.
I'll show you the original.
Yeah.
It's huge, absolutely huge. You've got all, and you don't have to, other than the handles on the side, and I think, is that kind of, well,
it's a single screw,
isn't it? Yeah, because you don't damage, but things like the hinge and these little kind of pips that we've got on here,
they're all
already
in.
attached.
Yeah. The only bit that's not are these, and it's a single screw to put it in.
And I think in there, do you want to delve in there and get those?
Yeah, so if we open that packet up.
Really good size. You can see the dimensions are on your screen there. You've got a lovely flat edge there, which I think just perfect for one of those large images if you wanted to. Obviously, you can slice it so as you can open it up. And then literally just go into the ends there.
Absolutely. There's a hole on the front, in the side of the box. So we literally pop the screw on.
I'm being your assistant.
It's okay. And then with a screwdriver, you just screw it into...
That's so easy.
Into the circle, yeah.
You're it up on the angle, don't you?
I am, and I haven't got a screwdriver in my hand.
That could help.
Yeah, absolutely.
£26.99 if you like the idea of getting hold of one of these. We were chatting earlier, Christmas Eve boxes, gift boxes.
You might want to cover over the handle and put a different one, because these have got they've got strips on them.
Actually,
so, but you know, you can get handles and knobs easily enough, can't you? Let's pop that in there so it doesn't get lost.
Absolutely. So yeah, little Phillips screwdriver. That's all that you need. £26.99. Brilliant value for money, and proving to be a very, very popular option. Don't forget, I'm not going to give you all of the details. Oh, is that not the final prize? Oh, sorry. Oh my goodness. Hang on a minute. Wow. See, that is a brilliant price to start with. It's solid.
Well, it would look fabulous in a child's room, in a nursery, in the lounge with your toys or bits of Lego or whatever in it.
Somewhere where the remote control can live and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Or Christmas Eve boxes. Yeah, lots of use.
£22.99. £22.99. That is amazing.
It's a piece of furniture.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Beautiful. We'll show you some of the others as well, but on the website you'll find things like these kind of boxes that are books, which are brilliant because you've got the grooves of the pages in there as well. So that's the smaller version. You've got kind of like a medium and a large, as well as a little trinket box. But as I say, I will tell you about these in a little while because I want to see what Jill's plans are for the train.
Okay. So this has got a coat of the brown rusty patina added onto it, but it looks a bit boring.
Okay. I didn't like to say it, Jill. But
well, it's all right. I'll say it for you. I'll say it how it is.
And did it just go straight onto the actual box itself?
I did indeed. I did not have to prime it at all.
Straight over the hinges as well?
Absolutely. If you're not being lazy,
sorry.
Take the hinges. It's all right. Take the hinges off.
I like them covered.
But I quite like them covered, and it doesn't interfere. But I was fairly careful. I haven't loaded them.
Okay.
But how did I get this speckled appearance on the sides?
Yeah, I can see it. I don't know how to
because I looked a bit boring. Yeah, I felt it needed something other than the brown. So I've taken some of my yellow oxide, rusty patina. We've all got bubble wrap, haven't we?
We have.
Yeah. I don't do complicated. I don't do fancy. So all I'm going to do is splodge that in there and offload quite a lot of it.
Okay.
And go.
That is brilliant. That is amazing.
Yeah. So I'm adding lots of texture and detail, but is it taking me any effort?
It's very effective, I have to say. Thank you for sharing the technique, because I think there's a lot of people that will be taking advantage of that.
And you could, you know, if you wanted to add the blue in, you could do the same with the green mould as well. But yeah, literally. And then you can pounce it over, build up as much as you want or as little as you want over the whole thing.
I love it. Now, we've got people in the studio who actually want to order this as well. So I hope there's going to be enough stock for people when they do get to, when they finish work. So yeah, brilliant idea. Sizable project. We are very, very busy for this. We've got brand new crafters joining us as well. Welcome. What a fabulous hour to tune in for. Please take advantage of this. Chris, who's in the studio, he's getting a bit like, oh,
I want one of those. I want one of those. Can I just pop that over there? Yeah. So we talk a lot about putting rice paper onto a neutral surface, and I want to put some postage, you know, some luggage label, been there type imagery on there, and I've got a really dark brown. So that's not going to work for me, is it? Well, it would, but I won't get the true colours.
The artwork, wouldn't you?
So I'm going to show you a really useful trick.
Oh, okay.
For putting stuff onto a dark background rather than a white. And
I like this.
Okay, so and it, you know, it's one of those things that just makes life easier and opens up the world, because you can do this onto fabric or a denim jacket.
Oh wow!
Yeah, are you putting?
Oh, yes, if it's something like a dark or a black denim.
Absolutely.
Oh, can you imagine this on a denim jacket?
So all we're going to do,
is
seal the back of my rice paper.
I've got a silicone mat.
I've got a silicone mat, so I can peel it off because I've done the bottom half. It's already dry.
Okay,
but all you do,
mat.
but you can, if you look, this hasn't got any of the bonds and seal on it. This has.
Oh, I see. Yes,
and that shows you how transparent the rice papers become when they've had glue put on them.
Yeah.
Which is So all you need to do is cover your surface with your bonds and seal, because that seals the back of it. Yeah, so I'm not going to do all of it because we don't need to be here until next century waiting for it all to dry. I have got somewhere that I have indeed. So once that's dry, you then take some white paint.
Okay.
So I'm making my white surface on the back of here.
This is clever, because in the past I've seen people add like gesso to the projects, but you don't necessarily want it all over the whole thing, and you couldn't on here anyway.
No, absolutely. So all I'm doing is adding white paint.
That is a brilliant idea.
And I would build it up so that it was solid.
Yes,
So add a layer of white paint over it.
So now you can still have that vibrancy when you attach them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's really
because I've got
clever.
the white paint behind what I've done.
Oh, that is a super duper tip.
It's I hope I didn't splat you there.
Oh, I don't think so.
I hope not.
Oh no, no, I didn't notice. I don't think it came in my direction. You're all right. Don't worry.
Somebody go in that direction.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just I'll style it out.
Hopefully it landed on the white part of your top, not the dark
part. Take the crochet bit off, and then I said, like, oh, where have I got those white bits from?
Then just leave it to dry. Okay. And in good old-fashioned preparation pattern, we'll drop that one on the floor.
So organised, I love it. Oh, look at that, there it is.
And that's what it looks like.
So it's made it a bit more, not that it needed any stability, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
that was the original. Oh, look at the colours.
If you look at the colours now, they're really popping, aren't they?
They almost look like HD and standard now.
Absolutely.
Don't they? Yeah.
And that's just because that is now on a white background, and it really does make a difference to the colours.
Shows it off even better. I love it.
So now, all I need to do is
sharp pair of scissors.
Sharp pair of scissors. There's no point in cutting it out.
Like you say, certain elements of rice paper, I mean, we almost get conditioned into use a pot of water and a little water brush, which is fine if you want to do that. But with these, you want them to kind of keep that almost uniform shape, don't you? You want them to still look like postcards.
So it's about using the right techniques for the right project and knowing what you can get away with and what works for different things. If I was putting this onto a circular pot, I would be tearing it out, undoubtedly.
Just for information wise, if you're looking for this particular one, because obviously I think there's about 13 different variations, this one's called Coral Reef Mini Cards, and it's looking very vulnerable at the moment. So if you like the idea of this, maybe going for multiples of it while you have the opportunity, now would be a good time for you to do so.
So you don't need to see me cutting out all of these. So we'll just pop a couple of them on to show you what happens, rather than me cutting out all of them, because there's no point in rinse and repeat unnecessarily.
I love it though, we do like this. We do like seeing the background work as well.
Oh, seeing the background work is essential, but yeah, there's no question. But
well, while you're doing that, tell us a little bit about you and social media, because I know you do all sorts of kind of little Facebook lives and things like that, don't you?
So I am known as the Crafty Surgeon on Instagram. I'm under my own name, Gill Humphrey, on Facebook, and I do a regular live on my own page, which can cover all sorts of anything because it's my own page, and so I use lots of well-known products.
You work with lots of different companies, don't you? So,
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, right. Many of us have got different company products in our stash.
So I will mix and match across, and so Sunday afternoons at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
It was when I tend to do it live. I'll put an event up, usually the day before, so that people know that it's happening. My page is a public page, so you don't need to send me a friend's request. You should be able to access it regardless.
That's nice to know. So check this out. So that is looking for you on
Facebook.
On Facebook as Gill Humphrey.
As Gill Humphrey, yeah.
And then where was it? Where were you the Crafty Surgeon?
On Instagram.
On Instagram. Lovely. There can't be many crafty surgeons out there.
I don't think there is. And before anyone asks, we'll be open. Before I retired, I was a surgeon. So, and I used
not like a sideline.
No.
Not got like in your garage or something like that. No.
So I can now pop these on, and it doesn't matter if I cross the. So I've put
Could I just there you go.
Yes,
probably
of course,
a little bit help. There you go.
Yeah. So I've put some glue of my Bonds and Seal underneath. I'm not worried about crossing over the border.
Oh yes, you've got the gap, okay.
Because I can take a knife when that's dried and slice through that. So I've got a good layer of the glue underneath.
Seamless join as well.
So I can pop that into there. This is matte, so it's
Still
going to dry matte. And if it doesn't dry evenly, you can just cover the whole thing, seal the whole thing with a layer of the varnish if you do see any edges.
I think they're having a party.
It sounds a bit like it, but as long as they're having fun, we'll not be disturbed. There we are. But you can see now I've got all the vibrancy of those colours just by taking the trouble to seal the rice paper and adding the glue.
That is a really good tip, and I think it's one that many of us will take with us now because it's not something I've thought of before, but makes sense. Brilliant.
But it's an easy thing to do, isn't it? But if you just try and paint the rice paper white from the back, then quite often some of the white paint will seep through.
Right.
And you'll end up with a nicely speckled piece. So it is important that you seal the rice paper
to give you a good base to start with.
Absolutely. So I've got a little channel here, and this paper is still, even with all of that paper, the glue sealing it, is still flexible enough for me to push that luggage label into there without breaking it. And then I can pop that over the top.
We are so busy for these treasure chests. It's a good size. You can see 34.
It's just an amazing project.
So it's over 12 inches across, isn't it? I know 30 centimetres is 12 inches, so we're kind of looking towards 32, I suppose, really, aren't you, with regards to that? 22 centimetres as well as a 25 high as well at the highest point. Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Lovely.
So at home, I would carry on and put the rest of these on, and I was just scatter them around. And on the front of here, you can see, if I just tip that, I've managed to fold them round the corner.
Brilliant.
And cut through. So
and that's because rice papers are so malleable.
It is. And in spite of the glue and the paint, it's still flexible enough for me to do that.
Amazing.
So I just thought it's a useful trick, isn't it, to have.
And let's tip it towards the camera so they can see that beautiful image that's been used on the top there. I mean, have a look at that.
It's a piece of rice paper that just needs, to be celebrated in its all its glory. It's just
So
a stunning
would you have
image.
added the bond and seal to the back of that and the white before it went
No,
on?
I put that one on before I painted everything
Right,
else.
that's fair
But if
enough,
you'd painted it first,
Yeah,
then yes, you'd
yeah.
put white, put the bond and seal, then the paint, then glue it back on.
Absolutely perfect subject to go on there as well. Jill, that is amazing. And the actual kind of straps that you've got on here as well, is that utilising the rusty patina?
No, that's using the antique powders paints from the earlier show, and it uses the the green mocha and the white.
Yeah, because there's no grittiness in there, is there?
No,
So yeah, that makes
absolutely.
sense.
I wanted the contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted the
Amazing.
contrast. And I wanted a different colour.
Beautiful. Love it. Absolutely amazing. Brilliant. So that is the chest, which is proving to be very, very popular. Shall I show you some of the others while Jill gets herself ready?
That would be lovely.
Do you need that? You okay there?
No, I'll just stick it on the floor out of harm's way.
She'll be loading the car in a minute. So there you go. If you want in your chest, that's what your chest is going to look like in its naked form, if you will. And lots of you have been taking advantage of that for just £22.99. And there's me. I just realised what I said, naked chest on the craft.
Oh dear.
Well, we better move on, haven't we? Right, so let me move that out of the way and I'll show you those fabulous books. Now, these books are brilliant as well. So this is the smaller of the two that we've got for you. You've got that, obviously, a kind of hidden book element to it with the lid that opens up. A good amount of depth to that. And, of course, you've got that kind of almost routed effect to it to give it the illusion of the pages. Brilliant project. You are going to have fun with this one, I have to say. Have a look at this. Oh, snapped up already by Chris. Already checked out his basket. I didn't even get to show you this one. And you can see there you've got that fabulous mechanical seahorse. We will go through, what I might do is, if this is me just kind of producing from the floor, which I know everybody hates, can we have another look at the papers before we get into the next demonstration, do you think? Because there's lots of names that people are choosing from and they don't necessarily know what they're going to get. So if you're not shopping on the website, that might be useful. That's the smallest of those, so if you like the idea of that one, but if you want the big one, which lots of you have been going for, this is brilliant. Now this one has got that fabulous porthole with the crackle glaze on there, also on the diver's helmet there, so very, very effective use of that. And again, the front cover opens up to create that incredible recess area that you've got there. So if you can stretch to both of them, definitely worth considering. So this one is £13.99. £13.99.
It's huge.
That's massive.
Yeah.
£13.99.
It's huge.
Comes to you with the hinges on there already, so you don't have to assemble those, although you could remove them if you wanted to, or you can kind of work around them. It's entirely up to you. But £13.99 if you like the look of that one. And we've got kind of like an in-betweeny size, so I'm going to actually put them side by side when we're finished to show you. So this one is your medium size one. So yeah, if you like the idea of this one there, £11.99 if you like the idea of that one. So if I put them side by side, there we go. You can see how they work certainly together if you like the idea of getting all three of those. So there you go. Yeah, £11.99. Now, Jill, before we get into the demo, can we have another little look at the papers, just in case people have only just joined us? Now, you've got a pick and mix, and what this means, if you've not shopped for a pick and mix here at Hobby Maker before, is that we give you a discounted price, which is £9.98 for 5 sheets, but we don't say to you, you've got to have these 5 sheets. You choose. Now, you can shop for them individually if you want, £2.49, but usually for your tenner, you'd only get 4. That's why it's worth shopping for the pick and mix. And it could be a case that you go for different papers, or if you've got a larger project, you go for more repeats of one of those. So let's work our way through those again, Jill.
So we have Around the World.
And we saw this one on the chest.
That's on the chest, absolutely.
Perfect.
Fabulous focal piece, lots of detail.
Wonderful.
We've got Oxide World, which is clearly a map of the world.
Perfect.
But actually, if you turn it around, it just becomes an abstract piece.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
Lovely.
And that makes it that uber versatile. We've got the gorgeous lighthouse. I sort of feel it has a New England, an
Yes,
American
it has,
Hamptons
yeah.
type feel.
Absolutely, yeah.
Which is lovely, and that's on the canvas over there. We've got Deep Glaze, which is a background piece. The big box, this one,
yeah.
it takes almost a whole A4 sheet to cover the back of it.
Yeah,
so if you're doing these, you definitely need, it depends on what you want to do.
Advice.
That's got 2, and then some smaller bits added.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah. Good advice. Oh, look.
We've got the coral reef cards that we used on the little trinket pot.
Lovely.
We've got steam knobs.
Perfect.
We've got coastal corrosion, which is on the lampshade, tucked over there.
Yeah.
And that lampshade, even though it's a small lampshade, took 1 3/4.
Yes, yeah. And some of them you want to kind of keep flat, don't you? More so.
That's angle, so you have to rip it up to get it to sit flat.
Yes, of course,
so it's like, but it doesn't show where you layer on top of that. We've got coral reef with our cogged fish and starfish.
Lovely.
We've got sea life elements, which are tucked up on my t-shirt.
Lovely.
And that just requires the fabric decoupage
Oh,
glue
yes, you haven't mentioned
that was
that, have
on
we? Yeah.
that I showed how to use on the 4 o'clock show.
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
So
yeah,
it's
let's
there.
go back for that.
Maritime oxidation.
Lovely.
So definitely a background piece
Yeah.
that you could use lots of those and cover a whole box to do with those quite happily. Corroded horizon.
I like it. We saw that one with the glaze on it, didn't we? The crackle
on the
glaze,
front.
yeah.
Absolutely. Mechanical seahorse, which has
Love
got
it.
the box with the rust. And then we've got the coral reef mini cards.
Perfect.
So lots of different
Lovely.
options.
Thank you for
there.
going
You're
through
very
those.
welcome.
Those 13 different options. Right, sorry, I'll stop you from
It's
demo then.
okay.
Right, what's the plan?
I'm mindful of time. Let's just. So I have not been lazy this time. I have
took the hinges
unscrewed my box. I've painted most of it with a blue, which is one of the Cadence hybrids, because I just felt that blue worked. It's their
Absolutely,
turquoise, and I've got the screws safe, and I've got a white base to work on.
Perfect.
So I am sticking to my rules of white base.
Utilising the matte finish with the bond and seal.
But it could be any. It's just that for this collection, I didn't feel that shiny was the right way.
No, that makes sense.
But if you like to have, something that's shiny, be my guest.
Now
We've got the we've got the glossy on the show.
Now, paintbrush-wise, I think, have we got this as a set
I think
of
we do
paints
have
as
these.
well?
Yeah. We do have a set of paintbrushes. They're beautiful, soft paintbrushes, and that's exactly why I didn't use them with the Cadence, with the rusty patinas, because I'd have destroyed them.
These have got a lot of life in them before you get to that stage.
Absolutely. But you want a nice soft brush when you're
Yes.
applying glazes and finishes, because that way you won't end up with lots of brush strokes.
Yes.
It'll settle down. If you've got a stiff, old, worn out brush,
You can transfer that all over, I guess.
you're just going to end up with brush marks on it, and you have to seal your rice papers to protect them. So you don't want to have great globs of glue and obvious lines. It's a bit like wallpapering and painting at home, isn't it? You try your best to get the marks out of your gloss.
See, this is the bit that I love about rice papers. They just mould to the shape so
Absolutely.
beautifully.
Yeah, it's just gone round the corner, and all I'll do is paint that and add some of the mould green over that too, in a similar way as I did for the chest, using the bubble wrap, because I think that will work quite effectively. So I've given this a good seal. When that is dry, I will sand off this bit.
Yeah.
And I can take a knife
Just
run
so
down
wait
there.
till it's dry
Wait
before
for
you
it
do
to dry.
that.
Don't try sanding or cutting your rice papers when they're wet. They'll just rip.
Okay.
Okay. So it's absolutely worth just taking that time to do
And
that.
is it good to leave it just to dry naturally?
I
or,
would.
Yeah.
It won't. It doesn't. It really doesn't take very long. So I've got a very plain, simple box, but it will look beautiful.
I love it.
If I wanted, I could take another piece of this rice paper and patch it
Yes,
in
yeah,
down there.
'cause you've got
So
that bit at the
the
top,
box
yeah.
was all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the
love it.
choice is yours.
And you've got that bright blue there, which is a perfect contrast. for it as
Absolutely,
well.
and that is the turquoise in the
hybrid.
and those will be on the website.
I love it. We've had a question come through. I think we've got another demo in the making here as well. So very quickly, so what is the difference between rusty patina, which is in the jar, and antique powders, please? I'm rather confused about how to use the antique powders. Now, I don't think we've got the antique powders on the show, but I'm guessing that's where you add those to something.
They're not powders.
Oh.
That's the first confusing
okay,
thing. So
fair
I'm
enough.
not surprised. These are paints that finish like a powder.
Right, so
But
it's almost
it's
like
durable.
a chalky-ish
Absolutely.
finish. Right, okay.
Whereas the rusty patinas have a grit in them.
Got that,
so let me
inside
just
them.
grab that box off the floor.
I'm just going to grab that little sheet that you've got there as well. So these are the rusty patinas, and you'll notice with these that you've kind of got that texture. It's almost like it's been added to it. So rather than you having to add texture in there, I mean, that's a perfect one there. If you're looking at the yellow one there, shows that. Obviously, you've got the different colours with the brown and also the mould that you've got there, but it's not a smooth finish.
Absolutely. So the top of the box, these pieces have been done with the antique powder, and it's a paint. I'll pop some out for you because I understand the confusion.
So yeah, it's just a case. It's almost like a powder, almost like that
back of that.
That dusty finish, I suppose, that you get if you dusted powder over the top
Absolutely.
of something. So yeah, it's a really good question. So thank you. I didn't catch the name. Who was it who messaged that one through?
But we can see that it's absolutely
Dye.
a
Thank you,
paint.
Dye. So there you go. So that's the paint.
It doesn't have any texture in it whatsoever.
And then if I pop that to the side of it, you can see the texture that you're getting there from the.
So
There you
that's the
go.
key difference.
Oh, Jill, thank you.
That's all right. You're welcome. I'd
There you
rather
go.
people knew what they were getting.
Absolutely, it's all
I'll
about
leave
the
that in.
education. All about the education. Right, so we've got a couple of minutes left. Is that going to be long enough?
It's going to be more than long enough.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
2.5 minutes
So
to be precise.
another trick for adding rice paper onto a painted surface is to take some cardstock.
Okay.
It's
right.
white.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm going to do. Let me grab a brush that looks reasonably clean. There we are. So we're just going to add some glue.
Okay.
Fire
Does
one
it
down
matter
seal.
whether it goes onto the card or onto the rice paper?
No.
Okay.
I tend to put glue on the surface that I'm going to be working with. So I've got a good covering. Pop my rice paper down. It's easy if you don't try and be clever and line it up to an edge. There we are. And then pop it down. Push out the air bubbles as we go.
Perfect.
Okay. So I've now got that brightness back.
Yes, yeah.
In a simple way, and that horrible word back. I know, but you know, it works, isn't it? Leave it, let it dry. Really simple.
Okay.
Once it's dry,
Just
take
matte and
a piece,
layer it.
matte and layer it.
Just
As
in
you
card
would in a
making?
card making.
That's genius.
This is actually paint. It's a piece of grey board.
Oh, yes, yeah.
That's been painted with the turquoise to match.
But it could be a paper, and that would look fabulous on the cover of
And then that just gets mounted
Yeah, let's bring
into
it back in there.
the centre
literally
of
down
our
to the
box.
last few seconds of the hour. There
Yeah.
you go.
So
That's
that can then be
perfect.
glued centrally in there. I'll do that afterwards once the box is dry. And then all you do is put your screws back in.
Well, we're about to go into the next show, so
Well,
you've got an
there we
hour
are.
to do as you please before you head off home. Jill, thank you so
You're very
much.
welcome.
Hopefully we'll have you back on our screens before much longer.
I hope so too.
And you guys, thank you. Do continue to check your baskets out, but make sure you join me straight after the break for our last live hour of the day. It's my first hour with Mark, can you believe it? So very much looking forward to it. I'll see you the other side of this.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome back for our last live hour of the show. And I have to say, I'm very, very happy to spend in the next hour with you because it's the first time I get to work with Mark.
I know.
How are you doing?
Hello, yeah.
Have you managed to dodge that one all this time?
I don't know. Look, maybe.
Now, I have to say, I am the lucky one in this hour because we've got so many amazing things to share with you. You were here earlier on 3 o'clock. You had a busy show, didn't
Very busy,
you?
yeah.
Yeah, and of course you will know visual images being part of us here at Hobbymaker. And we've got a fabulous range of, well, we've got stamps to share with you, we've got dies, some amazing prices to share with you as well. So by all means do jump ahead and get ahead of the game if you so choose. But I have to say, this first set that we are sharing with you, I love these. It's kind of me to a T. I just think it's brilliant. Details on your screen, starting price with these. Now, what have we got with these?
We have a set of 6 family definitions.
Love it.
So you've got mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter.
Perfect.
Absolutely stunning. Helen wrote the words, and they just hit the mark. They're very sentimental. They're very emotive.
Yes.
They are great for any card that you may want to make, or you don't have a particular thing that you need to, you've forgotten to make something for somebody, this will do the job.
I love it. And you might be looking at these at first and thinking, oh, it's just like a dictionary definition or something like that. It's not. It's kind of taking inspiration from there, but it's almost adding the essence of that connection.
Yes. Oh, definitely. And don't forget, obviously, if you want to maybe just have the word father, you can just mask off the rest and just have that.
That's a good point. I love it. All done in that kind of very traditional typewritten font. I love that. So father, I mean, how many of us can relate to this? Protector, provider, taxi driver. I think that should have been put at the first order of, significance.
That's what I am.
Giver of great hugs, DIY expert, spider catcher, teller of bad jokes, and unique dancer, definitely. And ultimately, hero. Love that idea. Each one of these are brilliant. I love that brother. Often annoying, can be noisy, tells embarrassing stories, always has your back, part-time superhero, and a friend for life. Absolutely beautiful. What have we got next? Sister. She knows your story, keeper of secrets, a good listener, gives great advice, personal stylist, and forever friend. Beautiful. I love these. I didn't see these up close before the show, so, I love it. Mother there, selfless, loves unconditionally, creator of precious memories, multitasker, shoulder to cry on, and she makes everything okay. I think that is the essence of a mother, isn't it? And then daughter. Adorable, determined, challenging, beautiful. She lights up your world. A little girl who grows up to be your best friend. Absolutely beautiful. And last but by no means least, Sun. Mischievous, fearless, adventurer, can be messy, brave, funny, loyal, handsome, charming, protective, and always there for you. And like you say, you could mask off these and interchange them if you, as the personality
Oh,
traits
definitely.
are
You know,
different.
if you want to snip out certain words, then you can do that.
Absolutely, love it. Now, you're not having to choose. It's not a pick and mix. You are going to get all of those. So brilliant for you to create in loads of different ways. But as I said at the top, that is not your price. So the details are on your screen. DJXC52 if you want to get involved. But that price is dropping down. And as it's dropping down, you wait. Plummeted, if you will. And here are a few examples of just how you can use it. I mean, that is a phenomenal price.
Oh, thank you.
Amazing
yeah, I mean,
deal.
they've been out of stock for so long. We keep on bringing them back, and they just sell and sell. So this time we brought them back with a very special offer because we're coming into summer now. We are summer, aren't we? We're in summer. You wouldn't think so, would you? But we are in summer, so hence we decided to put on a bit of a summer sale, help Carl out in the warehouse because obviously he's always moaning that there's no space for anything. So yeah, I mean, here we go. We got some great savings today.
I love it. I mean, the illustrations alongside these are brilliant. They're going to work perfectly with things that you've already got in your stash, as well as things that we've got on the show as well. I mean, we've got some beautiful, almost like unicorn stamps that might be perfect to work alongside Sister.
Definitely.
I love it. Quite masculine with some of those as well. So again, really funky. I love that. And there you go. At £19.99 for all of those stamps. So there you go. If you like to get hold of them as a bundle, you can do. They are available individually as well, but you won't get that saving. So if you want them individually, £5.99, which is very affordable, but not as good as £19.99 for all of them. So there you go. I'll leave those details with you. But we have got a beautiful set to share with you. I'm going to pop those to one side because we are next looking at the butterfly. Oh, it's on the front.
On the front,
That's
yes.
why I can't see it. So what have we got here?
We have two different stamp sets. One is an A5, one is an A6, and each of them come with their matching dies to cut out the butterfly.
Perfect.
Great, they're absolutely stunning. I've got a little secret to show you about them when I do a demonstration.
Ooh.
But these have been selling time and time again. Butterflies, you know, who doesn't like a butterfly? But I think the combination of the stamps and the actual extra elements in them, they give that slightly edge that you like.
Absolutely. And as you look at the top element, you've got the stamp there. And as we show you the base element, then you've got the die that's going to line up perfectly, I guess.
Yep, certainly will. And we've got the dies to cut out. Obviously, there's two different sized butterflies in there, so you've got the ability to cut them both out.
I love it. Now, we've got a couple of finished samples there. I'm actually going to grab these so I can show you them, because you know what I'm like. I'm touchy-feely. Whoops, there you go. I'll give you those.
Okay.
I just can't help myself. So let's bring these together. So we're getting all of these together. So they're in pairings.
Yeah.
So is it the larger one to start with?
Well,
There we go.
there we go.
So that's what you're getting, and a perfect card to illustrate it.
Yes. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, you know, you want those, maybe you're doing a little bit of mixed media project, and so you want a bit of a larger butterfly. But again, you're just going to fill that card out, even if it is a larger one as well.
I love it. Now, the beauty of this, not only the artwork that you've got, which is tremendous, is it's got a beautiful price, but it's not £29.98. You've got 10 stamps and you have got 2 dies all coming together beautifully to help you create some amazing projects. But that price, where are we going to go with that price? Well, how does half price deal sound to you? Well, that's exactly what you've got at £14.99. These are sizable elements that you've got.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, they are of fantastic size. I like, you know, people have asked us for something a lot larger. We provided that, and I like the extra like grungy elements in there as well.
I was just about to say that, in the kind of inner detail of the wings, you've kind of got your paint splats in there as well, which resonate perfect with those kind of rings that you've got there running diagonally.
And they come in the set as well. They actually come in their background. They come in that set as well.
Yeah, beautiful, lovely set there. So 10 stamps, 2 dies. They're going to help you cut out not only the larger butterfly, but you've also got a little butterfly die in there as well. So if you like the look of that one, you better be quick. It's proven to be very, very popular We don't have a bountiful supply of them, and already 10% of the stock has gone, so I will try to keep you updated. I can see lots of them going into baskets. Just make sure you're checking those baskets out. And then 20% of the stock has gone now. And incidentally, when you are shopping with us here at Hobby Maker, you can check your baskets out after every single item if you need to. That will mean that you get those items. If you leave it to the end of the show, then you run the risk that you might not get them. Now, if you're into your butterflies, then you might want to have a look at this one as well.
Again,
That's
this is a slightly smaller one, but obviously it comes with text as well in the background. So it's like a collage stamp.
Nice.
But obviously you've got the die to cut it out, and you've also got a separate butterfly in the set, which is like a crackle. It's like a crackle butterfly, so you can cut that one out as well.
Like that in the backdrop that you've got there. It's nice, isn't it? It's almost like a red admiral, isn't it, sitting in the centre there? But it could be just a totally fantasy kind of butterfly where you're creating your colours. Again, we don't have a bountiful supply. And again, the price on your screen is not all that it seems. Price is dropping down from £22.98 to wait for this. Wait for that rush.
Oh, wow.
Just £9.99. What's not to love about that? Love that stamp there. I mean, that's almost like a project in the making.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, don't forget, I mean, normally the stamp set would be £12.99. Plus, then you've got to buy the die to go with it.
Yeah.
But it's both together for £9.99. What a saving.
And it's nice as well because you've obviously got the artwork in its entirety there.
Yeah.
But then if you wanted to, you could stamp a second one and actually add the dimension of the butterfly sitting on top.
Yes.
And I love that antisocial butterfly. We all hear about social butterflies, don't we? But there's going to be some antisocial ones out there as well. So if you like the idea of that one, as many of you have done, already popped into your basket and already checked your baskets out. But again, not huge quantity. So it is an hour where you need to be quick. With this. Now, I better start tidying up a little bit,
Okay.
I think. So
Shall
do you
I,
want to get yourself ready
I
for
will
your
do, yeah,
demo, Mark? You guys keep checking those baskets out. If you're wanting either of those two sets, to be fair, for both sets together, what you're looking at, was it £14.99, £9.99, less than £25 for both sets, but they work beautifully together. And looking at the names that are popping up on the screen, I think that's exactly what you guys are doing. You're shopping for both of them. So I'm going to leave the details with you for the smaller set on your screen, and we will change the details around as Mark is doing his demonstration, but I'll warn you that half the stock of that one has gone already. Potentially, it will have sold out by the time we get to the end of the demo. So I don't know if Mark's using it or not. Better go and check it out.
I'm going to use the antisocial butterfly.
Oh, right, okay.
Right, so what I wanted to let you know about the kind of, it's not so much of a secret, it's just something a little bit, maybe a lot of our customers don't actually know. If we just have a look, if we got over the head camera, the butterfly effect, okay, in its own right, we're going to have the dies that go with this, so they're great, and they will cut out that die. They'll cut out the stamp, so you would have a gorgeous, gorgeous butterfly. Now, one of the things that I wanted to talk to you about just quickly and just touch upon is that we also have a stencil called Butterfly Ink. Now, guess what? So if I ink that up, this fits perfectly with this.
Wow.
So now we're going into something like, oh, wow, I did not know you could do that. So that is something that I just wanted to let you know. Now, just going on from that, if we talk about the antisocial butterfly, which I'm going to demonstrate now, obviously it comes with the dies, and we also have, in the sale, I do believe, something called Live Life Now, which is like a silhouette stamp. Now, guess what? With using the dies, you can do exactly the same thing.
Oh, wow.
So your combination and the ability to do lots of different things with different sets is absolutely amazing. You can maybe you've got one of the sets and you don't have the other one, and maybe you want to add to it. But this is the way to do it today, I think.
Brilliant, brilliant idea. The antisocial butterfly is the one where you've got the die. So if you're shopping for that £9.99, that's the one that you need for that. Very quickly, because I don't want to kind of drag away from the demo. If you do want the other stamp set, this particular one, this is in the sale, and we've got a fabulous price on this one for you as well. So you've got kind of like your kaleidoscope of butterflies, if you will, here taking flight. Live Life Now, and then you've got that fabulous splatter effect that Mark's just been showing with us. £12.99 is your start price, but it is not your end price on this one. Just looking at £7.99. So for those two together, you're looking at what, just shy of £18. What a powerful combination you've got with those. So yeah, do get that one as well. Sorry, Mark.
That's okay, no problem. Right, so I'm going to start off. I've got my antisocial butterfly with the text on there. I'm just inking it up with some VersaFine black ink, and I'm using a stamping platform, obviously because it's quite a large stamp, and you know, it's great to be able to use a platform that you've got. There's lots of different platforms on the market. You can use whichever one you like. I'm using this particular one. Again, stamp it once, and it's a great image, but I want a little bit darker because I'm going to clear emboss this as well. So I'm just going to ink it up a little bit more. And stamping platforms allow you to do this. So let me just ink that up. There we go. Just lightly pressure, and we get this gorgeous image.
Oh, yes.
Now, and you can read all the text in the background as well there, so it's really, really cool.
There's a lot of fine detail in that stamp.
So let me just move this out to the way, and we're going to do some clear embossing. So I've got my piece of paper and some clear embossing powder. Now, I know there's lots of embossing powder on the website, so, you know, if you're maybe new to stamping, then this is a great place to start, is using clear. I just tip off the excess. That will go back into the tub, and we'll reuse any excess. And let me just get my heat gun.
Wonderful. Very, very busy for this particular stamp set. This is the anti-social butterfly set that's popping up on your screen now. It's only $9.99, and we don't have many of these left. 2/3 of the stock has gone now. Wow. This is not going to last a full hour. I don't know if it's going to last to the end of the demo. I mean, you can see here, just stamping it on white cardstock.
I know.
Powder.
And the thing is, the stamp is doing most of the work for you. You do not have to do a lot to make it look absolutely amazing. And I'm going to show you that now.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. The quantity that we've got is diminishing so quickly. Please check your baskets out with this one. It's not safe enough just to get it in your basket. You have to be checking your basket out.
So, we have it here now, and obviously I'll clear emboss that, and you can see it, that lovely glisten in there. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, I'm going to just jump to one that I've just done one extra step on this one. So, if I move to this one here, well, the only thing I've done to this one is that I've coloured it in with my distress inks using a brush and just a little bit of water, and then I've just put some, if I just wiggle that just a touch, I've just put some glossy accents on that.
Nice.
So you can actually see that. There we go.
Did you do that in your show earlier on today?
What, this particular thing? I did something similar.
Oh, okay, fair enough then.
So again, very, very nice. So now we've got our basic card. Now the next thing we want to do is I'm just going to add some colour to this. So on the background, I'm going to use, it's one of my favourite new colours actually, that I say new colours. It's not a new colour, but it's one of the, you know, sometimes you get a colour and you go, oh, I actually like that now. And this is fossilised amber.
Oh, yes, yeah, good choice.
I like that colour. So, you know, sometimes you're going through phases with colours.
Yes.
This is it. So this is my colour at the moment. So I'm just bringing in a wet brush, and I'm just adding a little bit of water to my card. Now, the reason why I do that is because it allows the ink or the paint, if you're using watercolour paints, to bleed across your project. So you're not just starting from fresh.
What type of cardstock did you start with?
So this is just a quality cardstock. I'm not sure. I don't know.
So it's not a watercolour card.
It's not a watercolour card, no.
Fair enough,
but obviously there are lots of really nice watercolour cardstocks, and I'm actually going to be demonstrating some watercolour cardstock tomorrow.
Oh, are you?
So yeah, I'm doing a Zila show.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, so
what time's that?
That's at 3 p.m. and 7 p.m.
Oh, so similar to today.
Yeah.
Like
so please do tune in. I'll do something a little bit different with that. Ooh. Again, it's nice to be able to do something outside of my normal visible image box. And I do love the Zila products. So if you like your watercolor painting, you know, please feel free to have a look tomorrow. Again, a little bit different as well. I've got some watercolor paints, acrylic paints. I've got lots of different things, so pencils. So yeah, some cool things that will go with your card making, or maybe it's not card making. Up to you what you do with it.
Sorry to butt in. It's over allocated now. This particular stamp and die set. So yeah, we've got more people with this in their baskets than we have stock allowing. So yeah. You might think, oh, I've added it to my basket, that means I'm going to get hold of it. Sadly, it doesn't. That's not how it works. You can add it to your basket, but when you come to check your basket out, there's a lot of you. We're looking at now, we've got, oh gosh, where am I now? We've got 30 plus people that aren't going to manage to get hold of this. at least.
I'm not surprised.
As I mentioned it, more and more of you are coming in to try and get hold of it. So just get it into your basket and then get your basket checked out. Don't dilly-dally.
No, I think a lot of people are coming in after the tennis, I think, so...
oh, is that what's been happening
yeah,
today?
it's all over now, so yeah.
Fair enough.
I think people are waking up. So I'm just placing this onto a card blank. I've matted it with black. I do like a bit of black on a card mat because I think everything pops out. Now, next thing I want to do is, what I've done is I've already stamped another butterfly back on a separate piece of card, and I've used my die cutter, using the die that comes with the set, and I've cut it out, and then I've just coloured it in. That's as simple as that. Lovely. Now, what I could have done was maybe I wanted to use the crackle one because I could maybe use the crackle one. That would be really cool as well. So it depends on whether you want your monochromatic or a different look.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with this one there because I think that looks really well.
That brings it to life.
Yeah.
Love it.
And this is what I like about crafting, and you can do so much with so little products. Let me just find my tool. Right, here we go. So I'm just going to get some 3D glue, the gel glue. And I'm just placing that on the back of my card. I mean, you can use foam pads if that's your preference. It's entirely up to you. But I like to be able to, that wiggle room that you get.
Yes.
There's something that you don't have with the foam pads, and sometimes it annoys me when I can't. If I stuck it down and it's gone in the wrong place, there's nothing worse, is there? So next thing I want to do is I've got a lovely sentiment which comes in that set, and that's what I'm going to use the word butterfly because I think that's really cool. So we're going to have that there.
Does it look different on the black card with the white?
White I was saying earlier on that it looks really cool and very sophisticated, but it's also a bit of a cheat.
Okay.
Now, why is it a cheat? Is because normally, if you're going to do it on white card, you would have to mat it up.
Yes.
You would have to mat that up because it'd be white on black and white on white, so you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of a cheat, but it's a good cheat. I think it looks really cool.
Just shows you've thought about it, so that's good. That's not technically a cheat.
No, it's not. No, it is. There was thought in it. Now, I've got a nice sentiment to go on the inside, which is nice. Sometimes it's nice to finish off a card.
Yeah.
So I'm using one of the family definitions, which I think is, what did I use? I think I used daughter, because that works really well with this card, I think.
That lovely card.
So we're going to just, again, not a lot to do on that one in terms of colouring in, and you look something amazing. So I'm going to have daughter on the inside of here, possibly, and I like that. And then just to finish off, just bear with me a second. I've just got one little tiny butterfly that comes in the set as well, so we can just add a little butterfly in there, sometimes when you finish off a card, you just want that
kind of connects the inside with
the outside, exactly. And sometimes people forget how cool some things can be. So that's the outside.
Beautiful.
And that is the inside.
That is adorable. I love it.
So again, very quick, very simple, but pretty cool.
Mark, I thoroughly enjoyed that demonstration. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, you guys did as well, because while Mark has been demonstrating, I've been watching the figures on our screen, and they have all now gone. So if it's in your basket, try and check your basket out. You never know, you might be okay. I always say it's worth a go, isn't it? But potentially it has gone now. So and I just love that design. So well done to everybody that's taken advantage of that one. So absolutely beautiful. Now I'm having a little look at my little piles that I've got here. And I don't know if I've got this one. Oh yes, I have. It's enchanting. Enchanting it is. And it's your stamp and stencil collection. Now, this is beautiful. I've got finished samples to share with you. Look at this. Promised you a unicorn, didn't I? Now, the details are on your screen. So if you're wanting to get hold of this, this is your start price. Let's have a little look. I don't know if I've actually got the finished product here. I think Mark might have them over there. I'm not entirely sure. They might reveal themselves as I work my way through the finished sample. So the artwork, as you can see here, absolutely beautiful. Gosh, the detail, Mark, with these is phenomenal.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, again, we try to bring you something cool and different. Again, unicorns are great, for children and for adults. So, to get an image that works with both, like young people and old, it's great. A lot in that set. The two sets together are great because they were designed as a pair, so they work together. They're using the same kind of fonts together. Again, a collage background, really cool for this fairy. You can snip the wings out and then layer them up.
I love it. At this point, I'm just going to very quickly ask Alex to share the image with you of what you're getting with this, because there you go. You're going to get your 2 stamp sets, so you've got your gorgeous, almost like fairy there, as you can see, the unicorn, and you've got your 2 stencils alongside this, so you kind of swirl of stars, and then you've got that lovely kind of circle of kind of like splodges on there, which is very, very effective. And splodges isn't a very pretty word, is it? But it is very pretty. Again, if you're wanting to utilise the images by themselves, they're very, very striking, very powerful. You don't need to do an awful lot with these. The stamps will do the work for you. But equally so, you can actually take these and add to them, build up the backgrounds, those gorgeous stars and splodges, as you can see there in that swirl formation. And again, it's just got something almost like a meditation feel to it, hasn't it? It's beautiful. Now, details are on your screen. We did see this one earlier on, and it was incredibly popular, so much so that now we only have half of the stock, the remaining stock available to you. So price on your screen is not the price you're going to be paying. So as I go through them again, if you wanted to take advantage, do take that item number WXXC09, dropping right the way down to just £19.99. So please be quick. Incredible detail. Phenomenal artwork. So there you go. If you like the look of that one, then please do take advantage of that before the stock goes again on that particular one as well. Shall I, just as Mark's getting himself ready for his demo, shall I tease you with some of the sale ones? Where are we going next then, Alex? Oh, let's go Dare to Swim. Oh, now I like the idea of this one. This is something a little bit different. So with this one, sometimes it is just go for it.
Yeah.
I love that the kind of ethos behind this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, jellyfish, normally we think of jellyfish as being like poisonous. There's only a small percentage that actually are, but they do look beautiful in the water, don't they? They're like angelic, really, I would say.
Yes, yeah.
And again, the sentiment just really goes, doesn't it? Beauty goes far deeper than most people dare to swim.
Absolutely. Beautiful words. The words from these are amazing. Who comes up with the phrases?
Helen does most of the 99.9% of the words. So, yeah. So between us, the images and the words, so it works well.
Very, very good at it. I love it. That's your start price. So the price is going to come down. You've seen some amazing prices, and we're going to continue that with this one. Just £7.99. If you like the look of that one, then leave those details with you. Very quickly moving on to Live in the Moment. Now, Live in the Moment is you've got a series of stamps with this one, so you're actually going to get both of these. Again, we're going to be sharing a sale price with you, but let's share that artwork to start with. Again, beautiful. Is it just the dragonfly that we're getting on this one? Oh, I don't know where that one snuck in from. I'll put that there because I'll probably need that one in a while.
Yeah.
The detail on those wings.
Yeah, I mean, dragonflies are dragonflies, and I think this one looks absolutely stunning, no matter what you do with it. And I like the fact that adding ripples into they could be water ripples as well, so they work really well. The sentiment, well, live in the moment means so much to a lot of people.
Doesn't it just? Sometimes we forget that, but we shouldn't, should we? Live for that moment.
No.
$12.99, your original price on this one, but as we said, we've got sale prices for you. So that's why the price is coming down to just £7.99 for a very usable set of stamps, should I say there. Next one that we're going to go for, we're going to keep that dragonfly theme. So the next one that we've got is your Dragonfly Reflections. And this one, again, you've got a big stamp set. Oh, I'm dropping all the finished samples, look at me. Now, with this one, you've got separate wings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, maybe you've got a choice of which wings you would like to use. Maybe you want to layer them up on top of each other. Obviously, the main dragonfly is quite I would say a kind of mixed media dragonfly, but I added in there separate wings there so you can layer those up and make them look absolutely stunning. It's entirely up to you. Whatever look you're going for, it's going to work.
I love it. And again, keeping that kind of feeling of the dragonflies running through. So maybe you're going to get this one alongside the previous one. £18.99 is your original price. I say original price because we're dropping that price. It's a sale deal we've got for you on this one. And this time we're taking it to just shy of a tenner at just £9.99. Brilliant set. Love these backgrounds, these kind of textures and layers of interest.
I love it. Very, very useful.
Yeah.
Not just for dragonflies, for anything.
Absolutely. Love it. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one, then £9.99 is your price. You better be quick with regards to that one. So I've got loads more. Because I kind of teased you with the
Daisy
sunflower.
Grunge?
Now, is this one the sunflower grunge? Or
No,
is it the daisy?
I think that's Daisy Grunge,
Oh,
yes.
That will be the one that's furthest away. But I got it. We're all right.
Yeah.
Love it. Beautiful.
Yeah. I demonstrated this earlier on. Again, it's such a gorgeous image, very iconic. You know, you can stamp one flower. I did 3 earlier on, and they look great on a card. It's entirely up to you, but colouring it in is a dream as well. It's so very nice. Absolutely. You know, very simple to do. Use some distress inks, and you know, it just works.
Absolutely gorgeous. So there you go, if you like the look of that one. Rather than $12.99, the price is dropping down. So yeah, pop that one into your basket as well. $7.99 for that one.
Wow, that's amazing. These prices in this summer sale, I can't believe it.
Yeah, and it's just kind of clearing out that last little bit of stock, so not huge quantities with any of those. Right, Mark, I'm going to hand back to you if that's okay.
I'll do a demonstration. I've done more feminine cards, so I'm going to do one kind of male oriented.
Okay, that sounds good.
So I'm going to use the Dragonfly Dreams. And I'm going to ink it up now. So I'm using my stamping platform because it's a larger stamp. It's like one big stamp. I know there's a few other sentiments in there as well. But it looks really, really cool. It's kind of got like a globe, and it's got text in the background as well. So, you know, being a collage, you don't have to do a lot to make it look really, really cool. So I'm just inking up with my black ink.
Just while you're putting that ink in place, the price has dropped on the screen, folks. £7.99. Wow.
Is it really? That's amazing.
That is a brilliant price. I don't know how we're managing to do this.
So again, if you want it darker, which I do because I'm going to clear emboss that. So just going to ink that up a little bit more. There we go. And we've got this gorgeous image. I'm not going to clear emboss it because obviously I've already done that earlier on. So I'm going to just jump to one that I've actually already done. So just move this out of the way. Now, the one that I did earlier on, I actually did early one, but instead of doing it in black, which is cool, but I wanted to do this one in brown. So I've actually stamped it in brown and clear embossed powdered over the top. So the next
nice variation, I like that.
Yeah, I do like that. I think that's why I thought kind of a male kind of inspired, that kind of dark browns, they look really good. So the next thing I want to do is I'm going to add some colour to it. Again, I'm going to get out my favourite colour this week, which is fossilised amber. And I'm going to just give it some colour. So I think the first thing I'm going to do before that, though, is I'm going to just stick it to my card blank. I've already got a card blank, which is in brown, which will work really well with this. So I think that's great. I'm just going to stick this to my card using my gun. So I'm just going to tape this down a second.
Wonderful.
Everyone always comments on the size of my gun.
I was going to say, it's a big one.
Yeah, I did say to Liam that we're going to have to get these in because I think they're really, really great tape guns.
I've seen them previously. I've never seen them available to buy. So, yeah, that'd be brilliant.
I think it'd be a great idea. So, again, we're just going to stick this down. We've got a lovely card already going on. Fantastic. Now, we're just going to add a little bit of colour to it. I'm just going to get my water and my ink. So I've got some fossilised amber. Again, I said my favourite colour of the week. I'm going to get my brush. And all we're going to do is dip your brush in the water, just pick up some of that colour, and I'm just going to do a bit of a wash over the top of this now. Again, very easy to do. This, whether you're going to go for that kind of aged look or not, it's entirely up to you. But I thought this amber colour is gorgeous for this kind of work.
Hazel's left a review for this one on the website. Beautiful stamps at Hazel. I couldn't agree more. And do check out those reviews. And if you do shop for us here at Hobby Maker, leave your own reviews as well. I certainly take a lot of input from those reviews. So appreciate you taking the time and trouble to leave those reviews. So thank you. Talking about time, you need to be quick with this one. This one is flying out. So this one has come down to just £7.99, just as Mark's adding a bit of colour.
Oh, wow.
Very, very quickly, that stamp, you've got that gorgeous collage effect there as well. There are some words that are dotted amongst there as well, which are going to be perfect. But if you're looking at ideas besides the demonstration, have a look at that. The detail that you've got for those gorgeous wings, you wait until you see this next finished sample, because that shows those wings off just to the way that nature intended. Multi-stamping, adding that additional layer. Wow, that's the only word I can use. Is wow an actual word? I don't know.
I think it is actually, yeah. I'm sure wow is in the dictionary.
Yeah, it should be in a dictionary, shouldn't it?
There's all kinds of strange words in the dictionary, so yeah.
I wasn't sure whether it was a sound more so than a word.
I think it's a word, actually.
Oh, I should check that one out later.
Oh, maybe Alex will check now. So again, I'm just going in there, just adding a little bit of water, let that ink bleed across the your paper. And just, you know, you can highlight different areas of this as well. Everything is done for you. You just want to highlight those parts that are going to make that dragonfly stand out a lot more. Again, you can take your time with this. This is the kind of thing that I would probably do in front of the TV, you know?
Yes, yeah.
Again, you know, and it's great in the evening because sometimes when you're maybe in your craft room on your own, it feels you're away from the rest of reality, and some people like that. Sometimes, but I like to sometimes do it, you know, do crafting, you know, in the same room as my wife.
I can't just sit and watch TV.
No.
As a crafter, I literally have to be doing something else at the same time. So crafts like this, I think, are perfect because you're just working with one colour, adding it wherever you need it to go, and yeah, just go with the flow.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, this is the top one. Do you know what? I nearly knocked that water over there.
Oh,
it could have been bad.
Could have been going for a wash effect.
It would have been a serious wash. Okay, so I'm going to stop there because I think I've added enough to that at the moment. Again, not a lot, but I haven't quite finished yet. So I've got I've actually stamped and cut out another dragonfly. So I'm going to stick that on the top. So I've got my silicone glue.
Also, dragonflies, think about it. I mean, I love butterflies. I know a lot of people do, but there are also some people that don't like butterflies.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's because it's the randomness. But dragonflies seem to hover more, don't they?
Yeah.
Rather than kind of go all over the place. So, yeah, and sometimes maybe a dragonfly is a bit more of a kind of masculine insect. I don't know.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I would.
I mean, there's got to be girl and boy dragonflies. Otherwise, there'd be no dragonflies, would there?
No, that's very true. Well, I'm not really sure. Do they have male and female dragonflies?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
We're going into a lot of depth today.
So again, now I've layered that up now, so you've got this kind of added dimension going on there, and it's great.
That's
you know,
beautiful.
very, very simple card to do. I've got another sentiment which I've taken from the family definitions. This one is obviously going to be, it's either going to be son or father. So I'm going to use father on this one, I think.
Very busy for those family definitions as well. And don't forget, we're not just talking about dictionary definitions. These are definitions with the pure essence of that relationship as well. Do take advantage of these. They're very, very popular, and they have been discounted down to just $19.99. And you're getting 6 of those. You've got father, you've got mother, you've got son, daughter, as well as brother and sister. Oh, I remembered them all. There you go. If you like the idea of those,
very
details
good.
are on your screen. That looks amazing.
So again, I could go in and you know when you don't know when to stop. Sometimes you just carry on until you think that's it, enough. I don't need to do any more. And I think the kind of amber gold thing looks
nice because
really
the layering up is giving the depth of that colour as well. Beautiful.
Yeah, doesn't that look nice? So let me just turn that to the front camera so you can see that.
Isn't that gorgeous?
There we go.
Absolutely. And there you go. That definition. You can see on there, which is perfect. Lots of you have been going for those. And this is what I was talking about. It's not the kind of the definition that you might expect. I know I did when I first saw these as definitions. I thought, oh, it's like looking it up in the dictionary. It's not. It's that essence of what a father is, potentially. Yeah. Nice idea with these as well. I suppose you could kind of highlight a certain area of that if you want.
Could, yeah, that's a great idea.
So if your father is very much a taxi driver, you could literally highlight that area if you want. To as well. Maybe pop him a tip inside the card just to say thank you. But what a beautiful card. Again, very quick, but very effective.
I think, sometimes we can get bogged down with trying to do too much on our projects. So sometimes stripping it back, I would call this a kind of clean and simple card. Obviously, we've only got so much time doing live TV, but I try and show you some ideas that how I would use them. You can go full on mixed media. Obviously, you're going to take a lot more time to do that, but this is kind of the thing that just works and is iconic.
Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. So if you like the idea of that particular one, which I think was that one, wasn't it? Was it Dragonfly Dreams?
Yes.
There you go, if you want that one. So yeah, very, very quick. We've only got a few of those, not even a full handful full but there we go, handful full. So yeah, if you like the idea of that one, £12.99 dropped down to £7.99, which is brilliant. So let's have a little look now. I've tried to kind of section them, so those are my done pile over there, and these are the to do pile here. So this one I've got here, Creative Chaos. I did see that one. There we go, Creative Chaos, and I love this. They're all in little folders like this, so I don't actually know what we've got until I open them.
Do you know who did that? Helen.
Did she?
Helen did that.
Good.
Helen did that the other day before. I think she did it on Friday. So she gave me strict instructions as to how to put them on the table or how to display them.
So very good.
Yeah, thank you, Helen.
Helen, if you're watching, thank you.
Yeah, she is.
And I have to say, it's lovely because when I actually get the little packet, I haven't been like having a little sneaky peek, so it's almost like we're at an award ceremony or something like that. Because when I open them and I share them with you, we are both seeing these at the same time. And again, beautiful artwork and a lovely collection of stamps, as you can see here. Individual stamps, really good sizes with these. Elements that are going to be perfect for you building up from that background right the way through to your foreground. Elements that you're going to be able to use if you're wanting to layer up and decoupage, you can do that as well. And a phenomenal sale price with this one too. So rather than your £12.99 price, I wonder if you can guess what the price is going to be on this one. I had a bit of a theme going on with this one. So this one here, as Moira has said there, beautifully clear stamp. She loves it. And I just think it's beautiful. And because you've got that single flower, keeps the cost down, but it doesn't stop you from creating that larger scene if you're wanting to. And I love this idea where it's been stamped on top of a background paper. That's effective.
Oh, very effective. And, you know, when you see things like that, you go, right, that's what I want to do. And that's the, yeah, I'm pinching that idea. I think the word pinching is the wrong word. Swiping. I think in the world of comics, they call it swiping. So like copying like ideas from one thing to another, they swipe ideas. So that's good. I like that. I like a swipe.
That's much more positive.
Yeah.
I like that. Love the phrase on this one as well. And I think many of us as crafters can resonate with this, that if your craft room is looking a little bit shambolic at the moment, then there you go. Take inspiration from that phrase. Out of chaos comes creativity. That's my argument whenever David comes into the cabin. It's like, I'm just being creative. Can't help it. It's not a mess. Now, this is a lovely one. Where Flowers Bloom. Is that okay? Can we go to that one next? So let's have a little look, see what we've got in here. Nice. I like this one. This is lovely. Big stamps with this one as well. So with this one, you've got a series of large stamps with that kind of grungy essence, with that mixed media feel to them. Instantly, you're going to get that kind of feeling with these.
Oh, definitely. You know, I like the string of the stamp, which is actually string as well.
Yes,
I like that. That's a great actual addition to your card project. So yeah, and the fonts just work as well.
Yeah.
Isn't that stunning?
Absolutely beautiful. And you're right. I mean, I can't believe that you can get that fine detail, that accuracy with a stamp, because that has been stamped and then it's been embossed on top of that. So for it to be so clear with that, it literally looks like threads. Beautiful. A bit of colour. If you fancy adding colour, then there you go. Take that element, cut them out. You've actually got two different floral elements in there. So you've got the large one that I just showed you on the black and gold card, and then you've got the smaller one that's been used there, almost creating a little mini bouquet, shall we say. But you wait till you see this. Just one colour on a white cardstock. That's all you need.
Yeah,
that's
less is more, isn't it, sometimes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely love it. So there you go. $18.99. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. I'm teasing you. The price has come down to just $9.99. That is amazing value for money. Shall I squeeze one more in? Let's go, because we were looking at flowers there. What about in fact, I've only got a couple left to share with you, I think. So let's finish them off. So this one, the sunflowers, and this is beautiful. Sunflowers associated with quite a few charities, actually, aren't they?
Are they?
So, I know. I think it's is it Macmillan Nurses? I think that they've adopted the sunflower. So maybe you are participating. I think it's September. They have a coffee morning, National Coffee Morning. Lovely set.
Do you know what? I can actually almost smell them.
Yes, yeah.
And again, I like the inky splatters there going on. And you've got a separate stamp as well, so they could be seeds if you want.
That's a nice idea. I can see that one up at the top there. That's a really clever idea. Looks beautiful, just stamped out as it is with a little colour added to it. And it's a good size stamp set as well. I love this with the introduction of the colour then, that almost like burst.
Yeah, that's using one of our stencils. I think that's called, I can't remember what it's called, but it's a cool.
I like it a lot. So yeah, £12.99. Is that the price? Of course it's not the price. You know how it works around here. So there you go, £7.99 if you like the look of that particular one. Then do pop that one into your basket. And I've got one stamp to share with you, which is this one, which you're going to love. And it is beautiful, which is why this has been called Life is Beautiful. Capturing that image mid-flight, I mean, how amazing is that? And a beautiful stamp there, or stamp set, should I say.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I think Dave touched on it. He said you could have beautiful, just the word beautiful life.
Yes, that's
so.
really
Yeah,
true,
I mean, that's a great idea as well. I like having that kind of like geometric
that's
addition.
a useful one down there.
Yeah, very useful.
Like it. And also that will work with some of the others where we've kind of seen circles and watermarks and things like that before. That is amazing. Love that. That's Rachel who's come up with that fabulous card. I have to say the design team have created some amazing pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I need to thank the design team, so thank you once again. I try and thank them every time I'm on TV. They do so much work for us, and you know, we try and give them as much credit as we possibly can. We do separate YouTube videos just showing each and every single card more close up in detail as well.
Perfect,
so yeah, we do thank you. So
well, they make our life so much easier, don't they?
Oh, crikey,
those
yeah.
finished samples. It's amazing. And there you go. So if you like the look of that particular one, which I think is it a hummingbird? I think it's a hummingbird. Hummingbird,
yes. And I like the like inky splashes
off
it as well. It just adds that bit more to
like
life.
He dipped his wings in paint and then just carried on fluttering. There you go, £7.99. Absolute bargain. I love it. I think we've covered all of the sale items. If there's anything you want to see specifically again, then be quick and let me know. But in the meantime, I'm going to let Mark do another demo.
Okay, so I'm going to finish off my last demo with, I'm going to use the Creative Chaos.
Lovely.
So again, I know you like that flower set with obviously the text in the background, you know, using the printed text. So I'm going to use that one.
Wonderful.
Now,
just to give you a time check, you've got 10 minutes or so to do.
I think I can do it in 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah. So what I did do just earlier on, I've got a scrap of paper, which I've been mopping up different colours here and there. Again, this is something that I probably did about a year ago, and I couldn't find a use for it until tonight. So I thought I'd use that. And weirdly enough, just before I started coming on TV, I'd actually dropped some ink on it, so I had to recut some of the paper. So
okay.
You'll see what I did after. So hopefully this works great. Hopefully it's a bit different.
Okay.
Anyway, so what I've done is I've already...
Oh, the earth's moving behind you.
Okay. What I've done is I've already stamped two of the smaller flowers on the sides, just to save a little bit of time, because I don't need to stamp 3 times to emboss them. So I've stamped and embossed these 2 flowers, and I'm going to do the main flower that's going to go in the centre. So I'm going to get I better put my glasses on first. So I get my VersaFine ink. Just going to ink this up. Plenty of ink. Again, just use your stamping platform. You're always going to get it exactly where you want that flower to be. So just take your time. And again, sometimes, especially when you're using I think this was an oxide background, is you'll want to go in again, because sometimes oxide ink kind of like sucks up any ink that you put on top.
Yeah, it's quite chalky, isn't it, that effect? And it almost draws it in.
You've just got to be a little bit careful. You can work with it, it's not a problem, but you just have to bear that in mind and remember what you've done before. Yeah.
And sometimes I think as crafters, we're a bit too speedy quick to take that stamp away from the paper.
Yes,
Give it time.
Oh, definitely, yeah, definitely. So I'm going to just clear emboss this now.
Lovely.
So I'm just
that looks fabulous, just as it is.
I know. But I'm going to clear emboss it, because normally most things that I do clear emboss over the top, just to maybe if I'm colouring in, or it just helps, you know, create that depth and that kind of that added extra that I like on my card.
And it protects the artwork, doesn't it?
Yes.
So if you decide at a later stage that you want to add more colour, then you don't have to worry about that.
No, that's very true. Yeah. So using my heat gun. Obviously, if you've only just tuned in now and you've never used a heat gun before, they're not the same as a hairdryer. And you certainly don't want to swap them, you know.
Definitely not.
So again, this is now coming to life.
I never tire of watching this. First ever craft tool that I bought was a heat gun. I didn't have a clue what I needed
Really?
it for, but I bought one.
I don't, you know, in terms of embossing powders, I know there's so many on there, but I haven't really had a chance to use that many different embossing powders. I normally use clear, obviously silver and gold. I don't tend to use black at all ever.
Well, yeah, I mean, black, white and clear, you can do a lot with those. So if you are just getting started in the world of stamping, then yeah, check out the website. You don't need a whole host of them.
Right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stick it to my card blank, and I'm obviously using a black mat on my card. Now, this is where, originally this card was square, and I actually tipped some ink on it, so I had to cut it, so we got a different size card to what I originally started off with. But that's fine. Happy accidents, as they say.
Absolutely.
So let me just tape this down to my card. Now, you'll have to let me know whether what I did to kind of remedy, I say remedy, I just changed what I did. I mean, I could have made just a lot of a smaller card, but I didn't want to do that. So let me know what you think. So let me just do this. Now.
Oh, look at that black backdrop. Looks amazing.
So I'm going to place my card here now. Now, originally, obviously, it was square, so I've had to chop some off. Just turn this over, press down, just to make sure it's stuck down. Okay. So now we've got this gorgeous card on the background.
Amazing.
And, you know, it's great, but we've got a gap here. So I needed to fill this. Now, the bit that I chopped off, obviously this card was wider, so I've had to chop the piece off. But I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that up there.
Oh,
I'm thinking more of a kind of like contemporary, kind of modern card. I think that works.
I like it.
Well, I think it'll work. We'll see now. So let me just
I am
glue.
channeling my positivity.
And you know, so these happen, and it's a way to fix things, possibly. I like this. You know, I like contemporary cards, so I think, you know, just adding this kind of extra.
And it's lovely because if you were to try and create another piece of paper to work alongside, or another piece of card, you wouldn't get that transition going across that gap.
No, not at all. So now we've got kind of a basic card. We need to add some colour to the flowers. So I've already stamped out another flower separately, and what I've done is I've coloured them in with some ink, and I've put some glossy accents over the top.
Nice. Yeah.
So again, you know, this is the kind of thing that you can do quite easily. Now I'm going to get some glue, and I'm just going to stick this down. I'm going to stick this flat on this one because I want it flat. I don't want this one raised.
Okay.
So I'm going to stick this down.
Lovely.
Make sure we've got plenty of glue on there. And we're just going to...
Oh, wow.
And this is where it starts to come to life, you know?
Exactly,
this is where your card really does come to life. So just hold it for a second. This is grab glue, obviously. So this is where this really does start to come to life. How are we doing for time? Still got a couple of minutes left?
Yes, yeah, you're okay.
Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do, I want to just add a little bit of colour to my flowers here. So I'm just going to get, now this is called, we don't sell this on the website, not yet anyway, so I'm speak to Liam to add some extra things what I think we need. Okay. This is called Dr. P.H. Martin's Bleed Proof White.
Okay.
So this white basically is the magic white. It will, you know, sometimes if you put a white pen over the top or any other pen, you'll get the colour underneath bleeding through.
Yes, yeah.
This does not do that.
Okay.
So I'm just adding a little bit of white to my white flowers here, just because I want to. I don't want them like see-through. I don't want to see through them.
Well, it can make it look like a dirty white, can't it, if you're not careful, if you need that brilliance.
So I'm just quickly colouring these flowers, these petals in.
That looks amazing. I love it.
Now, what we do need is we need obviously a nice sentiment to go with that. So I'm thinking of using, I think I'm going to use Sister.
Oh, that's nice.
So I think I'll use Sister there.
I love it. We've got the details up on the screen for that fabulous set of definitions, including father, brother, son, daughter, mother, sister. They're all there.
Again, you know, you can make very, very quick and easy cards. And I think that is a kind of very contemporary card there.
I love it. But you know what? Sometimes you don't want cards that are kind of gushy.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
No, I mean, lots of people are not gushy.
Yes,
And I think
yeah.
that being a kind of more modern look to a card really
Straight
does
to
work.
the point.
Yeah.
I love it. Amazing. Mark, you've made some fabulous cards, I have to say. We've almost got like a show and tell in front of Mark there. And of course, Mark was here earlier on today, so you can go back and watch that show at 3 o'clock. So there's loads and loads for you to go back and watch. So if you have just joined us, where have you been? We've had a fabulous day. Dave was here earlier on. I picked up the crafty mantle at 5 o'clock, and of course, coming right the way through until 9 o'clock this evening. So do have a little look. But don't forget those fabulous stamps that we've just finished on. They are on your screen, so you are going to get these, all 6 of them, should I say. I was just having a quick look. Where's my pile for those? I put them somewhere, and I don't know where I've put them. Oh, no, they're over here. They're over here. So I'll show you these very speedily. Mark, come and join me so
Sure.
we can say goodbye to everybody together. Showing you the fabulous cards. You'll recognise some of the stamps that have been used in here because we've had some fabulous sale prices. And I think these just show those fabulous sentiments and definitions off to perfection.
Oh, totally. I mean, don't forget, if you're looking at these cards, each and every one of them is totally different. You know, we've got different designers, we've got different styles, we've got contemporary, we've got modern, we've got clean and simple, we've got, mixed media. These all work across everything.
Absolutely. And you're going to get all 6 of those with those family definitions in there. Really good sizes, whether you want to use them as the inside of your card, whether you want to use them on the outside, or indeed whether you want to actually turn them into backgrounds. Because they've kind of got that fluidity of outline, you could very easily make a background paper from these, couldn't you?
That would, in fact, that would be a great idea. I think I'm going to swipe that idea off you.
By all means, you swipe away. And can I say, can we do this again soon? Because I've really enjoyed myself.
Yeah, of course
Mark.
we can, yeah.
It's been brilliant.
Definitely.
You're going to be back sooner than me, though, because you're back tomorrow.
I am, I know. Tomorrow, 3 p.m.
Love it.
Can't wait.
So make sure that you tune in. I'm away for a couple of weeks, so I'll see you towards the end of the month. So keep yourself safe. Behave yourselves while I'm gone. You included, Mark.
Okay.
And I'll see you very, very soon. Bye for now.